Welcome back, True Seeker. Before we get into this, I want to know how my audio sounds. Am I clear? Is it loud enough? Once I get that okay from the community, we're going to move ahead. This is going to be a long show, and I'm trying out a new call board system tonight. Unfortunately, even with the expensive plan I've paid for, I cannot use the call board until 11 p.m. Pacific. That's 2 Eastern, so probably going to be a little bit too late for the East Coast folk. But yeah, I just want to make sure everything sounds good before we get into it. Sounds good on Twitter. Thank you for that. 81. 81, you got the number on the stream. Gold giving us the double thumbs up. Here, I want to try something else out real quick too. I want you guys to let me know if this audio comes through. And can you guys hear me typing away? How's that clicking sound? But I want to see if this news audio comes through.
I'm humbly asking every pro-Trump patriot watching this video to please chip in just $5 to my...
To them. And then in terms of, I'm so sorry.
Can you just hear this news audio right now? It's just a test. We're not playing a specific clip. I just want to know how all the audio is coming through.
We haven't received, or the Army Corps of Engineers hasn't received an official request. I believe right now the focus
you can hear the news?
Really on search and rescue.
Give me a 1 if you can hear the news.
Those requests, we'll keep you updated in the coming days and weeks as those requests come in and the mission could change.
Okay, perfect.
I'm gonna go to the phones and.
All right, you guys. Yeah, what I'm doing here is I'm getting the new setup ready. I just want to make sure all this sounds good, and I can even be like one of those corny radio show hosts with my air horn. But yeah, we're getting it set up here. We're gonna go forward with another podcast. We're still gonna do a little bit of Wake the Fuck Up Radio, but we've learned that title's too edgy for a lot of podcasting platforms. So we're gonna do a new show called News by the Numbers. And this is going to be episode 1 because we want to start it with a bang and a truly undeniable presentation of what this show's all about and what the world needs to wake up to. And yeah, we're going to try and get everything to a higher level. And I'm hoping this is the year where we're going to get the support and we're going to get some employees and really make a big spark because the world needs it. This ritual today in Baltimore is sick, you guys. It's going to cost the taxpayers who knows how much money, and it's no accident like the media's leading on. Audio a little low on horn and news. Okay, I got my well, maybe my mic is too loud. Let me turn down my mic. How's my level now? Is my voice quieter compared to what the news sound like? Let's get this all just right before we actually get into it, because I'm going to end up cutting this from this stream, and we'll take it from the top once we got everything just right. Okay, I just turned down my mic, and I'm just going to play the news again, and let's see if my mic and the news sound more in balance. So...
a Chinese ship or flagged. What I can say is that we saw very publicly that they said that they were not going to attack PRC or Russian ships, and yet they did. So just another reminder that
I think my voice is a little bit louder.
With equities
is it
that
too
continue
much?
to transit
Is it too much
through
of a
the Red
difference?
Sea. We see, a significant amount of commerce that continues to flow through the Red Sea. This is an incredibly important
the news and myself are balanced well. Okay, I adjusted the levels.
And,
here, I can make one more tweak.
Guardian,
I'm going to make a tweak here, and you tell me. I'm going to take my mic volume down a little bit.
Freedom of navigation.
I can't take the news any louder for this program. It's at the max,
and we're very
but I can take my mic down. And how's that?
Italy. So we have Cardinal Zuppi, the Secretary of State for the Vatican, traveling to Moscow.
And how does this mic quality sound? Does it sound bad? Because this is supposed to be an upgraded mic. I got this mic that comes with this audio program, and I was trying to get everything to a higher level to see if that could make the difference.
And then we had the Pope a few days ago talking about a white flag in Ukraine. So like, in a way that Ukraine might need to give up a little bit.
My mic's a bit low here. I'll take it up a notch.
This question. We have to
okay, it shows that I'm in the levels that I want to be. It actually shows that I'm going a little bit above the level I want to be, so shouldn't be quiet. Just right balance. Okay. Okay. We had somebody hop in the chat. Evan, I see you down there in the chat. Be a little bit patient, Evan, because I want to present what I want to present, and like in my mind it's going to take 10 minutes, but sometimes my 10 minutes ends up being an hour. So if you don't mind being patient, but I'll get to you as quick as I can. I just want to go through all the main points about this. And by the way, for all my musicians out there, we got a good intro for Wake the Fuck Up Radio. We're still going to do a little bit with that program because we can put it on Spotify. But I think News by the Numbers is going to be able to get syndicated on all the podcast platforms. So I'm going to need somebody in the community who's clever, the musicians, to come up with an intro, a hook for News by the Numbers. News by the Numbers. And if you think you can even come up with a little banger of a hook tonight, maybe we can even get it on time to, after we finish this broadcast tonight, we're going to upload it to the podcast platform. But if we can get a little intro song, that might be nice. So if anybody wants to work on that as well, because they already read my blog and know what I'm going to say, more power to you. Thank you. Okay. So we'll just take it from the top right here. Welcome back, True Seeker. This is the first episode of News by the Numbers. And we're starting today, March 26th, the day of the terrible tragedy in Baltimore, the day of the Francis Scott Key bridge collapse, which the authorities... I'm tripping, you guys. I am playing that news clip in the background while I'm talking, aren't I? Let's start over. All right. Well, we'll take it from the top again. Okay. Welcome back, True Seeker. This is the first broadcast of News by the Numbers. What will become a very consistent podcast, keeping up with the top headlines nearly every single day. And we're starting this podcast today, Tuesday, March 26, 2024, the day of the tragic news in Baltimore, the deadly bridge collapse, the Francis Scott Key bridge collapse. And we're going to get into this very quick, why this channel is called News by the Numbers. Again, literally every day, news is contrived by a numerical code. Numbers are more important than just counting. That's why on the Masonic temple, it's etched all is number. It's why the fourth book of the Bible in the Torah is titled Numbers. To make a point about this ritual today, this News by the Numbers that took place in Baltimore, that's going to cost the taxpayers a bundle of money. They said the bridge collapsed at 1:28 a.m. 1:28. This matters. This is very specific. It's the Francis Scott Key Bridge, and today is 128 days before August 1st, which is Francis Scott Key's birthday anniversary, August 1st. We're going to get to why it matters that today's Nancy Pelosi's birthday, and you can look up the headline from August 1st, 2022, that she started her Asian tour in Singapore on Francis Scott Key's birthday. Again, today's her birthday, when they're saying a Singaporean shipping vessel crashed into the bridge, taking it down at 1:28. But again, today's 128 days before Francis Scott Key's upcoming August 1st birthday. And the president of the United States right now, a Democrat, a Catholic like Nancy Pelosi, who's pledged major infrastructure reform, today he asked the Congress and the American taxpayers to foot the bill for the bridge rebuild as well as the port of Baltimore. And the thing is, today is Joe Biden's 128th day of his age. His 128th day of his age. And recall, a few years back, he was in Pittsburgh on January 28th, 128. And that day there was a bridge collapse in Pittsburgh, the Fern Hollow Bridge, near the Tree of Life Synagogue where the mass shooting happened. And what we're going to get into is what the meaning of this 128 is. You can recognize the numerical pattern, but what gives the 128 meaning is something that comes from Kabbalah. If you look into Kabbalah, you heard that term, the Cabal, the secret political faction. That term comes from Kabbalah. Again, Albert Pike wrote the letter, or the book, I should say, Morals and Dogma, where he talks about how Freemasonry is based in Kabbalah. Again, Freemasonry, etches on the temple, all is number. In the opening paragraph of Kabbalah's Book of Formation, it is stated that God created the world with numbers, letters, and words. And what I've been educating about for more than a decade is how these authorities, some of them, play God over us every day with rituals that are numerically encoded that are meant to shift the things that we believe, the things that we think, that are meant to persuade us to succumb to agendas that so often are about taking more money out of our pockets through taxes and also taking away our rights and liberties as more and more a surveillance safety state is being built around us. In this Kabbalistic practice of letters and numbers and words, you code numbers into words and you decode numbers from words. And this practice is called gematria. In gematria, the phrase bridge collapse equates to 128. Maryland equates to 128. Fern Hollow equates to 128. And in a moment, we're going to get to a famous painting by Salvador Dali about the collapse of a bridge and the end of a dream. And the title of that portrait, that painting, equates to 128. And of course, the ship that crashed today is called the Dali. And the last time it was involved in a major accident was back in 2016, and the time of Barack Obama. And of course, Obama was Biden's wingman. And Obama recently put out a movie about the fall of America, where the first major sign something's wrong is the crash of a large cargo container onto a beach called, and the name of that ship was the White Lion. In this gematria code, White Lion equals 128. We're going to get to the significance of this number, what it's pointing to. We're going to talk about where the governor of Maryland fits in right now. He's from Tacoma Park, Maryland. And we're going to talk about the parallel with the Tacoma Narrows Bridge collapse in history, the worst bridge collapse in American history, how this year will be the 84th anniversary, and lighted today being Nancy Pelosi's 84th birthday, and how Salvador Dali died at age 84. And Obama has that 84 birthday. And the mayor of Baltimore has an upcoming birthday, the date of the eclipse, the day the light goes out in the sky momentarily. His birthday's April 8th, which can also be written 84, and he was born in George Orwellian year 1984. Again, we're going to talk about all this stuff. The mayor, the governor, Nancy Pelosi, the names already mentioned. We're going to get to who's really pulling the strings on this. As they say, all roads lead to Rome. And we're going to talk about how connected this is to the Superior General, the leader of the Jesuit order. Of course, the last Superior General died at age 84. The first Superior General, Ignatius of Loyola, died 84 days from his birthday. And in gematria, Superior General equates to 84. So we're going to be talking about news, numbers, history, ritual, thus the title News by the Numbers. And as I've been begging the world for over a decade to listen, this knowledge allows you to see through what is going on every single day, and we're just touching the tip of the iceberg like we're the Titanic. We're going to get a lot deeper. We're really going to connect some dots. We're going to take some guests tonight. We're going to stay on for a number of hours. We're going to try out the new call board. That's going to start at 11 p.m. Pacific, 2 Eastern. I would have liked to have started it sooner, but I'm going to have to look into my subscription service. You think for $500 a year, you'd be able to start sooner than 11 p.m., but we'll get to the bottom of this. Anyhow, that's the forecast for tonight, and let's take it from the top. I am going to be redundant about some points because I want them to really stick in your head. I want you to remember the things I'm saying so you can share them with your friends and your family. And if they dismiss you today, you can pay attention and bring back this video days, weeks, and months from now, because I think we're going to point out some events that we can anticipate later this year. If you've been watching the news, you've heard a lot of pundits go on TV today talking about how much dated infrastructure there is with serious defects that could end up like Baltimore today. And again, order out of chaos is the motto, which we'll understand more. Order out of chaos equates to 75, and today's 75 days after the anniversary of Francis Scott Key's death. But order out of chaos is the Jesuit Masonic motto for creating the problem and providing the solution. Just like today, you see this major tragedy happen, and then the president comes out and says, we need more tax money right now to rebuild this bridge and the port even bigger and better than ever. And the governor is calling out May Day. That's been a headline all day. The May Day headline, we'll get to it. But May Day is May 1st, which is associated with communism, also the anniversary of the founding of the Illuminati. And it's associated also with workers' rights. And again, with the communism, it's, the communist government creating more and more jobs for the people through government enterprise, just like how Joe Biden has created a lot of jobs per his stats, and the majority of them have been government jobs. Anyhow, we're really going to bring this together. So let's start to get into it. And I'm actually going to start here with the 86th day of the year. You might know the terminology of 86th, to get rid of. Francis Scott Key is from Frederick, Maryland, which has a gematria value of 86. And by the way, if you're new here and you don't know how to get these number values for words, understand I am an author. I have 2 books out there, Letters and Numbers and Number Games by yours truly, Zachary K. Hubbard. It's very simple. It's A, B, C is 1, 2, 3. We're going to go over what are the 4 base ciphers of the English language, and we're going to explain how all 4 are so relevant to this ritual. But just bear with me and listen for now before we get to that teaching moment. Frederick, Maryland equates to 86. Again, that's Francis Scott Key, where he was born. And again, today's the 86th day of the year. And as I mentioned, Francis Scott Key's birthday is August 1st, 8-1. Look up the headlines. Every news source syndicated it. August 1st, 2022, Nancy Pelosi shook hands with the leader of Singapore that day on the beginning of her Asian tour. Sounds like something out of a war's past. But again, August 1st, she shakes hands with the leader of Singapore. Now today's her birthday, and she's from Baltimore. And a Singaporean ship crashes into the Francis Scott Key Bridge. And keep in mind, Minnesota just had a bridge get wiped out on August 1st, and CNN had Amy Klobuchar on all day to talk about that. We'll get to why it matters that Amy Klobuchar is 63 years old, and today's the 307th day of her age, which is the 63rd prime, when Francis Scott Key died at age 63. From the day that Nancy Pelosi met with the leader of Singapore and shook his hand August 1st, 2022, to today is 603 days later. That's kind of like 63. Wouldn't you say 603? 0 can be a null value. Again, Francis Scott Key died at 63. Again, this story points to May Day, which is 36 days later. We'll get to how the bridge has the gematria 36. And again, May Day is associated with the Illuminati, which in gematria, the Illuminati equates to 63. Anyhow, from Nancy Pelosi's meeting and handshaking with the Singapore leader in light of today's ritual, 86 weeks and 1 day later. And again, today's the 86th day of the year. The bridge got 86th, like Hiroshima, on August 6th. Again, if you want to go back and look at the Minnesota bridge collapse, that was August 1st, 2007. Okay, so again, Amy Klobuchar on the news big time today. The last time she was on the news this much was when in Minnesota, George Floyd, was the ritual. And George Floyd was killed on Amy Klobuchar's birthday, May 25th. And that's the day, that was Memorial Day that year, which came out of the Civil War. And then, of course, all the Confederate statues were torn down after George Floyd. That was another major ritual, which we covered in great detail for News by the Numbers. I even wrote my book, Number Games, talks all about everything they did with George Floyd, all the Civil War Confederate tributes, where we're being led to. And in just in days, we got a new Civil War movie coming out on the anniversary of the American Civil War. But to stay on topic with this, Amy Klobuchar, again, 63 right now, had a bridge collapse in her state on Francis Scott Key's birthday, a man who died at 63. And again, this perfect ritual on her 307th day of her age, the 63rd prime, when again, she's 63 right now. The Illuminati in gematria equals 63. Major League Baseball equals 63. I bring it up because we're going to talk about the parallel with the Baltimore Orioles owner who just died the other day and how it really does tie in perfectly with this. How it's the same ritual in terms of numbers, which we'll get to. Again, this happens in Baltimore, who's one of the favorites in the American League, right before the baseball season gets underway. Of course, Baltimore had a great season last year, the first time in a long time, and finished with the best record in the regular season. So, again, the articles, like reading CNN, it talks about how the lights were flickering on the boat at 1:27 just before it impacted and collapsed the bridge at 1:28. We're going to really hit that point, but just to emphasize one more time why it matters that this happened on Nancy Pelosi's 84th birthday. Again, there's a painting by Salvador Dali, which is titled The Broken Bridge and the Dream. Salvador Dali died at 84, and today's ship was the Dali. Okay? There's so much that could be said about this. I'm just trying to keep it as efficient as possible. But the name of this painting, The Broken Bridge and the Dream, the gematria of it is 128, like bridge collapse, like Fern Hollow. And again, it happened at 1:28 in the morning on the 128th day of Joe Biden's age, who a few years ago was in Pittsburgh on 1:28 to talk infrastructure when the Fern Hollow Bridge collapsed. Now, like I said, there's 4 base ciphers of the English language. To get bridge collapse to equate to 128 like Fern Hollow, you just take the alphabetic order. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4, E is 5. You turn each letter into a number, and then you add up the word number by number, just basic addition. The 4 ciphers of the English language are the alphabetic order, the reverse alphabetic order, the alphabetic order with numerology applied, and the reverse alphabetic order with numerology applied. And to make a point, the word Maryland with the alphabetic order equates to 88. 1:28 in the morning is the 88th minute of the day. Maryland with the alphabetic order and numerology equates to 34, like how the Ravens won their only Super Bowls with 34 points. But today is exactly 34 days, or not 34 days, excuse me, exactly 34 weeks after the Francis Scott Key August 1st birthday. It's exactly 34 weeks after his last birthday. Maryland with the reverse alphabetic order is 128, like 128 going with the bridge collapse in the Fern Hollow. And today is 128 days before Francis Scott Key's upcoming August 1st birthday. So you get Maryland with the 34, the 128, the 88. The last cipher is Maryland equates to 47 with the reverse alphabetic order and numerology. Again, alphabetic order forwards and backwards with numerology. So you have 88, 34, 128, and last 47. Look up all the stories. They had to tell you that the water was 47 degrees when the bridge collapsed, but it was 3 days prior that the bridge turned 47 years old. And again, this is all synced up with Joe Biden, who was the 47th vice president, who took office with the 47-year-old Obama once upon a time. And again, Obama, who just put out that movie about the fall of the nation, that the first big sign is a oil tanker crashing onto the shore because there's a power outage. They said this boat had a power outage today, thus why it crashed into the bridge. The power going out, as they're saying, the cause of it going off course and wrecking into the bridge. Again, the name of that boat in the film is White Lion, which equals 128. And let's not forget that was the name of the first slave ship to arrive in America's history as well, back in 1619. And in the new book, or the new film that Obama produced, Leave the World Behind, again, they find a radio signal that they can communicate on, and it's radio signal 1619. 1619, the year the White Lion, the first slave ship, arrived in America. This film by the first black president. Okay, so coming back to these base ciphers. Bridge collapse equals 128. bridge collapse also equates to 79. And the Salvador Dali painting is from 1945, which means it turns 79 years old this year. And then with regards to Francis Scott Key, he died in the year 1779. And we're going to get to where 79 is important. It's important to the Templars and the Jesuits. And the Templars are the original bankers. And the Jesuits run the Vatican that has its own central bank. And they run this nation and a lot of nations as well, as we'll get to. There's a reason the COVID pandemic began on the 79th day of Anthony Fauci being 79 years old, a trained Jesuit who was the face. And again, we're really going to bring all this together. How all of these same repetitive patterns happen in the news by the numbers cycle. So 79 years from the Salvador Dali painting, and the name of that painting, The Broken Bridge in the Dream, it equates to 128. Alphabetic order numerology. The Broken Bridge in the Dream, 128. Just the alphabetic order. Bridge collapse, 128. So you can see how this system of 4 ciphers works. And we've been demonstrating it, if you're new here, for a decade. We've been accurately forecasting future events for a decade. The patterns we're talking about today that it took place in this ritual have taken place in rituals in the past on this date. So, again, this whole thing about 84 and Pelosi being 84 and the significance of the number 84. The word Jesuit equals 84. United States of America equals 84. The Jesuit order equals 84. The Catholic Church equals 84. The leader of the Jesuits is the Superior General, 84. Again, we're going to get to how perfectly tied to him this is. But the mayor of Baltimore, a young guy, Brandon Scott, born in 84 on April 8th, 8/4, the date of the upcoming total solar eclipse, the day of the college basketball championship in Arizona, which equals 84. And, in light of this whole power outage thing, remember Public Enemy put out the album the other year with Arizona on the cover, What You Gonna Do When the Grid Goes Down? And then they also have the song By the Time I Get to Arizona. Again, we're going to really bring this together and how it's no accident. If you weren't here when that Public Enemy album came out, we were able to predict that coming Valentine's Day, 142 days later on 14/2, 142 days after the release of the album. Again, Arizona's birthday is Valentine's Day. That's why Arizona's the Valentine's Day state. But we were able to forecast that there would be major power outages in the nation on that day, and there was in Houston because of the crazy weather. There was in Portland because of the crazy weather. There was in Atlanta because of the crazy weather. Atlanta on the 84th Meridian West. Anyhow, this mayor has this perfect birthday for the day of the upcoming eclipse when the light in the sky will go black for a moment. Again, Obama foreshadowing power outage. Obama with the August 4th 8/4 birthday. The March Madness tournament, if you're watching the ads, they keep running 2 ads that involve power outages. Been a lot of predictive programming for power outages. Janet Napolitano, who used to be a politician in Arizona and the head of Department of Homeland Security, when she left office in 2013, she said the next 9/11's not if but when, and it's the national power grid going down and a terrorist attack. Think about it. Old infrastructure, right? We have a lot of old infrastructure, even our telecommunications. In a lot of ways, it's dated. There's so many things they could do. They need the big excuse to bring the big renovations. Anyhow, 84. Very Orwellian number, very relevant number when you learn gematria. Another point I have to make about Salvador Dali, who died at age 84. Today's collapse to his upcoming birthday anniversary, May 11th, is 46 days later. Now, again, this is all synced with Joe Biden, number 46, who was elected exactly 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday, something we called out more than a year in advance because Catholic equals 46. And the last Catholic president, JFK, was assassinated at age 46. 46 books in the Catholic Old Testament. Again, in Gematria, Catholic equals 46. It goes with why Beau Biden died at age 46, before Joe Biden became number 46. But today, 46 days before Salvador Dali's birthday anniversary, in Gematria, Salvador Dali equals 46. Brandon Scott, the name of the mayor of Baltimore, equals 46. The Latin for order out of chaos, which is ordo ab chao, equates to 46. The word chaos itself equates to 46. This number shows up a lot in rituals like this. and that same cipher, sacrifice, equates to 46. Genesis 46 begins with the sacrifice. They're reporting that the people who died today are Indian. They're saying Indian workers are the 6 people missing today. Dali is very much associated with Hinduism. You can look up the picture of Salvador Dali posing like the Hindu goddess Shiva. But again, this is high ritual. When the Georgia Guidestones came down the other year, talked about a plan for depopulation, they said the Hindi transcription's what got destroyed. You know, we all know about CERN and Shiva. If you don't, that's something to look into. But 46, it's a number of chaos. It's a number of order out of chaos. And again, that is the agenda. Create the problem, provide the solution. By the way, Joe Biden's infrastructure bill, that passed November 15th, a couple years back. That's the day leaving 46 days left in the year. For people who don't know my history, November 15th was the worst day of my life. 1 year into putting this information out into the world back in 2014, I came home to my house on November 15th. The door was kicked in. The whole house was ransacked. I ran a business out of my house. Everything was broken that wasn't stolen. My life became chaos on November 15th, and I still claim to this day, had I not been putting out this knowledge into the world, that would not have happened. That was a sabotage of what I had going in my life on the day leaving 46 days left in the year. And this year will be a decade since that happened. And that was a really hard thing for me to battle back from. It put me in a really bad spot. You guys remember the Miami bridge collapse that year? That same year Biden passed the infrastructure bill, the crazy Miami bridge collapse on Freemasonry's birthday, Freemasonry the builders, when the Masons etch Allah's number. Again, it was June 24th. They had the Israeli Defense Force over here investigating it. Again, that was the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. The IIJA passed November 15th, 2021. And what's crazy is the name of that bill, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, has a gematria value of 135. Today is 135 days after the leader of the Jesuits' birthday. That's Arturo Sosa, the Black Pope they call the Superior General. Again, Superior General equates to 84, going with all the 84s in this ritual. Again, Pelosi's birthday, 84. Salvador Dali, the mayor, Obama, things I'm forgetting. But remember, in Gematria, this is the 84 list. One more time. I know we're being redundant. We got to make sure this stuff sticks. United States of America, 84. The Catholic Church, 84. The Jesuit Order, 84. The word Jesuit alone, 84. The leader of the Jesuits, Superior General, 84. The last Superior General of the Jesuits, Adolfo Nicolas, died at age 84. Again, the first Superior General, Ignatius Loyola, died at 84 days from his birthday. Pope Francis, the first Jesuit Pope publicly, has 84 birth numerology. Born December 17th, 1936. You get that by adding 12 plus 17 plus 19 plus 36 for 84. He was 84 years old. Well, he was in his 84th year of life, I should say, when Joe Biden was elected exactly 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday is number 46. Again, Catholic 46. Today's ritual having a big 46 on it as well. But yes, 135 days after the Superior General's birthday, which is November 12th. And we're going to get to the bigger 135 because this morning when we saw the news, the bridge isn't actually red, but this morning when they were showing it, because it happened in the middle of the night and all the police sirens were out there, the images they were putting out made it look like the bridge was red, a lot like the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco where Nancy Pelosi is. Golden Gate Bridge has that gematria 135. You might have heard that Tom Cruise the day before was running across the Westminster Bridge covered in blood for the latest shot of Mission Impossible. We're going to get to how Westminster Bridge equals 84, but where it fits in with this 135 piece. If you're not familiar with Adam Weishaupt, the Jesuit who founded the Illuminati in Bavaria May 1st, 1776, I'd like you to look into that. Bavaria has the gematria of 135. So does Central Intelligence Agency. If you're new here and you don't know my work about the establishment of the CIA and a major Jesuit Illuminati tribute, again, some people call the CIA Catholics in action. And don't forget, just before 9/11, when things were really becoming clear for people who were waking up, popular book series was the Dan Brown Da Vinci Code series, talking about the Illuminati and the Catholic Church. Some people call the CIA, again, the Catholics in action. I just did another podcast just this weekend, again, talking about something I've been pounding a point home for over a decade about the significance of 1968 and how the 911 plan went into motion because in 1968, World Trade Center construction began in New York. 911 was made the National Emergency Dialing Code. George W. Bush graduated from Yale, Skull and Bones, and a number of other things related, including 2001: A Space Odyssey coming out. 1968, big year, coronavirus coined, fentanyl approved, MLK and RFK assassinated. Of course, RFK was big in the news today. His son, RFK Jr., which we'll talk about. His VP's up from where the Tacoma Narrows Bridge collapsed. She's Jesuit educated like he is. We'll really put it all together here. It's going to blow your mind. If you remember the RFK assassination scare in Los Angeles this past September 16th, go figure, that's the day of the birthday of his new VP nominee. But we're going to bring it all together, this big Jesuit theater. Anyway, 1968, so important to so many agendas. This bridge that fell today, it was financed in 1968 for $220 million. 1968 is when this project began to have legs. Construction began in 72, the year that Joe Biden became senator-elect and lost his wife and daughter in a car crash. And then when he was 72 years old, he lost his son. And again, Jesuit order has that gematria as 72. And that Illuminati symbolism on the dollar bill, 72 bricks on the pyramid. These things aren't an accident. Anyhow, Tom Cruise, if you missed it, he was all in the headlines for running across the Westminster Bridge with blood on him for the latest Mission Impossible scene. And again, Westminster Bridge, 84. That's over where the Queen died. And when the Queen died, the operation for her death was called Operation London Bridge. And remember, Liz Truss became the prime minister 2 days before her death. Liz Truss became prime minister on September 6th, 9/6, and then the Queen died 2 days later on the Virgin Mary's birthday at age 96. If you go back and look at my work about the Fern Hollow Bridge collapse, we were talking about how the Queen released a brand of mustard that day. It's a lot to explain, but of course, Pittsburgh's associated with Heinz, the mustard company, who's hosted the football field for the Steelers for so long. And of course, the Steelers are run by the Jesuit Rooney family. And look into the recent death of Steelers owners. A number of them have died at age 84. Anyhow, the Queen's death was in the time of Liz Truss. And Liz Truss was only prime minister for 45 days. A truss is a structure, an engineering structure to support a bridge. Liz Truss, 45 days. The word bridge equals 45. We're going to get to the governor of Maryland, who's 45 years old at the time of this ritual. Why the Warriors with the bridge on their uniform were playing today in the NBA in Miami that had the FIU bridge collapse during March Madness a few years back. And then more recently, the building collapse on Freemasonry's birthday, which brought about Biden's infrastructure bill. I hope I'm not overwhelming with the numbers. I know sometimes it's best to just stick to one number, but I'm trying to really drill in the point of 128, 84, and mix in the other parts of the rituals, because the numbers are the language. And again, if something like this is overwhelming to you, you got to come back and listen to it again. You got to learn what I'm saying, because once you learn these numbers and these patterns, you'll see just how persistent they are. It's as this podcast goes on, if you're new to it through the podcast, you're going to see how often I'm talking about the exact same patterns, the exact same numbers, the exact same combinations. It'll blow your mind how redundant it gets. But yes, and Mission Impossible, Tom Cruise is an intelligence asset, right? We're talking about the CIA parallel. And, I mean, you start to look at guys like Steve Mnuchin. They got connections with the Treasury, Skull and Bones, the CIA, movie production. you start to see how these characters on the world stage, how these things could come about. You got people serving all these positions from entertainment to government to money. Let's not forget Steve Mnuchin. He did the first audit of Fort Knox in forever, the day of the Great American Solar Eclipse back in 2017, and people didn't get the joke. We've been told for years there's no gold left in Fort Knox. In alchemy, the sun represents gold. So the day we finally audited Fort Knox was the day that the sun was blacked out, like it wasn't there, like the gold's not there. Anyhow, don't forget Steve Mnuchin was the guy who canceled the Harriet Tubman $20 bill, and that was the news right before George Floyd got stomped out in a big ritual for supposedly having a counterfeit 20. For the record, from Tom Cruise's last birthday to this stunt with the Westminster Bridge, that was 266 days later. The Jesuit motto, Isus Hominum Salvator, equates to 266, like Pope Francis, the first Jesuit pope, the 266th, the same man who spoke in Washington, D.C. on September 23rd, 2015, the 266th day of the year, and just did the same thing in Paris, France, the home of the Jesuits, recently, speaking there in a 266 ritual. Okay, so again, all this predictive programming for a big power outage, and let's hope it's nowhere near soon. Janet Napolitano, again, she gave the warning in 2013. We're coming up on the 11th anniversary of that. Public Enemy gave the album with What You Gonna Do When the Grid Goes Down, that warning just a few years back. And they gave it, the album came out on September 25th, which was the anniversary of JFK's weather control speech way back in 1961. And then after he died, Lyndon Johnson said, those who control the weather control the world. It was crazy weather that took down the power grid from Portland to Houston to Atlanta on Valentine's Day, when Arizona's the Valentine's Day state, and that's the state shown on the cover of, again, the Public Enemy album. The same group who put out the song By the Time I Get to Arizona. And that was about how Arizona was a racist state because they were the last state to recognize Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And don't ever forget that MLK was killed on the 95th day of 1968, that year of years, because he assumed the name Martin Luther after the Protestant Reformation leader who wrote the 95 Theses. And then Martin Luther King Jr. gets assassinated on the 95th day of the year, 3 days before the Club of Rome was established by the Rockefellers. So again, the eclipse this year is the day of the March Madness tournament where they're running ads showing a power outage. It's on the 8th day of the 4th month. Arizona's another 84. Again, an event to turn a nation. You know. Today, if you were watching the news, one of the first official people they had come really share some big details, and she was sure to compare this collapse to the Fern Haller collapse, but it was Jennifer Homendy of the Department of Homeland Security, Janet Napolitano's old branch that she stepped down from, saying there will be a power outage. Jennifer Homendy, 84. From the day the governor of Maryland took office, Wes, from the day he took office, January 18th, 2022, to this collapse today is 433 days later. That is the 84th prime number. And if you're new here, I've talked about that pattern so many times. 433, the 84th prime. Fidel Castro, who was Jesuit educated, who was beefing in the time of Kennedy. From the day that he shook hands with Pope Francis to the day that he died was 433 days later, the 84th prime. Again, Jesuit educated, Jesuit equals 84. From the day that Castro died to the day that his son supposedly committed suicide, that was 433 days later, the 84th prime. So just all these 84s today. Again, Pelosi's 84th birthday from Baltimore. Salvador Dali, dead at 84. Again, this is an overwhelming pattern right here. The mayor fits in. The governor fits in. For years, we've been educating about this. When these major rituals go down in these states, it's synced with the governor. It's synced with the mayor. It's synced with the president. These are planned rituals. It goes to show that these people who are selected and installed into office, they're chosen for the planned rituals that are to unfold in the time of them being in office. Been explaining this for a long time. What I'm about to say is something I could have started with tonight. We talked about how the bridge collapsed at 1:28 a.m., the 88th minute of the day, and it's the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Again, Maryland equals 88. The Star-Spangled Banner, which Francis Scott Key wrote, equals 88. The Star-Spangled Banner is about the 13 stripes. This is the nation that began with 13 colonies, where we go to school K to 12 for 13 years, and we pledge to those 13 stripes. We say the pledge when we don't even understand the words yet. We're too little. Today is 13 days before the eclipse. The day of the collapse, March 26th, is 13 days before April 8th. And let's not forget what they just did in Hawaii. Again, in Gematria, Joe Biden equals 64, Maui equals 64, Barack Hussein Obama equals 64. They had Joe Biden wait until Hawaii's 64th birthday as a state to speak, and that was 13 days after the fire began on August 8th, 8/8. The day in history that it was made the 808 area code, the 808 drum machine out of Japan that made hip-hop music. It was the 50th anniversary of hip-hop when Hawaii burned up, not far from Japan, where the 808 drum machine comes from in Hawaii, the 808 area code. Remember the other year when they had the missile scare in Hawaii? They said it was just a false alert, and they put it out to all the residents at 8:08 a.m.? But yeah, the 50th anniversary of hip-hop, the 50th state Hawaii. You guys, these are just mega rituals. And then RIP to the rapper Maku, who dropped dead at age 50 just days later. But Obama with the Chicago-Hawaii connection, like Kanye West, who did the 808 and Heartbreak. The fire, the Great Chicago Fire, huge ritual with that. A lot of people claim that the Jesuits set that fire, if not the Jesuits, the Masons. Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the Jesuits, said, "Go forth and set the world on fire." Of course, fire was part of today's story, too, with when the bridge collapsed on the cargo. But yeah, again, just absorb that right there. 88th minute of the day, 1:28 a.m. Maryland, 88 forwards, 1:28 in reverse, like bridge collapse, 1:28. Like the Salvador Dali painting, the name of that, 1:28. Again, on the 128th day of Joe Biden's age, this happens when he was in Pittsburgh on January 28th. When the bridge collapsed. Let's not forget Baltimore's football season ended by the numbers this year on January 28th. But again, 128 days to Francis Scott Key's upcoming birthday. Fern Hollow, 128. That's the bridge that collapsed again on 128 that Jennifer Hannanby compared today's collapse to. Of course, today's really was a lot more dramatic. It's a lot bigger bridge. But still, the parallels in the numbers. Again, Baltimore Ravens season ended on January 28th. The Chiefs advanced to Super Bowl 58. The Ravens fell to 5-8 versus the Chiefs all time in that game. Andy Reid stayed on 58 losses in the opening round. The Chiefs became 5-8 in the wild card round. From that game to today's collapse, 58 days later. In Gematria, Baltimore equals 58. So does Pittsburgh, where Fern Hollow collapsed. Of course, the Ravens and the Steelers play in the same AFC North. And as I've been educating about since forever, the NFL is scripted and synced with world events. We've been proving this, forecasting rigged games and outcomes long before they happened, over and over for the last decade. If you're new to that, look it up. You know, I've had USA Today write a hit piece on me for trying to denounce what I've been exposing. Sports and news, rituals, all the time. This past NFL season, we had the Eagles to get upset by the Giants in the last game to fall to 11-6, and the Giants to get to 6-11 because Philadelphia had their bridge collapse on June 11th, 6-11 or 11-6, just like what both teams' records became. Matt Ryan gives up the huge lead in the Super Bowl, and then Interstate 85 collapses in Atlanta. Matt Ryan went to the Jesuit College, Boston College. The Patriots up in Boston beat Matt Ryan after giving up a 25-point lead on 2/5 when Falcons equals 25, and that was the 97th NFL season, the 25th prime number, the year they moved the touchback to 25 yards. We were talking about 1968, all the rituals that went down that were synced up with 33 years later when 9/11 happened. The New York Jets won their only Super Bowl in 1968. Think about it. The year 911 became the code, the same year World Trade Center construction began in New York, in the same year Bush got out of Yale Skull and Bones, the same year Boeing debuted their jumbo jetliners when Boeing was founded by a member of Yale Skull and Bones. Boeing's up in Seattle, Washington, which equals 68, going with the year like the word terror, 68. Like Joe Biden. Here's something that's sick, you guys. Joe Biden passed the nation's first counterterrorism legislation on Governor Keating's birthday. He was the governor of Oklahoma 68 days before the Oklahoma Federal Building blew up on April 19th, which is the day in history Ignatius Loyola became the first superior general of the Jesuits. And again, 68 days earlier, Timothy McVeigh was born in 68. Terror, 68. Timothy McVeigh was put to death 3 months to the day of 9/11 happening on June 11th. The day that Philadelphia collapsed. And then 3 buildings fell in New York City that day, buildings 1, 2, and 7, and they called it the new Pearl Harbor, when Pearl Harbor happened on December 7th, 127. When Maui burned up this summer, we put out a lot of content talking about how important 127 was to that ritual. We're going to talk about where 127 fits in with today's ritual in just a moment. Again, these things aren't an accident, you guys. It's all high ritual. Now, again, we were talking about how this collapse came 58 days after Baltimore's season ended in the year Super Bowl 58. Chiefs won the Super Bowl on the Vatican's birthday. They won at 25-22, 47 total points when the over-under was at 47.5, and the first Super Bowl season was in the 47th season of the NFL. Vatican equals 25 and 47, like a 25-22 score for 47 points. Okay, but 58 days later, the bridge comes down. Other words that equal 58. Freemasonry, Rosicrucians, Solomon's Temple, Secret Society, they all equate to 58. Again, Freemasonry, the builders. Donald Trump on the campaign trail. He was the apprentice. Then he won the 58th presidential election after announcing from the 58-story Trump Tower. The apprentice is the first degree of Freemasonry, the honored apprentice. Okay, if your head's spinning, I hope not, but if it is, just take a deep breath. One more time, we're going to bring it back with another reminder exercise about the 4-base ciphers so we understand how this system works, so we can explain it to our friends and family. Alphabetic order forwards, alphabetic order in reverse, meaning Z is 1 back to A is 26, both orders with numerology. Maryland equates to 88, 34, 128, and 47 in the 4-base ciphers. Today's crash at the 88th minute of the day at 1:28 in the morning, exactly 34 weeks after Francis Scott Key's birthday anniversary of August 1st, 47 years and 3 days after the bridge opened. And they had to tell you that the water was 47 degrees at the time of the crash. I've been educating about for years. If you're watching this on YouTube and you're seeing the visual, I'm going to hold up the same license plate I've been showing for years. What is 47? Why did the Masons study the 47th problem of Euclid? Why is this nation's birthday the 4th day of the 7th month really? Again, this is a number of time. The word time equals 47. It's why the tropics are 47 degrees apart. Biden, who was the 47th vice president who took office with Obama at age 47. Both of these men so central to today's ritual. So here it is, the visual on the screen. From Francis Scott Key's birthday to the collapse March 26, exactly 34 weeks. You know, it's 238 days later as well. Do you remember when Afghanistan's government collapsed after Joe Biden pulled out the troops and they said it was the worst foreign policy failure since Jimmy Carter, who he's been compared to? By the way, they called Georgia for Biden on the 46th day of his age. Go figure. They're keeping Jimmy alive like a vegetable. Anyhow, if you go back and look at my work and when Afghanistan's government collapsed on the Jesuit order's birthday, it was all about the numbers 238 and 86. And I was explaining how the gematria of Eye of Providence, what's on the dollar bill, equates to 238 and 86. Again, it all comes back to money, dollars and cents, order out of chaos, create this huge thing, and then the taxpayers will pay for the huge repair, and the money will get funneled from the government to their favorite contractors, like the Halliburtons of the world. Who remembers when Halliburton bought up the world's largest oil cleanup company, and then Halliburton got the contract for cleaning up the Gulf oil spill in the time of Obama's administration? You know, Bush wasn't even in there anymore. Now Dick Cheney's getting the benefits while Barack Obama's in there. That's how you can see. Might be two different political parties, but the same corrupt system, acting like everything's an accident. Again, these people are lying to us all the way. These people want to tell us about how we need to save the earth. These people will poison the earth just to make money off it. Okay, so today's date can be written March 26th, or it can be written 26/3, like 263. That is the 56th prime number, okay? We talk about how this 56 plays hard on 26/3 every year. Case in point, Nancy Pelosi in Gematria equals 56. Today's her birthday. You think about the beginning of this nation, back in the time of Francis Scott Key, there were 56 signers on the Declaration of Independence. This nation's being undone. In Gematria, Washington, D.C. equals 56, like Society of Jesus. And the Jesuits set up camp in Washington, D.C. long before the federal city was moved there. They're saying the boat that crashed into the bridge today was Singaporean. That title, Singaporean, equates to 56. Fern Hollow, what this is being compared to, equates to 56. Obama's a part of this. He won the 56th presidential election. Funny enough, the phrase Black Lives Matter equals 56. And remember, that was painted on Church Street on the 5th day of the 6th month, the anniversary of the RFK shooting. Again, I'm going to bring together the RFK piece with this 263, 56, and his VP nominee today. Again, her birthday was September 16th, which was the day RFK Jr. had the assassination scare in LA, where his father was killed back in 68. And I pointed out how that assassination scare for him, RFK Jr., this past September 16th, was 263 days from the 56th anniversary of his father being shot on the 5th of June, a date that can be written 5/6. Now he has a VP nominee announced today on 26/3, when her birthday is the same day, September 16th. You know what killed me today, you guys? Part of the reason I ended up late tonight when I said I was going to start this stream is because I was talking to my mom on the phone for like an hour and a half. Again, she got so inspired by RFK today. She's calling up, asking me to really support him, vote for him. And then I asked her to listen to what I was saying. I was at my mom's house. I was visiting her. The last time I visited her was when the RFK thing happened. And I was telling her to her in real time. And she thought that had to just be a coincidence. And now she sees this today. My mom loves RFK Jr. Again, it's cognitive dissonance. She'll accept this work about Trump, Biden, any of these other people, Nancy Pelosi, but she won't accept it about her dear RFK Jr. And again, he's another one of these Jesuit-trained people. He had his anti-mandate lockdown rebellion in Washington, D.C. on Georgetown's birthday. He gave his first speech while running for president April 19th, Ignatius Loyola Day. Now, this ritual today and his nominees also Jesuit-educated, and she's literally from the town that's right by where the Tacoma Narrows Bridge collapse happened. You can't see the mockery in this. My mom doesn't want to see the mockery in this. She can't let it pop her bubble of hope. That's what we have to overcome, you guys. I don't know if it's going to be my mom's generation. You know, they're the baby boomer generation. A lot of hardcore chemicals were used on that generation. A lot of experimentation. And I don't know. I love my mom, but I feel like most of her generation is just like robotic. And it's not everybody, but I guess that's even true about this generation, isn't it? Anyway, Society of Jesus. That's who's running this. Against all sync with the Superior General and the Pope. The gematria of Society of Jesus is 56 forwards, 79 in reverse. Again, the Salvador Dali painting came out 79 years ago. Francis Scott Key died in 1779 at a pretty young age. Today has the big 56 connection. Another 56 in that same cipher, Anthony Fauci. Coronavirus, COVID vaccine. Again, the COVID pandemic was declared on the 79th day of Anthony Fauci being 79 years old. Jesuit-educated Gavin Newsom said 56% of California will get coronavirus in 8 weeks, which is 56 days. He's 56 years old right now, went to Santa Clara, and people are saying if Biden doesn't make it to the election, it's going to be Gavin Newsom or Michelle Obama likely. Again, Gavin went to Santa Clara like RFK Jr.'s nominee. And again, I'm going to help bring this together more as we move on. But yes, notice the boat in Obama's movie like we talked about. White Lion, the tanker, that's the first sign things are getting bad. White Lion, 128 and 47, just like Maryland. Like the collapse today at 1:28 a.m., 3 days after its 47th birthday. And again, Biden was the 47th VP. Obama took office at age 47. For the record, president, White House, government, authority, Republican, Democrat, all of those things equate to 47. When you run the alphabetic order in reverse, the letters D and C alone equate to 47. D becomes the 23rd letter. C becomes the 24th. Or I might have just got dyslexic with that. But yeah, the two are 24 and 23, the 47th. Let's see. A would be the 26th. B would be the 25th. C would be the 24th. D would be the 23rd. There you go. Getting dyslexic. It's late night. I've been working at this since early this morning. It's been a whirlwind of a day. So thanks for bearing with me. But here's another 128. Independence Day. Independence Day equals 128. And you think about what day Independence Day is. It's the 4th day of the 7th month. Independence Day also equals 74, like how we more commonly write the date in the U.S., 7/4. Remember what happened the other year on Independence Day? We had that massive earthquake in Southern California, and they said the epicenter was at the China Lake military base. And of course, you had Jesse Ventura, who was apparently a nominee consideration for VP for RFK Jr. You know, used to be the WWE guy, used to be the governor of Minnesota where they had a bridge collapse. Used to do the conspiracy theory show. But he said in his conspiracy theory show that back when he was a Navy SEAL, Jesse Ventura, he'd plant big bombs along fault lines, and he said sometimes those earthquakes you feel, they're not natural. They're military experiments. So just think about that massive earthquake on Independence Day, July 4th in Southern Cal, and then an even bigger earthquake the next day, July 5th, in the same neighborhood of the epicenter. Again, there's been a lot of predictive programming for how the Golden Gate Bridge could go down, and there's really only one of two ways that seemingly could happen. An act of war or terrorist attack. And by the way, there's headlines all over right now about how there could be terrorists all over the nation because the border's been so wide open. Or a crazy earthquake. You know, these are really the theoretical ways that the collapse of the bridge could be blamed. Or I suppose, you know, the Dahlias in San Francisco Bay, next thing you know, taking a tour of Alcatraz and then just purposefully going full steam into the pillars of the Golden Gate. I guess it could also happen that way. But one more time, Golden Gate Bridge, 135. If you guys look, some news sources are trying to report that the bridge collapsed today at 135. It's definitely 128 because if you watch the footage, you can see the time. But there's a reason some sources accidentally reported 135. It's not a real accident. Again, it goes with how Biden's infrastructure bill, the Gematria, that's 135, and it's 135 days after the leader of the Jesuits' birthday, and how that number connects in with the Central Intelligence Agency, which no doubt is run by the Jesuits, which factors in with the ritual, again, of Tom Cruise running across the Westminster Bridge, filming the latest action hit of a super intelligence agent who does incredible things to save the world. And understand, the psychopaths, you know, they might think a ritual like this today is saving the world, because they say, see, doing this, yeah, it's going to inconvenience Baltimore in a big way. Sure, some people had to die today, but this is actually going to bring something great to the city. More jobs, a better port, a better bridge, a safer bridge. And plus us bankers, we're going to make a lot of money on all the interest we're going to get. The U.S. government's got to take out another big loan from us central bankers. Remember Thomas Jefferson, he said, if you ever have a central bank, you know, this nation will be hijacked and stolen. It'll be governed over by a den of thieves. There's also Thomas Jefferson who said every 19 years you got to have a revolution. And again, if you don't know why he said that, it's because the moon's on a 19-year cycle. And it's why COVID-19 came after the COVID pandemic. COVID-19, the pandemic was declared in 2020, 19 years after 9/11 and the 19 hijackers, which was 19 years after the war on drugs, which was 19 years after JFK got his head blown off, and so on and so forth, back to 1944, the most deadly year of World War II for Americans. Again, 19-year cycle. The moon on a 19-year cycle. The word chaos equates to 19. Today, 19 date numerology, the day that this happened. By the way, with regards to the 56, the word ship equates to 56. A ship took out this bridge, and the clearance of this bridge is 56 meters. 56 meters. I won't even get to the 185 feet that it also says. We just talked about that one yesterday with why the World Trade Centers came down 185 days after Osama bin Laden's birthday. And I heard the pundits comparing this today to Pearl Harbor, 9/11, Maui, all kinds of things, all kinds of tragedies throughout history. And the real comparison is these have all been rituals perpetrated on the American people. Again, with regards to Pearl Harbor, it happened December 7th, 127. 9/11, buildings 1, 2, and 7 fell. They called it ground zero, which in gematria equals 127, which is terminology that came out of the Manhattan Project that had to do with big bombs. Again, it was big bombs that no doubt turned the World Trade Centers to dust. If you go back and watch the original footage of what the first responders were saying before the towers collapsed, they said bombs were going off in the building. There's footage of the lobby of the World Trade Center before it collapsed, how there's just dirt and debris and dust everywhere from the explosions. Again, they're trying to bury this history. It's all facts people need to know. Anyhow, did you know that Joe Biden and Robert F. Kennedy, who was assassinated in 1968, the year that this bridge got financed 4 years before construction began, did you know that they both have a November 20th birthday? Because again, RFK Jr. was a big headline today too. I just want to make that point. Getting his VP nominee, who's half Chinese, half American. Isn't that nice as China takes over the nation? Again, the Jesuits have been in China and Japan for longer than the U.S. has existed. Understand, it is the New World Order. The New World Order is the Roman Catholic Church, the Templars, the Jesuits, the banker cabal. Again, the original bankers of this world were Templars. Anyhow, we talked about how it's the 128th day of Biden's age, and bridge collapse 128 and all the 128. That's true. You can also say today is 127 days after Joe Biden's birthday and RFK, his birthday anniversary. In gematria, Francis Scott Key Bridge equates to 127. And you read the articles, they mention the time 127 because they say the lights were flashing on and off on the boat, which was malfunctioning before it crashed at 128. But they make the time 127 part of the story. I was talking about this first thing this morning, reading the CNN story. The official title of the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy is just that, Assassination of Robert F. Kennedy. That's how it goes down in the history books. That title equals 127. Remember, RFK died at 1:44 a.m. the day after he was shot, like how his brother JFK died a span of 144 days from meeting with the Pope, like how Lincoln blamed the Civil War on the Jesuits and was shot on 14/4, the 14th day of the 4th month. And when RFK Jr. got in the race last year, it was April 5th, 2023, 144 days after Arturo Sosa's birthday. Jesuit order equates to 144. You want to go back to the Miami building collapse that was all kinds of weird on Freemasonry's birthday? That was 144 days before Joe Biden's infrastructure bill was passed. And let's not forget that Jesuit Georgetown simulated Joe Biden winning the election with the Transition Integrity Project June 12, 2020, 144 days before the election. Just like how Jesuit order equals 144 with the alphabetic order, the most simple cipher, President Biden equals 144. And don't think Trump's any different. He's Jesuit educated and he posed with the Pope May 24th, 2017, right after becoming president on the 144th day of the year. He stopped in Jerusalem for Jerusalem Day just before. If you're new here, we'll save it for a future broadcast about how Israel was created in a huge Jesuit ritual paying tribute to the Catholic Old Testament, which has 145 more chapters in it, and the word Catholic equals 145, thus why Israel was established on 14/5. Another 127 is Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Another 127 is the Bavarian Illuminati. And again, George Washington penned the letter about his concerns about the Illuminati infiltrating Freemasonry at the beginning of this nation's history, and now the Scottish Rite headquarters is in D.C. The Scottish Rite with the highest degree of 33. Today, CNN broke the news that Joe Biden would address the nation at 12:33 p.m. Eastern Time. In numerology, that's just 333, because 12 is 3 in numerology, all threes. It's funny, just yesterday I did an interview with the channel The Missing Link Live. Check out Jesse, The Missing Link Live. We were talking about 1968. We were talking about 127, 50, everything we're talking about today. We were just talking about yesterday in light of history and how the cabal uses these numbers in these major patterns as they, again, shift the hearts and minds and fulfill their agenda. Again, if you want to look it up, this bridge was financed October of 1968 with a $220 million bond. Again, the government sells bonds, people invest in bonds, they get a little interest back. The government achieves projects when they need additional money for things. That's how this bridge was built in 68. And no doubt it was built with the intent of coming down today. All right, so the governor, Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland. He's the 63rd governor of Maryland. Francis Scott Key died at 63. The word bridge equals 45. He's 45 years old. Again, today's 433 days after he took office, the 84th prime number, going with Pelosi's 84th birthday and all the other 84s we addressed. From his October 15th birthday, from his 45th birthday to today, is 163 days later. Patapsco River equates to 163. That's what the bridge is over. Barack Hussein Obama equates to 163. Again, he had the predictive programming with Leave the World Behind. And by the way, you guys, Leave the World Behind in Gematria equates to 192. Look at the big name on the wall at the end of that movie when they show the billionaire bunker. The name Commodus is on the wall. Commodus died in the year 192 AD at the time of the fall of Rome. Leave the World Behind 192. Commodus 192 AD. A lot of people learned about Commodus by watching Gladiator with Russell Crowe. That's the character he plays. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained, he said. People are so into entertainment, sleeping on this knowledge that we've been putting out with desperation for over a decade because we've seen that we're getting moved to this cliff. They're taking us to this dangerous place that was etched, that this place they're taking us to, it was etched in stone on the Georgia Guidestones. Just the other day, we had the 44th anniversary of the Georgia Guidestones. It was March 22nd. So it's 44 years and 4 days later. They said this boat took off at 44 minutes today, crashed into the pillar 44 minutes later, which was the 88th minute of the day, and they said it crashed into pillar 4. Again, 44 years and 4 days later. On the Georgia Guidestones, the first rule was to limit the Earth's population to 500 million. The last rule was be not a cancer on the Earth. Cancer, chemo, kill. Genocide, Georgia, they all equal 44. Kate from the royal family comes out on that day and says she has cancer right after the king, when doctors are saying that turbo cancers are showing up all over the world and they don't have an explanation for it. We know what the explanation is. Pfizer equals 44, the most sued company in the history of the world for wrongful death and injury, who got protection from prosecution for putting out a faulty product in the time of the pandemic, which they forced on you. Again, the first simulation for the pandemic was Cladex, May 15, 2018, 2 years to the day of Operation Warp Speed. 666 days before the pandemic was declared, like 666 in the Bible, which you must have if you want to buy or sell. Like how you had to have the mask on, one letter off from Mark, or you had to have the jab if you wanted to buy or sell. Sumerian gematria is just multiplying the alphabetic order times 6, so A is 6, B is 12, C is 18, and that cipher, vaccination, equates to 666. I'll let you think about it. I was watching CNN all day today to just pick up on as much as I possibly could. I couldn't believe some of the people they had on to come talk. But what I learned is one of the engineering firms on this bridge was McNeil Engineering. And they had on a man named Matthew Robles to come on and talk about it. McNeil Engineering equals 163. Again, the name of the river that the bridge is over is 163. Today, 163 days after the governor's birthday. For the record, 163 is the 38th prime number. Death equals 38. The story involved death. I just thought about something too. San Francisco in gematria equates to 202. And typically the 202nd day of the year leaves 163 days remaining. That's July 21st. Last year on that day, Tony Bennett with the hit song I Left My Heart in San Francisco died on that day. I'll just think about, heart, blood, Tom Cruise running across a bridge in London. The day before this news. For the record, San Francisco, where the Golden Gate is, where Nancy Pelosi calls home, where Gavin Newsom came out of. Oh man, I had my brain just froze. I was saying San Francisco. Oh, snap. I had a brain freeze. We're just going to have to let it go. We don't do edits around here. It slipped. Anyway, McNeil Engineering, 163 like we just talked about, also 100. Today's 100 days after the Pope's birthday. Again, the first Jesuit Pope. All major events in the world coordinated with the Pope and the Superior General. Again, we're on a 52-week calendar named after the Pope. The word Pope equals 52. You run it in reverse, Pope equals 56, like all the 56s with today. Another key point. Again, CNN had this up all day. Governor, ship's crew issued May Day before hitting bridge, with parentheses around May Day. May Day is also May 1st, the Illuminati's birthday, the big communist day. Today is 36 days before May Day. The word bridge in Gematria, with the alphabetic order forwards and backwards with numerology applied, both ways equates to 36. You know, in hockey today, the Capitals picked up their 36th win. Detroit played, I think it was I gotta go. There were a number of 36s today in hockey. It was crazy. But bridge, 36 forwards and backwards, 36 days to May Day, May 1st, the Illuminati's birthday, again, founded by a Jesuit, Adam Weishaupt. Bridge also 45 like the governor. Bridge in reverse is 117. Now, again, the governor's from Tacoma Park, Maryland. The worst bridge collapse in history was the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, and this year's the 84th anniversary of the Tacoma Narrows Bridge collapse. That 84th anniversary will be later this year, November 7th, right before the Superior General's birthday. November 7th, 117. And then here's the ultimate kicker, Salvador Dali. Salvador Dali, his full name is very long. It's Salvador Domingo Felipe Jacinto Dali y Domanac, Marquis of Dali of Pubol. That's his full name, which equates to 643. That's the 117th prime number. This bridge collapse synced with Salvador Dali, who died at 84. Okay. Now again, just about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's from this family of tragedy. By the way, you guys, Kennedy curse equals 144 like Jesuit order. His nominee is from right where the Tacoma Narrows Bridge collapsed. Her birthday is September 16th, the day that RFK Jr. had an assassination scare in LA, in Southern California, down where it quakes. But that assassination scare was September 16th. His nominee, Nicole Shanahan, her birthday is September 16th. The only thing that surprises me is she's born in 1985, the year after 84. I wonder if like a year from now they'll adjust her birthday and make it 1984. We've seen them do things like that before. Don't kid yourself. But as I pointed out, the day of his assassination scare, one more time, September 16th, it was 263 days before June 5th this year. 263 is the 56 prime, like today's 26/3. Today he picks her. Today he gets all this attention. But 263 days before June 5th, 5-6, 263, the 56 prime, Society of Jesus 56. Ronald Reagan, for another example, equals 56, and he died on that day in history too. Ronald Reagan, 56, like Washington, D.C., going with the 56 signers. He died on June 5th. Black Lives Matter, 56. They painted Black Lives Matter on Church Street on 5-6. Obama won the 56th election. Again, Black Lives Matter is a Jesuit operation. Just like the Black Panthers was a Jesuit divisive operation. That's why all their original meetings were in the Bay Area in Catholic churches. And by the way, the Bay Area, San Francisco, named after St. Francis of Assisi, who created the Franciscans, the precursor to the Jesuits. That's who Pope Francis is named after as well. Pelosi, from Baltimore to Catholic San Francisco. San Francisco, Bay Area, has two of the nation's 27 Jesuit universities, San Francisco University and Santa Clara, where the 49ers moved to. And let's not forget, after the Warriors beat Bill Russell died on the last day of the first ever Jesuitic nation year. He went to the Jesuit College University of San Francisco, played for the Celtics. Right after the Warriors dropped the Celtics to 17-5 in finals when Pope Francis equals 175. And again, the Warriors had beat the Celtics in Boston, like they won the championship in Boston on the Pope's birthday that season, December 17th. They dropped the Celtics to 7-5 at home. The Warriors became 7-5 in finals that year, winning it in the 75th anniversary season when Catholic Church equals 75, like Roman Catholic, like New World Order, like order out of chaos, like order alone. And again, today's 75 days after the Francis Scott Key death anniversary, as we get this major New World Order out of chaos ritual. Nicole Shanahan is 38 years old right now. Again, 163 is part of this, the 38th prime. Now that I think about it, the word earthquake has a gematria of 163. Remember the 1989 World Series earthquake between the Bay Area, Oakland, and San Francisco? I wrote about it in my first book, Letters and Numbers, what a planned, perfect military ritual it was. It was that thing Jesse Ventura was talking about, where sometimes the earthquake's the bomb triggering the fault line. Remember, this year, Shohei Ohtani went from the LA Angels to the Dodgers. He's a big focus right now. And right after that, you had a massive earthquake in Japan, his country, and then an earthquake the same day in LA. Again, you guys, history repeats itself. The bridge construction began 1972, again, the year Joe Biden became senator-elect. Construction ended, and it was opened in 77. From 72 to 2024 is 52 years later. Nancy Pelosi equals 52 forwards, 56 in reverse, just like Gavin Newsom. California also equals 52 in the same cipher. Again, Gavin's 56 right now. Could become the nominee if something happens to Biden, which RFK Jr. could be foreshadowing because he has the same birthday as RFK, who was assassinated on the campaign trail in 68. You follow? California also equals 65. In Gematria, bridge collapse equals 65, and RFK was shot on June 5th. That day can be written 6/5 or 5/6. You follow? That's why they made RFK Jr. a big part of the news cycle today, too. Golden Gate Bridge. We talked about the 135 in light of today's collapse being connected to Pelosi, who's she governs in San Francisco. Today, 135 days after the Superior General's birthday, the cross with the CIA and what they just did with Tom Cruise on the bridge the day before. Golden Gate Bridge equals 81 forwards and backwards. Joe Biden's 81 years old right now. Francis Scott Key's birthday's 8/1. Ritual equals 81. Go back and look at when Obama endorsed 81 candidates on August 1st. Biden supposedly got 81 million views and is from Scranton, Pennsylvania on Interstate 81. Suppose he got 81 million votes. That's what I meant to say. I might have said views because I'm too much of a YouTuber. But anyway, Golden Gate Bridge also equates to 297. And just for a date to circle just in case, October 23rd will be the 297th day of the leap year. And a non-leap year, October 24th is the 297th day of the year. This year's NBA season began on October 24th, 2023. Today, again, they had a ritual with the Warriors in the Bay Area with the bridge on their uniform playing against Miami, who's had some suspicious collapse things happen. The building and the FIU bridge. And the FIU bridge collapsed on the Ides of March. Beware the Ides. To remember the killing of Caesar. A date that can be written 15/3, like Jesuit orders also 153, like the Illuminati's 153. Biblical number, Holy Bible 153. These are biblical rituals. For one last one, do you recall last year when all the banks were collapsing in March and we were documenting how they were all 83 rituals and the word collapse equals 83? Today is 83 days after Salvador Dali's death anniversary. The word collapse equals 83. We just saw the death of the owner of the Baltimore Orioles right before their season starts on the 83rd day of the year, and the Baltimore Orioles last won the World Series in 83, which was 41 years ago. Baltimore equals 41, like Key equals 41, like USA equals 41. 41's the 13th prime, going with the 13 stripes, and this ritual going down 13 days before the eclipse, when the eclipse has to do with the moon that's on a 13-month cycle. And yes, one more time, Francis Scott Key died January 11th. Today's the 86th day of the year. That means it's 75 days later. If you need the visual on the screen, Order Out of Chaos, 75. New World Order, 75. The Superior General right now, 75. The founder of the Jesuits, the first Superior General, Ignatius of Loyola, his name equals 75. The founder of the Illuminati, who was a Jesuit, Adam Weishaupt, his name equals 75. May Day, the headline from the governor all day, May Day is when Adam Weishaupt founded the Illuminati on May 1st. For the record, Adam Weishaupt also equals 51 the other way, like conspiracy, like the date May 1st, 5-1. Rome equals 51. All roads lead to Rome. The Jesuits served the Roman Catholic Church. Founders worried about the Jesuits coming out of suppression. The Jesuit suppression lasted 41 years. In this nation, the USA, the 41 land, was founded in the time of the Jesuit suppression. The Jesuits came out of suppression in the time of James Madison, 144 days after his birthday, like Jesuit Orders 144, like the United States of America's 144. Right now is the 85th March Madness tournament. James Madison died at age 85, and one of the big Cinderella stories was the James Madison University that made the tournament and got a big upset in the first round over Madison, Wisconsin. I mean, come on. Lute Olson died at 85. Arizona coach, began his career with Long Beach State. Arizona beats Lute Olson's old school Long Beach State with 85 points in the first game of the 85th tournament when the Final Four's in Arizona. So yeah, these are the primary numbers. Is this overwhelming for the average person? Maybe it is, but I got to put it all out there for the person who can comprehend it, the person who can break it down and take bits and pieces and share it with their friends and family. But again, really, one more time, if you can break it down to 2 numbers for your family, let's just sum this up one time, 2 numbers, then we'll take some guests, and then in about 20 some minutes, we should have the phone line open. But all the 128s on this, all the 128s. Again, the bridge collapses at 1:28 a.m. It collapses 128 days before Francis Scott Key's birthday anniversary, August 1st. It collapses on the 128th day of Joe Biden's age, when it's compared to the Fern Hollow Bridge, which happened on 128 when Joe Biden was in Pittsburgh to talk infrastructure. Fern Hollow equals 128 like bridge collapse. And then again, the ship was the dolly that took it out. The name of the painting, The Broken Bridge in the Dream, equates to 128. And I forgot to put the screenshot in. So if you're watching this visual on YouTube, The Broken Bridge in the Dream, it's up on the screen right now. 128. That piece is huge. The White Lion part, Obama's boat, the White Lion in his movie, since he's connected to a Biden. White Lion, 128. That movie first premiered on October 28, 1028, kind of like 128, the day that Matthew Perry died, on Julia Roberts' 56th birthday. And if you've seen the Obama movie Leave the World Behind, Friends and Julia Roberts are a big part of it. I forgot to say, with regards to the power going out on the boat, the phrase power outage equals 56. And when Public Enemy put out the album, What You Gonna Do When the Grid Goes Down, that album came out 56 days after Chuck D's birthday, the frontman for the group. And if you saw us in New York for 9/11, we were talking about how 3 planes were used that day to hit targets, and the flight numbers 1177 and 175 added up to 263, the 56 prime, and how the word 3 equals 56, like 3 buildings came down, like how Abrahamic equals 56, like how there's 3 Abrahamic religions, like how light equals 56, like how in Genesis 1:3 God makes light. We're talking about how 3 and 56 has to do with light and darkness. Again, the Illuminati, the ones in the light, meaning they're in the knowledge. We're not in the knowledge. We're in the dark. We're getting played with by a simple code of ABC 1, 2, 3, the Illuminati code every day, and people aren't even seeing it right in front of their face, but they can't see it. Yeah, if you guys missed it, when we were in New York City to educate about this, we were in Times Square dropping facts, and you wouldn't believe who came out there. Flava Flav from Public Enemy. And I asked him, I said, what's up with your album, What You Gonna Do When the Grid Goes Down? And there was a handler there with him. He had a big old diamond-encrusted Star of David. You can catch this on video. We got it videotaped. That dude just came and got Flava Flav and just zipped him right out of there. He didn't like that we were there dropping all those facts and then asking him what's up with this album. I wish we could have got an answer. But okay, let me go out to the people who've been waiting patiently, and in about 30 minutes, we're going to have an actual call board. So let's go through these. We have a good group of guests here. We got Evan, who's doing great work out in Texas. We got DK Stonewood, who's joined us and done great work with us out in LA. We got a gentleman in the chat who I don't know, but I'm sure he's going to bring something great. And then we got D26, who's always special. And by the time we get through them, we should have the call board. So, Evan, you're up first. What do you got to add?
All right. I want you to look up the...
Evan, you still there? I might have lost him because I've had him in the back room for so long.
Can you hear me? I'm here. I'm speaking.
Evan, I'm going to come back to Evan. Let's go out to DK Stonewood. I see he's ready. What's up, DK?
Can you hear me? We could all hear the other guy.
Oh, snap. Maybe my audio setting's not right.
Yeah,
Hold on. Can you guys let me know? Can you hear them in the chat?
Yes, we can hear
DK,
them.
talk again.
We can hear the guests. You just couldn't hear us.
You hear him. Oh, you guys hear him? For some reason, I cannot hear him.
Yeah, we heard Evan, and
Why
they hear me.
I not hear him. DK, it's not you. It's my audio setting. For some reason, you're not coming through my headphones, and I do not know why that is. Try again, DK.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
DK, you there?
Uh-huh, but you can't hear me.
Yeah, I don't know why his audio doesn't make it through to me. That is a problem. Maybe Evan was talking too, and I couldn't hear Evan either.
Yeah, Evan was loud and clear. Evan was loud and clear.
I hate technical glitches. I'm going to try something out here. DK, are you still there?
Yep. You hear me now?
I don't know why I can't hear them.
Do you hear me now? What about now? Uh-huh.
DK, if you got something to present, just go ahead while I try and figure out the audio setting. Just present whatever it is, but for some reason I can't hear a word. You just go ahead if you're already not doing that. I'm going to try to troubleshoot until you come through.
Well, one of the things I was going to say about you going to these new mics, we could always hear you fine. It's almost been a couple of years, and I've always been able to hear you fine. So bringing in these new mics, I don't think has done anything positive other than make more technical issues. And it, when you were messing with all those parameters, you're bringing in a digital mic from your analog voice, and then it has to convert everything, and then it sounds like shit. That's why your new mic sounded like shit, because it's for people who are doing more musical stuff like singing, where it broadens the sound stage. Mm-hmm. And then you get that's where you get all those parameters to mess with it. I'm not a musician by any means, but I'm a bit of an audiophile. I got an expensive home theater, so I understand kind of how the sound works. And when you're converting from digital to analog, what it does gives you a very digitized, echoey sounding voice. It's like the baby version of what's that stuff all the guys that can't sing use? Auto-tune. It's almost like a little mini version of auto-tune. Good thing I was watching this live last night happening at the gym. I'm like the utmost expert on this particular topic because I work on these container ships regularly. Oh, I'm hearing something.
Try again, DK. I think I got it so that I can hear you. I just want to make sure everybody else can still hear you. So go ahead, DK. I think I fixed it.
Can you hear me now?
There's some kind of like static.
Yeah, I heard that static when you first said that, and I kind of hear it still a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely there. But I can hear you, but there's some crazy feedback on it.
Yeah, well, basically what I was saying while you were being quiet is that when you brought in these new mics, you're bringing in a new digital thing that's converting from your analog voice to digital. That's what's causing all these problems, and why your original new mic you hooked up sounded like shit. It's more for like
DK, I'm gonna pause and try a different setting and see if it corrects this feedback we're getting.
Okay.
Try again.
Is it better now? No, I could kind of still hear the feedback.
I don't know what that's about. Well, let's try now and see if that does it.
I still hear the feedback.
Before I changed the setting to hear you, were you getting any of the feedback, or was that not there when I couldn't hear you?
No, that you brought that in, yeah.
So it's something. So I can't hear you unless I go to this setting, but then there's horrible static on it. Great.
Are you using like one mic to talk and another speaker that's picking up all the sound? Is that what's going on?
No, it's supposed to. I'm using this Rode Connect system, and it's supposed to all just flow through the system, and this is not supposed to happen. So I don't know why it's doing that.
What I was saying a little bit while you couldn't hear me about is bringing in, when you brought in these new mics, I never had any problem hearing you. It's been like 2 years almost that I've found your work. I never had any problem hearing you. And then as soon as you brought in these new mics, problems.
Yeah.
And I don't think the mic made you sound any better in any way. It's still, I mean, I could always understand you just fine and hear you just fine. I don't need you to have like an echo behind your voice, like auto-tune or something, to make it like it's good or something.
Well, the thing about this system, though, is it's like a system that allows me to play all the audio through the mic. It's supposed to work seamlessly, and obviously we're having a little technical glitch. Man, I really don't know what other options I have to resolve the problem. Real quick, DK, stay there. I'm gonna try out Evan and see how it sounds with Evan over here.
He was super clear. He was super clear when you first started.
All right, I'm going to pause you for a second and just see if he's doing the static thing too when I bring him on. I'll be right back, DK. Evan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, there's a little static.
I'm getting the static thing for everything. Weird. All right. I think what I'm going to have to do is we're going to have to switch everything around here. Hold on. We're gonna switch up all the audio here and get this cleaned up. All right, bear with me one moment. Okay, let's see. All right. Can you hear me, Evan?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Now, chat, can you hear me and can you hear Evan? Can you hear both of us?
Can you hear me? Oh, there's no static this time.
You hear both of us. If you can hear Evan,
can you hear me as well?
Yeah, I got to make sure you guys hear Evan as well as me.
All right, it looks like the chat's saying they can hear us.
Okay. All right. We figured something out. All right, go ahead, Evan.
All right. I want you to look up this other cargo ship that crashed in New Orleans called the MV Brightfield. And there's something significant about the date that it crashed. So you see there, it crashed on December 14th, 1996.
Another day of familiar tragedy.
From today until the anniversary of the crash is 263 days.
I see. And you know, today they had the Thunder, who are originally from Seattle, playing New Orleans in what seemingly had some bridge ties. And yeah, I don't want to go into the whole basketball thing, but a lot of the basketball games today were symbolic. And so now you're bringing a crash in New Orleans in history, which looks like it very well could fit in. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's funny. The only reason why I even know about this crash is because my high school physics teacher brought it up. I guess because it lost power and it just like stayed in a straight line. And so they knew it was going to happen and they were able to evacuate the area before it crashed. But yeah, it's the same type of thing. The engine lost power, and then it crashed into the Riverwalk. And if you Riverwalk Marketplace, where it crashed into, that equals 127. Just like they're all the 127s in the crash. I guess now was yesterday, but earlier today. And there's another thing. Oh yeah, that's right. We had all the 88s with in the crash today, with Maryland equaling 88, and this boat here, the Brightfield, says it was launched in 1988.
I see. Interesting.
Yeah, let's see. Was there anything else about this one? Yeah, I think those are pretty much the main two things that I wanted to talk about, in the connections between this crash back in 1996 and the one today.
Yeah, it's a great observation, and I have a feeling that's why they were having the ritual with the Thunder in New Orleans today in the basketball game too. So, good research.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I got to go to sleep now, so
all right,
the other guys get on.
You have a good night, Evan. Thanks for staying around. All right, what's up, DK?
Hey, Zach.
Now we're good.
I missed like the first 15 minutes of the stream tonight, but it looks like you repeated yourself a few times, so I don't think I missed anything.
Exactly. I made sure the point stuck.
I have only listened to the short little videos you made today, like the 2-minute ones and the 4-minute ones, but I haven't listened to that. It looks like you already did a live stream for this, right?
I've been putting out content on this all day.
So I was at the gym last night as this was happening live, right before I was doing my cardio and about to finish up, and this came up on CNN. There's like 10 TVs, so I saw it and I was watching it, and I could probably be classified as the utmost professional on this type of thing because I work on these ships. So what did they say? What was the clearance on the bridge?
56 meters.
Okay, 56 meters. So that's at least like 100 times 3 would be like 100 and what, like 70 something. So it's probably like 180 or so feet. So that's absolute bullshit, because the cranes we use to unload these ships, that's a small ship, by the way, for us. For me, that's a small cargo ship. We work on ones where they're twice that size and they go like 9-10 on deck, 9-10 containers tall on deck. That's a smaller ship. That would be like a medium sized one. And so the cranes we use to take these containers off these ships are 187 foot tall is the beam, or 185 or 183. They're right around there. So that, if you look at the photo, that ship is so much bigger than that bridge. It's bigger than the top of the bridge, where they have like the way they make these what do you call the bridges, the suspension bridges. They usually have like the big tall points, which they call, what do they call it, stanchions or whatever, and then everything kind of hangs off of that.
Sure.
And so the only reason a ship like that would approach a bridge like that would be if it was a drawbridge, which it isn't. A bridge that opens up in the middle, which it isn't. So there'd be no reason whatsoever that enormous, well, it's not an enormous ship compared to all container ships, but that enormous ship in comparison to just all ships would be approaching a tiny, tiny little bridge like that, where the ship just totally eclipses the bridge. There'd be no way it could ever go through anything like that. And the clearance on that bridge, obviously, if the top of the containers on that ship are less than 100, 180 some feet, because it has to fit under the cranes to load and discharge the ship, there's no way that, that the bridge could be that, because if you look at it in comparison, the ship dwarfs the bridge. And then it said it hit one of those stanchions, but as I was watching it live last night, they literally replayed it. I mean, if it wasn't 100 times, I'm like, are we watching 9/11 again, where they're just replaying that 3-second clip of the CGI planes crashing into the building? That's what it seemed like. It just, they were replaying like a 5-second clip constantly. And, from the foreground where you're watching it on CNN, the bridge actually collapses like 100 yards to the left of where the ship allegedly crashed into it. And when they first showed it live, the ship was still in the background. It wasn't even like up against the bridge like it is now when they show you in the daytime from behind, where you can see that it's crashed into the thing. So if the ship would have crashed into one of the stanchions, it took out the stanchions, it would have pushed the bridge forward and yanked the rest of the bridge with it. That's not at all what happened. It collapsed. If you're looking at it from on the other side of the bridge, through the bridge, and the ship being on the other side, it collapsed to the left, then on the right, then around that area at the end where the ship was. So I'm looking at it, and one of my friends, he was on the cardio machine right next to me. I'm like, so what it looks like to me is they have some old ass bridge here they want to get rid of. And, they're going to stage some nonsense that a ship hit it, claiming that it lost power, which ship has its own power with a lot of redundancies, very similar to a plane. Plane has like 4 redundancy systems for everything, because you're in the air. If something goes bad, obviously you need, a backup, then another backup, and another backup. On a ship, there's like 2 or 3. So for the power to go out on a ship, I mean, you're talking about just like basically an act of God. It works off of the engines, so then they have a generators too. It makes that with their own fuel supply. So it just makes no sense that the power would go out. You saw some black smoke in the background and stuff. Whether that was from the ship, ships burn bunker fuel, so it could have been from the ship, or it could have been from maybe some detonations or some explosives, which is how they would normally bring down a bridge. I don't know if you've done any work so far on if this is related to the Pope, because the Pope is called the Pontiff, which is a bridge. Comes from the Pope is the new Caesar. The old Caesar was called the Pontificus Maximus as the title, meaning the main bridge between man and God. And now you have, the baby Caesar called the Pope, which is, I guess the baby bridge, the Pontiff. So I don't know if it's related to that as well. And then it's called the Francis Scott Key Bridge, you said?
Right.
Yeah, so you got, there's a fake Jew, Betsy Ross, another fake Jew. So to tell you a little bit about the creation of this country, you got fake Jews who are writing the national anthem, sewing the flag. I mean, I've been to Betsy Ross's house in Philly, by the way. So Philly, before they moved the capital, Philly was probably already totally taken over and infiltrated anyway. What else did I have to say on it? Let's see. And we're back to number 128 again, huh? 1028 days left before.
Oh, right. And that Obama movie, Leave the World Behind, premiered on October 28th, 1028. For people who forgot, at the tennis tournament the other year, the protester ran out there and said, we have 1,028 days left. And she was a climate change activist. Of course, climate change is another big 56, going with all the 56s today.
How many times have you and I have talked about that 128 at least 5 times already? And I kept bringing, I said, I know I brought this up already, but let me just, reiterate the 128. I don't know what it means for them.
Well, just in numerology, it's 11, right? 1 plus 2 plus 8 is 11. 11's the master number, just like 9/11 was the master plan in New York, the 11th state with Flight A11, 11 years to the day, George Bush's New World Order speech. And again, the buildings look like a big old 11, the World Trade Centers.
A real legitimate month is 28 days. So, I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I was also thinking we just had this Trump stands to lose, 464 million. And he just, his most recent loss was to number 46, Joe Biden, who's going to do 4 years, so for another 464. I don't know if there's a connection there. Which, I mean, who would owe $464 million to lawyers? I mean, can you imagine what kind of legal team is that, and for what? You know what I'm saying? It just makes absolutely no sense. One other thing I just want to throw in there, my buddy just had a funeral for his mom. They couldn't even get a church because everything's all booked up because, of course, all these old people are dying from the jab. And it's already the baby boomer generation that's going to have more deaths anyway. So all they needed is something to accelerate it. You can't even get a church. They were looking at to get a weekend. It was like a month and a half. For a month and a half, they would have to sit on the, body or the ashes before they could have a funeral. So they decided just to have it during the week. And his mom wanted doves, so they did a dove release. When they do that, you just call a company that does the dove release. Usually the mortuary is like connected to them or whatever. Just take one wild guess how many doves they released.
You tell me.
19.
Go figure.
I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. And of course, then I asked, his sister, who was the one who kind of did all the arrangements for the funeral. I'm all, why was there 19 doves? She goes, I don't know. That's just how they fit. Because she was like, okay, first we're going to release 9 doves, and then we're going to release 10, five at a time. And I was thinking in my head while she was saying that, and she's just reading off the thing that they gave her. And then they had all these things that the first 9 doves stood for. It was kind of like the 7 deadly sins, but it was like good stuff, 9 good things. And then I forgot what the other 10 were for. But, then I asked her later, I'm like, why was there 19 doves? Did you pick that? She goes, no, they told me that from the get-go. I was like, oh, okay, makes sense. So I'm figuring when they release doves at a funeral, it's always 19 doves. I've seen it before, but I never knew it was 19.
Interesting.
Yeah. And I don't know what else I haven't
been. Just for the record, the word dove in gematria equates to 19.
Of course it does. Yeah. Yeah. Nothing else that I have would be like necessarily particularly related to the topic that you have right now. It'd be more like stuff for a TFR, but since there hasn't been one, kind of just been lax on keeping any notes for it or anything.
There's no more TFR. I can't get in the website anymore.
No, I know. That's why I'm kind of just like not like keeping notes for, so then whenever I do call in, it's just like I'm trying to remember for the last 2 weeks what I was thinking, but I need to take like 3 bongos to remember everything.
Apparently Draymond Green of the Warriors with the bridge on their uniform choked number 88 on the Heat tonight. California has that 88 connection as well, you guys. Again, I think this is coming back big to California and Nancy Pelosi land. The clues are abound. So,
what were you saying about the Golden Gate Bridge?
Golden Gate Bridge, 135. Today's ritual was 135 days after the Superior General's birthday. And Golden Gate Bridge is also 81, like how Francis Scott Key's birthday is August 1st and Biden's 81 years old right now. Ritual's 81.
Was Evan saying that there was another bridge collapse on the same day previous year?
Well, I was saying that the Minnesota bridge collapse was on this day, or August 1st, 17 years ago, come this August 1st. And then they had Amy Klobuchar on, the politician from Minnesota, talking about that. And I was pointing out that she's 63 right now. And today's the 307th day of her being 63, which is the 63rd prime. And Francis Scott Key died at 63. And again, the bridge collapsed in Minnesota on his birthday. And then the governor of Maryland just happens to be the 63rd governor right now. And it was 603 days from Nancy Pelosi shaking hands with the Singapore leader on Francis Scott Key's birthday to the Singaporean ship today crashing into the bridge in Baltimore, her hometown. So,
what was the name of the ship again?
The Dali. Like Salvador Dali has the painting about the collapsed bridge and the end of the dream, and the title of that painting equals 128. And again, he died at 84. And then Nancy Pelosi turned 84 today. Today's 83 days after Salvador Dali's death anniversary, or a span of 84 days. So.
Yeah, there's no way that stuff's a coincidence. Is the name of the ship just the Dali or the Singapore Dali?
It's the Dali. For the person in the chat who says, what about April 8th? We talked about that. The mayor of Baltimore, their birthday is April 8th, the date of the eclipse. The date that can be written 8/4, the day of the Final Four championship in Arizona, which equals 84. And again, you got the Public Enemy album, What You Gonna Do When the Grid Goes Down, with Arizona on the cover. The Valentine's Day state. Again, there's so many 84s on this. For people who need it, again, that's why I was so redundant for people who it doesn't absorb. It's 433 days after the governor took office, the 84th prime. There's so many 84s on this ritual. And again, United States of America equals 84, the Catholic Church 84, Superior General 84. This whole ritual is synced with the Superior General. So,
I think we also have a couple more Gabby Petitos. You had that one person just recently, the Lindsay strain, right before they're going to release a new strain of the fake virus. And then what was these names today? Like Mikkelstrom, or what was There was a couple. There was some. I can't get it off this StreamYard because it'll shut me down if I try to go on another page to look at what those names were. The lady that came out and talked about it, her name was very fishy. Then you had that other guy. His name was Killerman or something from a story yesterday. I mean, just too many like names that are too coincidental with the with whatever event that they're corresponding to. It's like, what are the chances,
Indeed.
But yeah, that's about all I can think of right now. What were you saying now? You're gonna open up for calls after 11 p.m. Pacific. What's up with that? Is that some other service that only
Well, I
starts?
signed up for the call board, and it's fine in the daytime, but I realize at nighttime it makes you upgrade to the $1,000 plan to use what they call primetime hours. I'm like, man, if 500 isn't enough, $1,000. So I have to wait till 11 p.m. for the call board. Had I done it earlier in the day, I could have done it at any time, but they have it like blacked out from like 6 p.m. up until 11 p.m. You got to upgrade to the $1,000 tier to do calls at that time.
Oh, because that's when the internet's the most active for this. Yeah. Okay. Trying to make a couple bucks on people.
Exactly. Feels skeezy to me. It's like, man, 500 a year isn't enough. Come on.
Wow. Okay, well, I guess that's it. If I think of something else, I'll just call back during the call board time.
All right. Yeah, it's going to go back up here in a minute. Let me take a few more of these people in the room, and then we'll get to it. See if we can troubleshoot that. All right. Thanks, DK.
Okay, Zach. Talk to you soon.
All right. We got R, and then we got D26. What's up, R?
Oh, what up, Zach? I'm just chilling. But that Golden Gate Bridge. So, do you think this is connected? Because remember back in the finals with the Celtics and Warriors, and they kind of had this scare with the bridge as well. Do you think this time around something with this SF Bridge is actually, or the Golden Gate Bridge is going to like collapse? Golden Gate Bridge, they've been saying on the news, it's old. It's been hecka windy. When it was windy in the storm like a couple weeks ago, when it was like hecka windy and the storm's going on, the bridge is like waving and stuff like that. Do you think they're going to target the Golden Gate Bridge?
I do think that's where it's eventually going, and it could be an act of war, because that's the other thing brewing in the background is just war, and either something environmental or war. But again, the question is, how soon could it come? Is it just around the corner, or is it still a ways away? Because it's just like I said, they foreshadowed the destruction of the World Trade Centers for damn near 50 years before they did it. They've been foreshadowing the destruction of the Golden Gate Bridge in Hollywood for at least 20 years that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
But, seems that one day it will come.
Right on. I'm just chilling here too, by the way, because the audio is just way, way better as well. So I'm just chilling on the side.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming on.
This is 510, by the way, Zach. I'm not the troll.
Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, you definitely. All right. I just never know because I got the trolls hanging around, so you just never know. But all right, appreciate that, man. My bad. You were right too. Good call. All right. You have a good night. All right. We got a D26 sighting. What's up, D26?
Audio testing, because I'm in a different environment with a different settings.
Yeah.
Is it fine?
It's a little bit echoey, but I hear you.
Okay. There might be some background music.
All the way from India.
I missed my first lecture, that's why I'm able to call you. So, regarding the first thing, it's 33 weeks before the Superior General's upcoming birthday, exactly 33 weeks. And how I replied to, commented in one of your shorter videos that Maryland was the seventh state added to the Union on 28th of April 1788. Maryland was added to the Union in the year 88. Maryland equals 88. Now it is 333 days, as in the collapse of the bridge is 333 days from state of Maryland's birthday, and 33 days before its upcoming birthday. Not to mention it's 333 days after its 235th birthday. Society of Jesus equals 235. The Society of Jesus with the Article 7. Other than that, since you replied to my comment that it is named after Virgin Mary, when you asked me to look into the PM of England, the collapse was 201st day of Virgin Mary's birthday. Do you hear me?
I am. I'm just also setting up the call board in the background, but I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was the decode. That it is the collapse was 201st day of Virgin Mary's birthday.
Okay.
And I'm still decoding that. But yeah, regarding we found out the ship and all that stuff, I'm still finding out. So that's I still found that just like half an hour ago. So that's why I just wanted to add these two additions. That's it. And I think you probably found out. I think we both found out at the same time about the Brandon Scott, the mayor of Baltimore, having birthday on April 4th, which has a eclipse coming up. And he was born in 1984. Well, matter of fact, his name also equals 71. And I think I've mentioned this in my. Hold on, give me 30 seconds. It was probably in my notes. Hmm.
You still there, DK or D26?
I probably don't remember it right now, but it's related to. Uh, I think yeah, I probably missed that, but I think I've had some comments in your shorter videos. Probably missed those, not in my chain of thoughts, but yeah, that's what I would say. I won't go along with this.
Okay. Well, great observations as always. I appreciate it.
Right. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, friend. You have a good night. You take care. Okay. I am also trying to set up the call board in the background, and I forgot that you have to like punch in all these numbers. They make it a little bit cumbersome to get it started up, and it's hard holding a mic and working with one hand and listening to your caller, but I almost got it in here. Let's see if that works.
To start your show now, press 1. To hear important instructions. There are no shows scheduled within the next 24 hours. Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio.
What does it mean there's no shows scheduled? Scheduled for 11 p.m. tonight, March 26th. What's it talking about? What? I'm getting mad about this service. You got to wait till 11, and now it says, how can it say there's no... All right, I'm getting annoyed. What? All right, hold on, you guys. Bear with me. Bear with me. Let's see. I took all the time to set up this big fancy title and show explanation for 11 p.m. It was just on the screen. I was there's no show. What's going on here? Wow. I don't get that. That's impossible to me. I really don't get it, you guys. It was there the whole time. We had to wait till 11 p.m. We sign in right at 11. It says there's no show. What in the world? What a bummer. I got to get this figured out because this is the way to also do a live blog or a live podcast as well, rather than record it and re-upload it. But it is not cooperating. Doesn't make any sense. All right, let's try this out. Maybe I figured it out here. Maybe I figured out what I got to do.
Let's do this. Let's give this one more try. A little bit of troubleshooting here with this episode. So many things.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please enter your host PIN. When finished, press the pound key. To start your show now, press 1. To hear important... There are no shows scheduled within the next 24 hours. Thank you for using...
Can you guys hear this on my end? I mean, I'm in the show. I'm doing exactly what it says, and then it says hit 1 if you want to start down. It says there's no show scheduled. That does not make me happy for as expensive as this service is. What in the world? Just out of curiosity, if anyone wants to try this out.
If anyone wants to try this out, try calling this number real quick. It's saying it's not working, but I do have a number, and I just want to see if people show up on the call board if you dial that number. The call-in number for this board is 563-999-3532. And just want to see if we can make it happen. I don't think so, because I don't see the... Doesn't make sense. Major bummer. Technology, it just can't be easy. What's up, Rich?
I just called that other number, and it told me the same thing that it told you, that thanks for calling, but there's no calls scheduled for the next 24 hours.
Yeah, it's really annoying that it made me wait until 11 p.m. and it's right on the screen right now. Like I'm looking at it. It's like your episode is for March 26, 2024 at 11 p.m.
I wonder if you have to plan your shows ahead or something.
No, because I did the trial on this a while back, and I looked at the way it is. It's open all day except from, and I didn't realize that about from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. they make you pay more for the plan. But this is annoying because it's scheduled for right now, and it's right there. But then when I do all the instructions, it says there's nothing scheduled. It's like, okay, this doesn't make any sense. All right.
I thought I'd try to call that number and see. While I'm on here, congrats on another major event.
Yeah.
You blow my mind every year, man.
Yeah, I know. And we'll see how many more mind blows there are. See if we can get the people of the world to care.
Oh, man. I go to work and I'm able to tell everybody the entire thing. You know what I mean? That's credit to you, so I appreciate it.
What do your coworkers think?
Well, I don't get like trolled or nothing. They listen. Sometimes people like come up to me and because they see stuff I posted, or it's like I've gotten really good. Like I have credibility around here. You know what I mean?
Sure.
People like in the first couple of years, people are like questioning things and kind of trolling me a little bit, but all that seemed to have stopped since the pandemic. People, I got good credibility, and I've just learned to share your work pretty well. And I'd love to teach people to do what I do and get them a T-shirt. It's Pounding Pavement 2022 at gmail.com. Send you a shirt, teach you how to pound pavement, or show your friends and family in your area, and send you typed out literature of all these major events, that I've learned from Zach. So Pounding Pavement 2022 at gmail.com, and learn how to effectively spread this knowledge without having to you know, teach them gematria. You know, I let Zach do that in his videos. I just show them, hey, this is how you were deceived in this major event, in this major event, this major event, you know. So I appreciate it. And by 9:30 a.m. Eastern, I already had this whole thing exposed, man. That's awesome.
Well done, Rich. I appreciate it.
Hey, no problem, man.
All right, have a good night.
Yep.
All right. I'm wondering, I'm going to check something real quick. Bear with me because I want to figure this out. We need to get this thing to work. And I wonder if maybe it's like an Eastern Standard Time. And I'm just going to try setting up a show real quick for, it's still March 26th out here on the West Coast. In fact, it's 11/11, my first ever girlfriend. My first ever girlfriend, her name was Jen, which has gematria of 11. But she was the one that taught me that you're supposed to make a wish at 11/11. Oh, yeah. Anyway, let me see if I adjust the time of this to 2 a.m. East Coast time, if we can get in there, in case that's what's going on. Because I'm just baffled. So bad. All right, 1 second. I think right now on the East Coast is 2:30. Oh, here we go. Let's see if this works. All right, hold on. I might have figured this out. What I'm learning is maybe it's not good to, I just found there's another feature that says go live now rather than schedule a time. Hold on, let's see if I got it.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please enter your host PIN. When finished, press the pound key. To start your show now, press 1. To hear important... Your show is scheduled to start in 13 seconds.
There we go. There we go.
Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, my show is live. I just got to give you guys a phone number to call into. All right, this is the phone number to call into, and I think I'm going to have to flip around the audio settings again. Let's try this out. See if we can get this right. Okie dokie. Okay. Can you guys still hear me? Are my audio levels still good? Let me know if my audio levels are still good. And if they are, we can try taking our first call here in a moment because we have people on the line. Jennifer gives me a thumbs up. I'm going to assume that means you can hear me. Okay. All right, let's try this caller out. We got a call from 215, and 215, you're on the line. I want to see if I can hear you and if the group can hear you. Two 215. Well, if you guys can hear him for some reason, I cannot.
Can you guys hear 215? Because I'm having the same problem I have with StreamYard. For some reason, I can't hear, but maybe you guys can hear him. Can you guys hear 215? Let me know in the chat. Just give me a 215, right? Type it down if you hear 215 talking. You can't hear 215. Maybe he's not saying anything. 215, if you're there, don't get off the line. I'm going to turn off your mic and just try somebody else just for troubleshooting here. Because, again, what does that mean? All right. I'm going to come back to 215. Let's try out 531. 531, can you hear me? 531. I cannot hear 531. Can the chat hear 531? How about 531? Can you guys hear 531? No. Well, I got something to troubleshoot here. It's supposed to just work like a charm, but it's not. All right, we're going to do this then. I bet it'll work when I do this. It's not going to have as good an audio, but we're going to make it work. Hold on. Oh, you know what could be screwing it up? I just thought about it. 531, are you there? 531, are you there? I don't hear 531. Let me go back to 215. Can you hear me? 215. Shit. All right, we're just gonna do this. We're gonna go like this. Okay. All right, let's see. 215, are you there? Snap, maybe I gotta quit this. All right, 215, I think I hear you now.
You got me, Josh?
Yeah, now I hear you.
You got me? Okay, I can hear you too.
Okay.
All right, dude. We gotta get this situated, man. You got me?
Well, we're working on it. It's a new system setup, so there's some troubleshooting obviously to be done, but
That's all right. Take your time, dude. It's all good. Crazy shit going on today, man. Nutty day.
Indeed. Was there anything you wanted to add about what happened today?
Nah, dude, you got it all covered, man. You were right on top of this one, man. Good job.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, dude. Keep going.
Yeah, you have a good night. Take care. Yeah, the way I'm doing this, we can all hear each other now. It's just the audio quality is not going to be as good. So I have to figure out the right way to do this for podcast purposes. 531?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me, brother?
I can hear you now.
Good. Hey, Zach, this bridge stuff just reminded me of the work you was doing in I think 2018 with the Temple Mount Alaska Mosque stuff, the red heifer stuff. It reminded me of that immediately, and then I started seeing all this red heifer stuff just on my timeline in the last 48 hours or so. And then I started doing a little research, man. They had a whole CBS special on red heifers being shipped from Texas, September 16th, 2022, shipped from Texas to Israel. And they've been over there grazing for the last 2 years, getting ready for this sacrifice. And they actually built the altar to sacrifice these heifers. And they've been putting it, I didn't even see this stuff. It's a CBS interview, news, whatever you want to call it, article. I couldn't believe it. But yeah, all that bridge stuff just reminded me of the research you was doing. And then, lo and behold, They got the red heifer stuff right here in our face now. It's crazy. Like when you were talking about it, the news, like it was like you only know about it if you're in tune with the Bible and with the Torah. But now it's sort of like they're making it mainstream. Very weird, but yeah, might be time to go back to some of those decodes you had in 2018. Try to make some newer connections. Maybe you were just a little too early, or maybe they like pushed some stuff back because you got on them. I don't know, but they're doing the red heifer stuff now, man. That's all I had to add, brother. Appreciate you.
Well, I'll remind people it was August 11th, 2018. We had the date circled for a catastrophe in Jerusalem, and it ended up being the day that the Israeli police sprayed pepper spray all over the Muslim worshippers for the Day of the Dead. And then it was the same day there were those Hong Kong riots that ended up happening. And yeah, we were just wondering if things could get more wild if again, it's a lot to explain about everything going on August 11, 2018, but part of the prophecy thing that we were looking at involves the Golden Gate, and that where the Hong Kong riots were, there's an island there called Golden Gate, but of course it also makes you think of the bridge. So yeah, I should go back and look at that. Yeah, good thought.
Yeah, yep, definitely. Yeah, they got some stuff going on, Zach, but I'm gonna stick around, man. Appreciate it.
All right. Yeah, you have a good night.
You too.
All right, let's go on to 910. 910. And you guys understand it's a call board now, so if you call in, you get put in a line. There's 240 after 910, and then the line is open. The line to call in is on the screen. 971, just phone in. Go ahead, 910.
Hi, Zach. This is my first time calling in. When I saw the news about the bridge and the ship this morning, I immediately thought about you and your channel. I happened to wake up randomly. Right now, I'm on the East Coast and saw you live, so I had to hop on. I was introduced to you by, I don't remember his exact name on YouTube, but it was like Dread Pirate Roberts from Denver. I don't know if you remember him or recognize that name, but he actually passed away a couple of months ago, and I'm just here to thank you publicly for the work that you're doing, because it helps to close a lot of gaps in my mind and understanding what's going on, and also just to share that and to acknowledge him publicly as well for helping to bring me to your channel. So really enjoying the discussion. I'm going to go back and find some of the other content that you have about the upcoming eclipse on the 8th, because I'm very, very, very curious about that. And then interestingly enough, with this happening yesterday, it was that first eclipse in the cycle. We had that lunar eclipse on the 25th, and then we have the solar eclipse on the 8th. So I'm expecting more things to unfold in the next few weeks, and very curious about what that's going to look like. But yeah, I just want to say thank you and show some appreciation and gratitude live here with you today.
Well, you're very welcome, and thank you for being part of the show. I appreciate you calling in.
Good thing.
All right, you have a good night. By the way, I wanted to talk about this too, just the other big buzzing thing, Diddy. Again, you guys, if you go back to when Clarence Avant died, the Black Godfather, I talked about how Sussex Records equals 54, and how it was 54 years after he established the label that he died, and then his death was also synced with his wife, who was murdered not long before he passed. But the image in the media was him with Jay-Z and Diddy. And I pointed out how both Jay-Z and Diddy were about to turn 54 years old, because this is back in August. And, Diddy turned 54 November 4th, and then Jay-Z turned 54 December 4th last year. And the thing I was pointing out about what's so rough about 54's black entertainers, I brought up the example of R. Kelly. Because remember, R. Kelly got sentenced to prison at age 54 on September 27th, the day that's so special to the Jesuit order. And again, the Jesuits were recognized by Rome September 27th to counter the 95 Theses. That's the day they shamed R. Kelly. And we were talking about how his shaming was just this huge Jesuit ritual. So lo and behold, on CNN tonight, they have on Elizabeth Geddes, who prosecuted R. Kelly. And again, we predicted it was going to be a real rough year for Diddy at age 54. So I just saw this Elizabeth Geddes, and I said, let me see where she went to school. And look at it, you guys. Look at where she went to school. Elizabeth Geddes went to Georgetown. She's Jesuit educated. Now, Georgetown was established by John Carroll when he was 54 years old. John Carroll equates to 54. Jesuit order, of course, he equates to 54. Their headquarters is the House of the Gizu, which is at address 54. But again, the Jesuits serve the Catholic Church, which is a Sun cult, which is another 54. Recently, when Georgetown hired Anthony Fauci, we covered it the day they hired him. Their public service statement was that Anthony Fauci had done 54 years of service. Again, he's Jesuit educated. He went to Holy Cross. Yesterday, they had all the mainstream articles with Diddy with his big Jesus piece on, his big Jesus cross chain. It's just so obvious, you guys. And I mean, literally, we called this out the day Clarence Avant died, and I directly connected it to, again, remember what they did to R. Kelly at 54. Now you have R. Kelly's prosecutor, who's Jesuit educated, who went to Georgetown, which is the most 54 university, prosecuting Diddy. And again, just the whole ritual of them kicking in the door to his Miami house. Miami's 27, Ritual's 27, 27 years to the day of the Biggie album, Life After Death. When one of the songs on that album is Kick in the Door. And again, remember, Biggie died on March 9th. Biggie equals 39 like New York, the New York-based rapper. New York's the land of 39. Biggie Smalls, his other nickname, 74. Tupac died in a big 74 ritual. Biggie died a span of 74 days from his birthday. Rapper 74. I could go on and on. And then at the end of that year, Puff Daddy put out his album From a Young G's No Way Out's what the album's called, but it's got the song on it From a Young G's Perspective, which features Jay-Z, which is for a lot of people the first time they heard Jay-Z. And then if it wasn't that, it was on the Foxy Brown songs. Kind of wrote on Foxy Brown's coattails. But yeah, Diddy was mega famous way before anybody heard about Jay-Z. Anything on DMX? Jennifer, welcome to the channel, Jennifer. DMX, yeah, it was a mega ritual. Again, the news broke that he was like a vegetable on April 3rd, 21, 4321. DMX is on the song with LL Cool J, 4321, and LL Cool J ends the song saying that he's the greatest of all time. And LL Cool J has channel 43 on Sirius XM, if you don't know, but GOAT equals 43, and Brady had just done the GOAT ritual, winning the Super Bowl at age 43. There was all this GOAT stuff going on. There was the Goatville killings at Yale, in the Yale neighborhood. And remember, football also equals 43, like Florida, like how number 43, the election came down to Florida, and then Brady, became the guy in the time of number 43, Bush after 9/11, and he goes down to Florida at age 43 and wins the Super Bowl. And there's all this GOAT stuff, and then DMX becomes part of that. And you see how LL Cool J is 79? If you go back and look at the story on April 3rd, 21, it was that DMX was like a vegetable. He was frozen. Vegetable is 79. And Murder's 79. And again, it was exactly 79 days after LL Cool J's birthday that headline broke. And again, that number's huge with the Jesuits. We're talking about that number today, with the bridge collapse being 79 and it being 79 years after the Salvador Dali portrait. But here, yeah, just to go back in time, DMX, his body, the news broke 4321, and then he died days later. But LL Cool J date of birth, check this out, January 14th. God, he's 56 right now. January 14th, 2021. DMX, April 3rd, 2021, the headline breaks, he's like a vegetable, boom, 79 days later. And then do you remember what day he died? Darkman X died 6 days later on April 9th. He died on 4/9, which is Lil Nas X's birthday. And look at Darkman X, what DMX stands for. Darkman X, 49. I forget if Lil Nas X fits into, I just remember it was his birthday. There was something to Lil Nas X, I'm just forgetting it. But Lil Nas X, date of birth, you'll see it's April 9th. And again, DMX, date of death will be April 9th. But the vegetable story was April 3rd. Yeah, you guys, again, if you're new here, I've covered like literally every single news story for over the last decade. I've been here every day covering all this. A lot of times we predict the news before it happens. But yeah, what they did to DMX was wicked. And remember, DMX, he said on Belly,
Andy said on, and there's a lot more to the DMX thing too. You go back and look at all my old posts, the funeral, all of it. There were so many rituals to it. But, you know, DMX on Belly and on his own record said the same thing, that he sold his soul and the price was cheap. Watch the beginning of Belly. He's talking about selling his soul to the devil. He knows his time is short. And you know what? There was something with the royal family that day too. Didn't somebody in the royal family die that day? Or was it the year prior? When did Philip die? Hold up. Philip, royalty, age of death. He died at age 99 on April. Yeah, the same day DMX died, Prince Philip died, age 99 on the 99th day of the year. Don't forget Lil Nas X put out the Satan shoes. There's a million things to it. Lil Nas X's music video that he put out earlier this year by The Code got all the attention for just a minute. There was like a tribute to Noah's Ark, getting ready for the cataclysm. Yeah. All right, hold up. We got more callers on the line. Let's go out to I think it's 531. 531, are you up? 531?
Yeah, I already went in, Zach.
Oh, you already went. All right. Yeah. Thanks again, 531. Okay, you just stayed on the line to listen. Appreciate it, man. Let's go out to 240. 240.
Oh, hey. How you doing, Zach?
Doing well. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
okay,
I hear you.
So this is Trey from me and you have talked in the past about the Georgia Guidestones and things of that nature.
Indeed.
All right. So I've had three main questions. First off, I was like up at like 12 when all this stuff with the bridge fell, and I instantly went to your videos. I was texting and commenting, hopefully that you saw it, things of that nature. But real talk, like from a young man's perspective, I'm 22 years old. It's so hard to try to get people to understand this knowledge. So I just want to ask, from your perspective, what do you feel like is the most efficient way of being able to just spread the knowledge in the best way, where it's not going to ruffle people's feathers, but at the same time I understand the truth hurts, so therefore some people are going to get offended, things of that nature. So that's my first one. And then my second two questions was, do you know anything about any type of information about these rappers? So we know that Juice WRLD recently he's passed or whatever, but I don't know if
you know the ritual with ritual with Juice WRLD, right? You know the Juice WRLD ritual.
I think I remember the video, but you have to remind me.
Hold up, I'm gonna find my old post on his death.
Well, the reason why I brought him up is because I've been seeing lots of different things. I've done a little bit of my own like gematria research. There's an artist that's coming from Chicago, just like how he came from Chicago, named Lucky, Lucki. So with Lucky, there's this one video named Greed where he's with Lil Yachty and all that. He's like right by this sign where it's like a parking sign and it has like certain numbers on it. And then it was like at 33 seconds in the video when they showed that. So I'm like, there's a reason why like everything happens. And I'm a photographer / videographer, so I know that there's always symbolism when people make music videos and all that type of stuff. So I started doing the gematria about like his actual real name and Juice WRLD's real name. And I just started seeing a lot of connections between the same numbers between Lucky and Juice WRLD. So I just wanted to know if you knew anything about that. And then it's pretty much the same thing with Myles Garrett and Kobe Bryant. If you knew anything about them possibly being the same person or playing the same roles. And I want to say when they revealed the statue for Kobe, they also gave Myles Garrett the Defensive Player of the Year. And then his Instagram handle is Flash Garrett, and the gematria was matching with like Kobe's name and things of that nature. And they literally look so much a fucking like when you like.
So
put
let
it
me
right
pause.
beside each
Let,
other
let
and
me
things
just
like
let me just stop you and tell you what I think. First of all, I want to answer this question about Juice WRLD, and then I'm going to talk about what these people looking alike and what I think about all that. Okay, so Juice WRLD had a Twitter handle, and he spelled his Twitter handle different than his actual rap name. He spelled it Juice like you'd expect it, and he spelled it World with a O in it. He left it out in his rap name, but in his handle it was WORLDDD. And the way his Twitter handle was, the gematria was 128. We're talking about that a lot right now with the bridge claps. Again, 128 is 11. But then what day did Juice WRLD die unexpectedly? He died December 8th, 128, and that was the anniversary of John Lennon's death. And for people who don't know, John Lennon's death was foreshadowed in the movie Rosemary's Baby, because where that woman commits suicide in the film, if you watch that shot where she commits suicide in Rosemary's Baby, by the way, that movie's from 1968, there's a Beetle, a car, a Volkswagen Beetle parked right where John Lennon would get shot in again, where she dies in the suicide in the movie is where John Lennon got shot, and there's a Beetle right next to the spot in the shot. But the thing about Juice WRLD is, in his lyrics, he sang about John Lennon, and then he ends up dying on John Lennon's birthday. And again, he put out the tweet April 25th, 2017 on his Twitter. He said, "My goal is to get overly famous, shine for a couple years, then fake my death."
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that?
Yeah, and I've seen that tweet, and it's just crazy because I'm looking at the screen on my computer right now. 3:44 a.m. 4 plus 4 plus 3, 11. That shit's crazy.
Yeah. Yep. So, again, wow. I mean, now to answer your question about Kobe Bryant and Myles Garrett looking alike, I've heard a lot of people say this. I don't think they're the same person. I mean, Myles Garrett's younger than Kobe. Kobe's not as bulky as Myles Garrett, but here's what I think. You know how they put out that movie, They Cloned Tyrone, with the whole Jamie Foxx thing, where people were wondering what was going on with Jamie Foxx, and then he finally spoke out the day Netflix put out that movie. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, They Cloned Tyrone. For the record, you guys, Jamie Foxx equals 107 in Gematria. Go back and watch that movie when they find him. He's hiding out in hotel room number 107. But anyhow, in that movie, when they find the lab where they're cloning people, it's hidden beneath a church, and the button to get there is behind the IHS, which is the Jesuit acronym for Jesus Hominum Salvator. And then, so what I've been saying for a long time is a lot of these athletes, like Kobe, his father's Joe Jellybean Bryant, and he still walks the earth. He had to watch his son die before he died. If he did die. Again, Kobe Bryant, 41, dead at 41 while traveling from Catholic Mass on the Pope's 41st day of his age. And his ritual was synced with Mahomes. And again, Mahomes won the Super Bowl the next weekend at age 24 after Kobe, number 24, dies. And then the Lakers won the finals that year exactly 41 weeks after LeBron's birthday on Father-Daughter Day, when, again, Kobe Bryant's 41 and so is King, and LeBron's the King 41 weeks after LeBron's birthday. But Myles Garrett and Kobe, like, if you know how, okay, you know, like, if you're a woman, for example, and your man, he's not fertile, he can't get you pregnant, what the woman can do is she can have get some other man's semen put inside of her, and then she can have a baby. But it's not really her spouse's baby, but she can get pregnant that way. Imagine that they have, like, the DNA saved for, like, really athletic people, you know, to farm these perfect athletes, which it seems like they're doing. Could there be a line of genes where Kobe and Myles Garrett are in that same gene? Because they do have physical appearance that look the same. I don't think they're the same person, but I think it's probably something more like that. Maybe the Bryant family is also related to the Myles Garrett family in terms of this, whatever they're doing, if you follow me.
No, I 100% get it. Look, I am a very big, open-minded person. I truly do appreciate all the knowledge that you share, because literally, like, when again, I'm young, so I post this stuff and screen record it and put it on my Snapchat, and then it gets other young people, like, trying to, they can question me, but then again, I've been studying a lot of the stuff that you've been studying, so I'm starting to get very, very well on being able to, like, pinpoint and show them exactly how it all lines up. So again, I appreciate all the work that you do. I had like an argument with my father today, because he's a big Christian. So we have family in Baltimore. I'm trying to figure out, if he has their numbers and stuff so we can contact them. And instead of like trying to do that, all he gives a hell about is sending me some Bible verses and telling me to go pray and Jesus is going to fix the day. Like,
well, if you heard the governor of Maryland today when they asked him, they said, "What can the people of Maryland do to help with this?" He said, "The only thing you can do is pray." And again, Maryland, you can't get more Catholic than Maryland. And again, that's why I always say the religion's the foundation of everything going on. From a young age, they get you to believe in a silly story or else there's eternal consequences. And that's the way the authorities always control. Believe or else. Follow what we said or else there'll be consequences. You won't get the eternal afterlife. You'll get COVID and die. If you don't give up your rights and liberties, the terrorists are going to kill you. It's the same game. And again, it's not to say that there's not truth to prayer. But look, you take two different people. Like here, I'll just use my sweet lady's family. They're all devout Christians, but sweet lady's the only one out of them that's successful. Her other 5 siblings all just pray and ask God for help, and the help seemingly never comes. The difference between sweet lady and her 5 other siblings is she really applied herself. She prays, but then she works her ass off, and she tries to go to school, and she actually tries to learn English. Her other 5 siblings, even though 3 of them are now over here in America as well, none of them speak English. They haven't applied to learn English. They haven't tried to hire themselves in education. She actually makes a real effort. So again, for people to just pray, like when the governor said all you can do today is pray, no, just prayer alone is nothing. Prayer alone is absolutely nothing. There has to be like some will to actually make a difference. What the governor of Maryland should have said is, man, you should go over to Zachary K. Hubbard's channel because he's exposed how big of a psyop this is and how you guys are getting it again. But of course, he's never going to say that because he's part of it. He's a chosen pawn on the chessboard, and that's why everything's perfectly synced with him today, too. And again, but that's what they want. They want people just believing, praying, and sitting on their hands and doing absolutely nothing. It's why the best founder of this country was Thomas Jefferson, and he told people, he said, if you want to preserve liberty in this country, you have to have a revolution every 19 years. And he was dropping the biggest clues because this is the 19 gang, and that's why they did this today on the 19 date numerology. And that moon's got a 19-year cycle, and that's why these people do something huge in the world every 19 years. Again, from 9/11 and the 19 hijackers to COVID-19, that's 19 years. 19 years before 9/11 was the war on drugs. And again, all these wars end up being a war on people's rights and liberties. So, yeah, your father's just like most people in America, like well indoctrinated, thinking they don't have any power. And that's the other thing that religion does. It makes you put your power outside of yourself. Instead of saying, oh, I'm a child of God and I have the power to make a difference, mostly are like, well, I can't do anything. The world's too big. These people are too powerful. I'm just going to pray to Jesus and hopefully he comes back soon and solves all the problems. That isn't ever going to happen. That's a fairy tale. And people need to wake up. There's power in humanity because there's nearly 400 million of us in America. And if almost all of us are getting used and abused by this system. I mean, the ruling class is probably, a group of maybe 10,000 people in this nation? So it's like 390 million or the rest of us. If we learned what was up and how that 10,000 controls the politics and the TV and all the schemes that manipulate us every day, we could use our power, the 390 million of us, to overthrow this tyranny and set up something better. I mean, it's a lot to ask, but it's the only way anything's going to change. If we don't do anything and we just sit here and keep praying, the same kind of stuff's going to keep unfolding. It reminds me that when I went to Buffalo and educated about why there was the racist white supremacist top shooting on Israel's 74th birthday, when white supremacist equals 74, like Jewish, like occult, like Masonic, like killing, like how in the book of Enoch it reveals. Again, the book of Enoch was removed by the church from the Bible, but in the book of Enoch, it reveals that the real Jews were black. Black. So think about on Israel's 74th birthday when white supremacist and Jewish, what's that? That's not the word used in the Bible. Kind of Jewish, not really Jewish. The synagogue of Satan, those who pretend to be Jews but are not. But when I went there to educate about that, some people were getting it, but I had a woman come up who was a church person in the community, and she told me to shut up. And I was the wrong skin color, and I didn't belong there in that neighborhood, and they didn't need to know all that. All they needed to do right now was pray. And I was just like, see, this is, man, all we need, okay, we don't need, it just drives me nuts. It's like, listen, Jesus isn't going to come down and solve the problem. And since Buffalo's happened, there's been 10 more rituals just like that, and they'll continue to go on too. No prayer's going to stop this. The only thing that's going to stop what's going on, these types of rituals, is people waking up to the game and then shut down their government and their media and their authorities, because that's who's perpetrating this against us.
Which is, and I 100% agree. I just, my personal opinion, I've been genuinely wanting to go pound pavement, like genuinely, like I really been thinking about it, but like they want us to have fear, they want us to be scared. So it's like me being a young black man, I'd be like, am I putting myself in a risk if I were to go out here? For instance, I live in an area. Gulf Breeze, Perdido, if anybody knows where that is, in Florida. And I want to go downtown and I want to stand in front of like one of the biggest music halls and stuff and like just scream to the top of my lungs this information. But like this in the back of my head, I'm like, well, if I do this and I do this consistent and it actually works, are these people going to come after me? And that's where like, that is the fear factor that they want me to feel. But like at the end of the day, I don't know. I just be trying to do what's best for not only myself but my family, and also.
Well, here, just to answer your question, I have experience on this. So back in 2020, 2021, I was out on the corner in my community, and the goal was to go out 100 straight days and educate people about what was really going down with the lockdowns and the ritualism, and how I was talking about it before the jab even came out. I talked about, you guys better look into what Bill Gates said about depopulation and a good way to do it. He said you can do it if we do a good job with VACCINEs. So I was out there, and the plan was to go 100 days straight, and I would have done it, but when I was I forget what it was. I was probably like at around day 60, 5 or something. I was about 2/3 of the way, and in back-to-back days, I had really curious stuff happen. So I was in Yakima, Washington, and Yakima is known for the gangbangers, and it's like the drug cartel of Washington State. It's central, and it's got an airport, and there's a lot of distribution through there. People don't know, just don't mess with the gangsters, and you'll be all right. But there was a gangster who'd been driving by in the days I was there on his lowrider bike and saying stuff. And then each time he came by, and I felt like somebody was putting him up to it just to try and intimidate me. But near when I finally stopped and took a break, he came by and he flashed his gun at me. And I was like, okay, whatever, he's just fronting. But then the next day, some weirdo came out from Seattle. And all this stuff's on camera for people who remember or who saw it. But this guy came out from Seattle, and he picked up all these rocks, and then he was throwing rocks hard at us. And God, I forget, the third day, some other weirdo came out and was being intimidating. And it was just starting to get obvious that people were getting put up to things to come out there and really try and force me off the corner. And then, I always talk to Sweet Lady about what's going on. And then she was like, I don't think you should go out there anymore. I think this is going to escalate if you don't stop. And so I did take a break from being out on the corner, but I was out there for over 2 months straight before anybody came and moved me off the block. So I'd say don't be afraid, but go out and give it a shot. I mean, and the more you do it, the better you'll get at it. But yeah, you can't live in fear. Again, I put up with here. I'll tell for everybody who doesn't know what's happened to me. I started teaching this work in 2013. November 15th, 2014 was the day that my life really changed, because I came home and my house was ransacked. It was broken into. Everything of value was stolen out of it. Everything that wasn't stolen was busted up. Huge mess, disaster. I ran a business out of my house. I had a legal medical marijuana delivery business. Had a lot of plants. Had a safe full of cash. I lost everything. I lost so much money. A business, everything that day. And it was after a year and a few months of teaching this. And I think that's the real reason I got hit on that day. And again, that's the day leaving 46 days left near the old chaos day. And then, 2016, when I was 33 years old, on Christmas Eve, one of the popular YouTuber put out a video threatening me for that Christmas Eve a few days before. And then lo and behold, on Christmas Eve, I had a car crash through 2 walls of my house. And that following spring, I got arrested at my house by the police on some bullshit. And I've had a lot of like weird things happen in my life. So this might scare you away, but the point I'm making is I haven't let any of that stop me, and I've just kept pushing forward. And I'm still here, and I'm still breathing, and I'm still able to speak out. And sure, like I'm killed by the algorithm, so I can't get the views that I used to. But the point I'm ultimately saying is, yeah, if you do this in the world and you put out the message, you might have people come mess with you. And had I played my cards better, I don't think my house would have got wrecked the way it did 2014. I should have had way better security. I should have had a big ass dog. I should have had cameras all over the place. I had a low profile operation. I didn't think anybody knew what was going on there. But when you're messing with the feds know all. And yeah, so again, I wouldn't say have fear. But yeah, just like be smart about things, but also be courageous. Because if we're not courageous, then that's the problem with humanity. Humanity overall is not courageous. Like everyone's just like tucking their head like a turtle, man. They're like, I don't want to get my head knocked off like JFK or whatever. But as long as we're like that, we're going to continue to get the beating we're getting. And we're getting a beating right now. And things could, the other consequence that could happen from us not standing up for our rights and where we're being taken, there could be a day where they turn off the power and they intend to leave it off for a long time and let some real serious shit break out in this country. And a lot of us could meet an ugly ending because we didn't stop what we saw coming. So that's another way to look at it.
Facts. And I appreciate every last word that you said. So I'll take what I take from it, and I'll just have to move accordingly.
All right. Well, hey, I appreciate we got you out there, young one. Do you mind saying what city you're in, by the way? I'm just wondering if I'm going to be out there anytime soon, pounding payment with you.
That's me personally. I do not want to say my city, but
do you mind saying your state? Do you mind saying what state you're in? Do you mind saying what state you're in?
Florida. Of course.
Florida, okay. Yeah, I got to make it down to the southeast. I really want to get a huge gathering of people outside CNN and just like have so many people that we just go in there and just fill up their whole operation and just disrupt their whole broadcast for the day. Shut down their propaganda network until we can get on there and talk about what happened today. With for example, I wish we were all in there and we're going to get on there today and talk about all the 128s on this bridge collapse and see what America thinks. I feel like those kind of acts have to happen if anything's going to change. We have to figure out how to hijack CNN and Fox News and MSNBC and get out the real broadcast. So, anyway, man, appreciate you and keep us posted on if you get out there and pound some payment. I'd love to hear about it.
Most def. I appreciate you, Zach. You have a great night.
Yeah, you too. Take care. All right, let's go out to 971. 971, you're on.
Hi. Been ready. I hope it's okay. Disturbed. I mean, there's a bunch of guys that are sitting out there waiting for you to take care of them. And I don't like that. And so here's my problem. I've been up for like 3 days, my bottle of water and flat on my back because I reduced my, shoulder and this and that. I'm looking after myself, but here's what I want. Here is what I want. I want people to listen to you. I want people to almost kind of need you. And, because I've been looking after you for a long time. And I know my business. And I'm just, waiting and waiting and waiting. Now, here's where we have to go. You've got to get traction. That's supreme. Okay? And then you have to get, noticed. Well, which you should have been done for like a bazillion years. Yeah. But now we have to start over.
All right. Well, LAF, I appreciate your longtime support. I think you need to get some rest though tonight. You sound absolutely exhausted. So, but yeah, we do have to get traction, and I'm gonna try. Again, I'm working on all these little children's books. I almost feel like I need to cut in front of the line with my plan and just do one on this Baltimore bridge collapse because it's just such a mega ritual and just so many lessons need to be learned from it. But yeah, again, we're working on getting the traction, LAF, and thank you again for the support.
Shut the fuck up.
Uh-oh. I got to move on. It's not going well. 347. What's up, 347? 347?
You hear me?
Oh yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up? I was about to make the point about Diddy, but you made all my points about that Biggie Life After Death album came out on that date.
What do you make? I mean, have I? All right, am I lying? Have I not been talking about how Diddy's going to have a year like R. Kelly at 54, and now we got the Jesuit Georgetown prosecutor who did Kelly that's doing Diddy? I mean, have I not been talking about all these things?
But just the fact that they did it on when that album came out, Life After Death, and now 27 years later, is on you now. The ritual is on you. You see what I'm saying by coming out, by they raided his houses on that date?
Yeah, on the 27th anniversary. On that album is the song Kicking the Door, so.
And one more thing about, I don't want to talk about Diddy too much, but one more point I want to make is he came out with that Love album on September 15th, and ever since that album came out, it was a writing on the wall for all this, if you ask me.
Man, both of Biggie's albums, Ready to Die and Life After Death, it's like, come on, man. And didn't Tupac die on the anniversary of Ready to Die? Yeah, Tupac died on the third anniversary of Ready to Die. Yeah, he did. See, and again, you look at who runs these. You look at who runs these record labels. Interscope that ran Tupac's label, Catholics. I mean, and then the big hit song "Hail Mary" after his death when he's on the cross like Jesus. I mean, this stuff is just ice cold. So.
There's one more point I wanted to make about. I forgot you had that other long caller. I had everybody on tip of my tongue about this. I want to go to the Maryland thing. I just want to get the city point out here quick. What was it with Diddy? It was something with I will move on. I will move on for this video. I get as soon as I get. Oh yeah, that's what it was. One of his former artists named Mark Curry, right? Because this is how you know that Diddy has been into the game. I told you his father died at 33 and 72 when he was 3 years old. So Mark Curry said before the 9/11 happened, he said Pump Daddy said they went down there the night before to take pictures of the Twin Towers. So he was talking like Diddy knew that the Twin Towers were going to come down the next day.
Well, you know what? Jay-Z put out the Blueprint that day. Jay-Z's album, The Blueprint, the album that really got him a lot of attention, came out on the day of September 11th. And Jay-Z was on Rockefeller Records, and the Rockefeller family is responsible for building the World Trade Centers. I mean, it's just so obvious.
So just think about it. You tell somebody that Diddy took pictures of the World Trade Center before 9/11 happened, they look at you like you crazy to do this. He came out and he said that. I can't believe that. You said certain people knew what was happening before 9/11. Like, I don't care if knew bombs over back. I don't care if the Prince knew. Like, certain people knew what was happening before 9/11. Didn't you say that? So I just thought that was crazy that he said that. It's crazy he said that Diddy took pictures of the World Trade Center before it went down the night before. So I thought it was crazy he said that. That was a little bit about Diddy. I want to say.
Yeah, it is, man. God, I'm trying to remember that other rap group that had the album that came out on September 11th that shows the towers exploding. You know what I'm talking about?
Is that the group from Oakland, the Coop?
Yeah, the Coop. The Coop, right. Yeah. Let me see.
And then you had that British group. What was it with the breathless thing? I think they flagged you for that, right? Remember what was that British band with the plane flying, like it flying into
Oh
the
yeah, that's right. They took me down. They took me down for just showing a still picture of the album cover. They gave me a big copyright and shut down the video. I was like, what? I can't even show a Supertramp. Yep.
Yeah, Super Tramp. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. That's enough of digging. I'm gonna get to the Maryland thing. When I thought of that weird thing of Maryland, like, damn, you know the royal family been in the news with Charles and Catherine and everything. You think of Maryland, you think of the royal family too, kind of, right?
Yeah.
So that's the first thing I thought about when I saw this grass. Oh, we're talking about Charles and Kate, and the next thing you know, the bridge, the boat hit the bridge. The Francis T. Scott Bridge of all bridges.
Yeah. Indeed.
So I guess we put money on the Baltimore Orioles. Orioles might go to the World Series. Who knows?
The narrative is growing. The narrative is surely growing. Yeah. Yep.
And one more thing I wanted to say.
I'm trying to show people. Okay. So this is the Supertramp album that they better not take us down in 2024 for showing this again. It's ridiculous. But if you put a mirror up to the Supertramp album, you see how the U and the P are right above the World Trade Centers? If you put a mirror up to that, you see it in the reflection. All you see is the top of the P, so it flips it around in a mirror so it looks like a 9. And then obviously all you can see of the U is everything but the round part at the bottom, so it looks like an 11. So if you put a mirror right above that, it's 9/11 right before the World Trade Center. 9/11 right above it. And you got a glass of orange juice. Of course, 9/11 happened in the morning time. This album is a famous album for people who don't know. Breakfast in America, Supertramp. It's like a super group. It's like, for the people who know like 90s rock, you know how Soundgarden's frontman Chris Cornell joined Audio Slave, and then they made the band, what did I just say? Chris Cornell joined the Rage Against the Machine band, and they created Audio Slave. Supertramp was kind of like that. It was a mixture of other members of famous bands. But Orange has the Gematria 33, like everything went down in 1968, 33 years before 2001. But yeah, also the attack was at breakfast time. And again, you put a mirror right above that, it looks like 9/11 right above the towers.
Well, I just thought about what you just said. It happened during breakfast time.
Yeah, Breakfast in America.
The orange. Wow.
Yeah.
But you could tell somebody this and they still look at you like they dumbfounded. Like, well, what you not getting? What you not comprehending?
Exactly. Look at when Breakfast in America came out. It came out in 79. Like Society of Jesus is 79, but that's the 22nd prime number, and it came out 22 years before 9/11. Again, just it's all big ritual.
Yeah. One more thing I want to hit before I get off of here with you. What is it with Francis T. Scott? What he known for? I know he owned slaves and he known for the Star Spangled Banner stuff. What is the significance with him? The Francis T. Scott.
Well, he's known for writing the Star Spangled Banner. Real quick, since we're on Breakfast in America, I also got to point out that Breakfast in America equals 156 because 911 is the 156th prime number. 911 is the 156th prime. And again, orange equals 33, like she's got the orange juice in front of the towers. And when you spell out, did I spell orange wrong? Orange is 33. When you spell out 33, it's 156. 911 is the 156th prime. Breakfast in America, 156. Again, not an accident. Perfectly planned, perfectly coordinated, huge predictive programming many years in advance because we're living out scripts that were written long ago. All right, go ahead. What else?
Oh, what is the significance of besides Francis T. Scott, besides the Star Spangled Banner, he owned slaves, and what was he, was a U.S. District Attorney?
I don't know. I can go on his little page here and read everything. I mean, he's mostly known for the Star Spangled Banner. He was the 4th United States Attorney for the District of Columbia. Today, the boat crashed into Pillar 4, in light of him being the 4th United States Attorney for District of Columbia. That was in the time of Andrew Jackson, who went against the central bank. Central bankers running everything today. There is Wikipedia says he was an American
Here, I'll just read his Wikipedia real quick. An American lawyer, author, and amateur poet from Frederick, Maryland, best known as the author of the text of the U.S. National Anthem, the Star-Spangled Banner, which again equals 88, like Maryland, like how this attack happened at the 88th minute of the day, or supposedly not an attack, an accident. Key observed the British bombardment of Fort McHenry in 1814, so we're coming up on the 210th anniversary of that during the War of 1812. Here, let's actually measure from that. The bombing, oh shit, look at what day that happened. That was on September 13th and 14th. Familiar date. There's talking about Tupac and Biggie and September 13th and Caesar Borgia's birthday. I just gotta measure real quick how many days we are from the September 13th and 14th anniversary. From the last September 13th to this collapse on March 26th, 195 days later. That means 171 days to the upcoming anniversary, or a span of 172, like the Jesuit motto in Marum Dei Gloriam. Yeah, maybe that's not where they're going with it, but yeah, I mean that's really what he's remembered for. So
okay, and one more thing about this happening on a Tuesday, and Trump and his social media. How much money he got? $6.2 billion. Get the fuck out of here. They didn't be making up numbers for this guy.
Exactly. They said the value of it shot up to $8 billion today. Fuck out of here. So
I guess I go with the 88 too, right? Because Trump like the 88 too, right?
Right, we know Trump equals 88 like Elizabeth, like he came out to Queen, we are the champions, 88 days after the Queen's birthday for his convention. There have been a million Trump 88 rituals.
So that merger was official today, right? That he merged with that company to get that money, or whatever you want to call it, right? That was on a Tuesday, right? When this happened, right?
Yeah. Tuesday, just like 9/11, Tuesday, the day of the week named after Mars, the god of war. Remember, Mars has a 47-year orbital period. Mars's orbital period is 47 years. The bridge opened 47 years and 3 days ago. Then it comes down on a Tuesday after Mars. I mean, this stuff's not an accident. Mars is the god of war. Again, it feels like an act of war is coming. Let's see. I don't know why I'm having so much. What is the 47-year cycle of Mars? The 47-year cycle of Mars, after 47 years, 22 synodic periods of 780 days each, Mars returns to the same position among the stars and is in the same relationship to the Earth and Sun. So, anyhow. All right, man. Well, I appreciate the call as always. Good thoughts. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, you have a good night, 347. You take care, man.
All right. Good night. All right.
All right, you're staying up late in New York. Let's go out to 760.
Yo, what's up, Zach?
Yeah, what's up?
Sorry, I had food in my mouth. But I'm trying to just clarify something that I remember you saying. Because currently, I listen to everything you say. Your decodes are great. But I identify still as Christian. Like, I even led a Bible study in my college today. But I wanted to know what you mean when you say that Jesus. I know that Jesus, you say didn't exist, but can I just ask for like clarity? Because I know that just very.
All right, let's clarify. First of all, I don't know if Jesus existed or not, so I never say it definitively. I think in all likelihood he didn't exist because there's no real historical record of him. But I always also make up this point too about how there's only one physical description of the man in Revelation 1:14 through 15. And again, let me, hold on. Let's go actually. We need the King James Version. We need the King James. I noticed the New International Version is a bit different than the King James Version for the wording on these verses. Hold on. King James Version, let's pull it up. Again, You tell me what. Close your eyes and just listen to me read the one physical description of Jesus in the Bible, and you tell me how you imagine him looking. Does he look like white Jesus everywhere? Listen, the hair on his head was white.
No, I don't think so.
The hair on his head was white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were like blazing fire. His feet were like bronze glowing in a furnace, and his voice was like the sound of rushing waters. Does that look like white Jesus with the long hair? His hair is described like wool.
Oh, no. No, I definitely, yeah, I'm long beyond the white Jesus. But wait, could you read the first part about the hair real? You said it's white hair?
Yeah, because so you have to understand the only physical description of Jesus in the Bible is, in Revelation, which is, John's dream. So this is how he sees him in his dream. But there's no other physical description.
Oh.
And that's why, to me, so that's my point, though. It's like, okay, so there's this book about him, and there's these different gospels and accounts of Jesus' life, and nobody has a description of what he looks like. I mean, and there's no real historical record he existed. And the Catholic Church is the reason we know about this book. So you can believe whatever you want to believe. I'm just saying, I feel like religion's here to divide us, and I feel like all people, if it wasn't for the Catholic Church, which is clearly this evil thing that's manipulating us and expecting us to believe them because they're the authority, then why should I accept their printed book and their story in that either? I think, instead of putting my power, instead of Jesus being the one Son of God, aren't we all the children of God? Aren't we all the children of God? Don't we all have power? I mean, I feel like religion just makes everybody take their own inner power and put it in this fantasy and give them an excuse so they can sit on the sidelines and wait for Jesus to come back and save them.
That's a very good point. And another point is a lot of people do it only for the reward that they think they're going to get
90
at the
seconds.
end, which is just like virtue signaling, in my opinion. But I think that my main point is that, do you think I could use this group that I'm leading to maybe drop truth in the meantime? Do you think that could be a good community to drop truth to?
Yeah, Christians are more likely to be awake to what's going on because they're likely to be more familiar with the Bible. And if you're familiar with the Bible, you can see a lot of the signs of the times and the rituals that are taking place. It's like when I was in Seattle trying to explain the 666 days from Clade X to the pandemic being declared, I had all the atheists in Seattle saying, well, I don't care about that because I don't believe in any of that. And I'm like, that's not the point. I'm not saying I believe in it either. I'm saying the point is we understand where these numbers come from, and I'm showing you how a ritual was laid down. Because just like in the Bible, 666, you have to accept if you want to buy or sell. You had to get that jab or wear that mask if you wanted to go in the store, if you wanted to go to school, if you wanted to continue your jobs. So.
Yeah, definitely. I a little bit forgot my last point, but I wanted to talk about SPY and your market group. Do you really follow tracking the S&P 500? Because I think that right now it's at a all-time high, and with the Bitcoin price at an all-time high, I really think that with this correlation,
10 seconds.
If Bitcoin prices fall down, the real market economy falling down. Would you agree about that, or how much are you into the market discussion?
I'm following it quite a bit right now because I want to do a lot more with it. So I'm doing my studies here behind the scenes, trying to keep up with everything. It's just like the other week, you guys. The other week it was 15/3, 153. Cannabis equals 153, and cannabis stocks dominated that day because of the news story that broke early that morning.
Yeah.
You can just see how the market, all this stuff is manipulated by the numbers day in and day out. Bitcoin, I told everybody before it happened, I said it's going to be up to 72,000 by the 72nd day of the year, and then it'll probably come down after that, and it dropped back down to 60,000, and now it's back up again. But had you cashed out at 72,000 like I advised, you could have bought back in once it hit low and started to go back up a little bit, and you could have bought back in around 60,000. Again, you got to play the game because it's all rigged, so.
Heck yeah. I noticed also on Robinhood, their cannabis, divider that you could click on, it didn't, so it had not had CGC, which was, I forget what the actual name of the company is. CGC though was the largest gainer and of all the cannabis companies that day, more than Tilray or any of the other ones. But it just was funny that, Canopy Growth Company. Yeah, they didn't have that one in the basket, even though it was the biggest gainer. So it just adds to your point about everything being rigged. I don't have anything. I really forgot what my main point was when I was listening to you, but I did have a great time talking to you, Zach.
All right, man. Appreciate the call. You have a good night.
You too.
Yeah, for people who don't know, Bitcoin equals 72 like money, like Jesuit order. And yesterday had 70, well, now hold on. March 25th, 2 days ago now, because now it's March 27th. 2 days ago, March 25th had 72 date numerology. Bitcoin surged way back up really fast on the 72 date numerology. There's a big pattern with Bitcoin in 72. And again, it just goes to show the Jesuits control that as well. All the main engineers for Bitcoin are Catholic dudes. For the person in the chat who says, no, you shouldn't have sold, again, you don't understand markets. Had you sold at 72,000 and bought back in at 60,000, you could have bought more shares for a cheaper price. You sold at the top and then you bought at the new low before it went back up. That's how you make money. That's what day traders do. Again, please don't leave your comments like, no. What do you mean? What you just said about no is that you didn't understand the fundamental concept of investors. You sell high, you buy low, and then you sell high again. That's the game. You don't want to get on the wrong side of that, though. You don't want to buy high and then sell low. Oh, no. If you buy high and then something crashes on you, if you can afford to ride it out, you better ride it out and hope that it comes back up and goes beyond. You don't sell it at a loss, then you're guaranteed a loss. And that's why the market's just like gambling. You don't put money in the market that you could lose in the moment. You put money in the market, you should be prepared to ride that out for 10, 20 years. Unless you're a day trader and you're trying to make moves, taking advantage of things. But yeah, you can use this knowledge for everything. Snap, I lost track of who was next. 240, were you just on?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you one more question if you do not mind.
Oh, go ahead, because I got you back on here. What is it?
I just wanted to know what sports betting apps do people like? What's like the best?
You got to look at what's legal in your state. You got to look at what's legal in your state, and sometimes if it's legal in your state, it's good to be on multiple of them because sometimes one site has better odds than the other. So.
Okay, because I have been one of the people that have been skeptic on getting the Patreon, but ever since the whole Yale thing with them beating Arbor, I was like, damn, I really just lost like probably a hell of money that I could have just made if I would have just joined, and I would have saw it happening. So I am most definitely going to join the Patreon soon, very, very, very soon.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, you have a good one. Be safe.
You too. All right, let's go on to 347. 347, you're on. 347. I think they fell asleep. It's too late out there on the East Coast. 760. 760, you're on.
Oh, yeah. I did. Yeah. I wanted to say that my main. Okay. Do you ever trade options? Have you ever traded options? Do you know?
Again, options trading. So, like, for example, I'm pretty sure we're not going to see the Pfizer stock go below $24 since they bought Seagen. You could sell options. For people who don't know, like, so if you own 100 shares of something, you can sell options on it. And so if you had like 1,000, because when you sell options, it's in groups of 100 shares. Some shares are cheaper than others. But say you had 100 shares of Pfizer, you could sell options that it's not going to drop below $24. There's people out in the world that think it's going to drop below $24, so they'll bet that it's going to go below 24. When you sell those options, you immediately get paid when somebody buys that contract for the 100 shares. And as long as you're right that the share doesn't drop below $24, you're only going to make a profit on the contract that you get each time you sell it. So yeah, I know what options are, and I do play around with options. If I wasn't out here teaching gematria and keeping up with the news, if I was just worried about me, I'd just be using this knowledge 24/7 for myself, for the market and sports,
right,
and just be worried about me.
But people always come at me like, why isn't Zach a billionaire then? Well, it's like, do you see what Zach does? Is Zach not here all day from early in the morning till night, pumping out, focused on the news, trying to wake up humanity? Again, you guys, I just hate how everyone's so obsessed with money. I learned in my early 20s that money wasn't everything. When I got out of college, I made the most out of all my peers who all went to school. I got a salary right out of my first salary out of college was over $100,000 a year. None of my other friends are making that. They're making like $30,000, $40,000. Like, damn, Zach, you're getting paid. I gave up that job to go back to school and teach because the money wasn't making me happy. I was working in real estate. I was feeling corrupt about what I was doing. I wanted to do something meaningful. So I went back and paid a whole bunch of money to go to more school so I could get the dog shit teacher salary. And while I was there, I worked for minimum wage at the group home and the teen homeless shelter. And I felt better about myself making minimum wage and helping out young kids in need than getting paid 6 figures to do corrupt real estate reports, which is what I was doing before. And again, I just get so annoyed when people are always like, oh, like, how come you're not a billionaire then? It's like, dude, I don't do this to become a billionaire. I do this to wake up the fucking world. I got all these fucking loser lemmings coming at me who are just so under the Illuminati mind control. All they care about is money. You guys, I'm doing fine financially, okay? I'm doing better than most people are, and I always have been. But like I always say, I need people to support this work in a major level so we can take it to a whole new level. Like I always say, if there was 1 million people here pledging $1 a month, that's really nothing out of anybody's pocket, but it's $1 million of cash flow. So that, say we could go to Baltimore right now and we could set up, I could hire 3 people to work the rest of the year in Baltimore, pay them $50,000 each to be out there every day educating about the ritual that just went down January 28th. I could hook them up with a GematriaEffectNews news van so they can get around town, gas money, food money, $50,000 salary each. Think about that. That's the way it should be, and that's what I've been preaching for a year. We go city to city every time something like this happens, hire a full-time team of people to educate the rest of their city for the whole year. But then I say this and it just falls on deaf ears. People will be like, Zach, whatever, why don't you just go bet all the money at the casino and make the million yourself? It's like, oh yeah, so I should just do everything. I should teach all day, decode all day, gamble all day, pay every last bill all day. It's just, you look at society, like I always say, sadly, is most of a bunch of dumb, retarded, sorry-ass motherfuckers, and that's why I'm always getting the same stupid comments. Again, I could be a lot further financially ahead if I wasn't it's not wasting my time, but if I hadn't spent my time doing this. And don't forget, you guys, I lost my business in 2014, a legitimate weed business in Washington State that was well on its way to making over $1 million a year, okay? Had I just focused on that, I'd be way further financially ahead for that too. So I just get tired of listening to all the sorry-ass motherfuckers with their stupid-ass comments, and I just think, God, if this world wasn't full of sorry-ass motherfuckers, there would be $1 million or 1 million people pledging $1 a month. The reason there's not is because society fucking sucks. So, and I've known that's true since I was 18 when 9/11 happened. I've known people are dumb, ignorant, closed-minded, sheep, just believe what they see on TV, can't think for themselves. Again, I've been fed up with this world for a long time. That's also what motivates me, though, to keep coming back each day and try to wake people up and get humanity on a new level. Because I just hate watching us on the low vibration, no consciousness, just a society of suckers. So we're trying to change that here. That's my mission in the world. So anyway, go ahead.
Heck yeah. In fact, you know what? I don't got my what's it called? Savings at all, but I'm pretty destitute. I'm exercising that poverty, the virtue of poverty. But if I just got my Class B license, so if you want to get like a Gematria Effect bus and tour around the country, bro, I'll be your driver.
Here's what I'm gonna say to you.
Know that.
I understand your mentality because I used to be a lot that way, and you really shouldn't make your life about money and materialism because it won't make you happy in the end. That said, what I realized, because the first 5 years I did this, I didn't raise a single penny. Nothing was monetized. I didn't sell anything. I didn't ask for anything. I was living on my own savings that I had. And again, then I had the car crash through my house, and that created a huge bill, and I got arrested with all these legal fees. And I was like, God, for doing this, all this crazy shit's now happening to me. It's costing me even more. My savings are just depleting overnight. I realize if I look back when I got views, had I monetized my channel back then when I was getting big views, I could have made a ton of money. And the thing is, it takes money to do anything in this world. People only respect money. And like I said, if we had a bunch of resources, I could be hiring a team of people in Baltimore right now to make sure they pound payment for the rest of the year. year and get this knowledge all over the city about what happened. And that's been the vision the whole time, to set up Gematria Effect News teams all over the nation. So the point I'm making is do what makes you happy, but at the same time, it's like if we're going to win this game, overcome this cabal, it's probably going to take money and resources to do it. I used to think that wasn't true. I used to think just with the information age, we could get the word out there and the world would change. But I see that's not it. It's like we need to be in major cities with like nice vehicles with big speaker systems, driving around the town, getting the word out, team of people handing out flyers. Somebody knows how to do video editing skills, making awesome videos. Again, all these things take money to make happen. And again, there's so many people in this community who wish they could do more, but they can't because they have their slave job. You know, if you could hire them to be employees of this and they could quit their slave job, then you'd have more people with the skills and the ability and the awareness to spend more time getting out the word on this. So anyway, that's how my thinking's changed from 2013 to now. Back then, I was trying to avoid money at all costs because then I was worried people would think I was only here for money and a sellout. But I was here, again, every day for 5 years, no funds raised. And in a way, it's just like, that was probably a huge mistake. So.
Yeah, well, man, I just got up on the city bus driving. So with that Class B, I'm going to try to make that be my, what's it called? Like my wage slavery. But what you said about selling calls was really selling options was very serendipitous to me because I only know about the buying option side of things. That's where I've ever made my money.
Well,
when I
right.
that I made like 3x on my calls.
Yes, so you can do that too. Buying options is for people who don't have the money to afford the stocks. So for people who don't understand how options work, like if you think a stock is going to go way up, you think Tesla stock's going to go up $10 in the next 10 days, you can buy options betting on that at a relatively cheaper price. And then if it does go up, then that's where you cash in and make that big profit. And now all of a sudden you have some money in your pocket and maybe you can actually afford to buy the shares. So yeah, buying options is for people who can't afford stocks essentially in the beginning. It's for other people too, but it's just a good way to make money off the stock market if you can't, say, afford a stock that costs over $200 a share. So.
Heck yeah. All right, but yeah, man, I appreciate it. I just want to drop the last thing that I remember that I forgot earlier when we were talking about religion, about Jesus, is that like I'm not a Catholic, but I'm a Protestant, and I just was told by like one of my like Christians that I've met like at college that Protestant means like protest, and I just thought that was really cool. Like they're protesting the Catholic Church, like the Roman Catholic. Like it's just cool because it seems almost like like the Protestants are really like almost an ally in this fight against the Pope, and that we kind of have this fight against the Pope is what I.
Well, and just for the record, I was raised Lutheran, which of course is named after Martin Luther, who led the Protestant Reformation. So.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah. All right, bro. Yeah. Well, stay up, man. I'll see you later.
All right. You have a good night.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go on to 860. 860, you're on.
Hey, Zach, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hey, Zach, thanks for having me on, man. It's really dope. I'm out here in Connecticut, 860, and it's crazy because this is a very strict state. I watch your videos every day, and I'm a little bit older, but I was in the military. I was brainwashed by the military. I was brainwashed growing up as Jehovah's Witness. So now that I'm out, I see a lot of the connections that you build, and I try to tell people all the time about what's really going on. And a lot of people really just don't really want to hear, don't care. The thing is, when you can build the connections and build a circle around everything that's going on in your life, whether it's money, whether it's security, whether it's all these different things, the people you listen to on the radio, the people you support, the people you vote for. That's what it really is all about. It's about every connection that you build, and you really get to see the full picture. Because unless you see the full picture, you won't really understand like how it all comes together. So when you say you're fighting for humanity, me, I used to be a Marine, and I thought I was fighting for humanity, but I realized I was fighting the wrong cause. So now I listen to you every day, and I just want to inspire others. So thank you.
Well, you're welcome. And again, we all grew up on the same stuff. You know, be all you can be in the Army, GI Joes. You know, all the Marine and military advertisements. I mean, you see it everywhere. You drive into almost any corporate parking lot. There's special parking for military. You get a military discount. I always laugh being a teacher, man. It's like being a teacher in the inner city. How come we don't get a discount anywhere? Or this is almost like being a soldier. But yeah, I mean, there's just so much cultural programming to go the military route, and that's the way to serve your country, you're told. But then you find out, man, you get deployed on these tours, and it's not what you thought it was all about. And then you start questioning what your country's really about, and then you know it gets you bad enough, you might end up like the homeless vets on the street because their minds got so messed up from the things they had to do in war. And yeah, I mean, it's a lie that our military is being used to keep us free. That's not what it is. It's being used for agendas and to put money in certain people's pockets and to take out certain populations. And again, I mean, you look at the Middle East, the Muslims, we keep crusading them. That's why they have such a low percentage of population of adult men over a certain age. And yeah, I mean, people got to wake up to it. I mean, it's not your fault that you signed up. You're living in a nation and you're going off the information you've received. And that's the thing. Most of us can't do what you did and swallow the pill that we've been lied to. And it's the ego. So your ego's obviously not like, you know, blinding you like it is so many other people in this country.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. I have an uncle who's in the Army, and he's very, very smart and he's very perceptive, and he sees the things that I talk to him about. But there's just a barrier that he just has yet to surpass when it comes to that brainwashing program that they have implemented on, say, for U.S. people. And so, you know, we see everything going on around the world, and you just have to be able to, once you have those eyes to see through the bullshit and just take a second, you know, actually like analyze the stuff and say, okay, yeah, there's something really going on. There's some people that just have yet to see that. And that's what I'm fighting for, to get people to get to that next level. But it's hard in this society when, yeah, I have to wake up to go to work every day. We'll talk about this later. I don't care. It's not important. Right now, all it's important is bills, this and that, you know. I don't see people lining up at the courthouse trying to fight for rights, for guns. I see them trying to fight for weed, which is cool. It's cool, you know, but it's like there's other fights, you know what I mean? And you have to pick and choose which ones we fight for, and we have to all wake up. So we just want to pick the right fight.
Indeed. Indeed. Well, hey, I really appreciate your call and that you're a very open-minded person, and you in my opinion, you changed your perspective for the better. I just imagine if more people who've been in your shoes could do the same thing. So anyway, man, thank you.
Thanks, Zach. Take care.
Yeah, you have a good night. All right, we got one more caller, and then we're going to wrap this thing up because it's getting late. 772, you're on.
Hey, Zach. What's up?
Oh, you're staying up late. What are you up to?
Well, I'm pretty stoned, and then I saw that you were live, and I had to call in about the whole bridge thing. If you go into that top story about the bridge collapse, the first thing that you're gonna see is them talking about father of 3 from El Salvador among 6 missing after Baltimore bridge collapse, and his name is Miguel Luna. And you know, you kind of like think about the moon, 19. And they said that he's a husband, a father of 3, and he's been living in Maryland for 19 years. But other than that, his name equals 56, you know, just like power outage, and that's what they said why the ship crashed. And also what's interesting is that his name is also 115. And I don't know if you connected did you connect the White Lion thing and Leave the World Behind to this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so you did. Okay, so yeah, so Miguel Luna is 115, just like White Lion is 115. And obviously, you know, White Lion is 52, power outage 52. And it also, it said it happened at 1:28 a.m. and White Lion equals 128. That was the 88th minute of the day. And Maryland is ratified as the 7th state in 1788. And also the city of Baltimore was established on August 8th or 8/8.
The same day that Maui burned up. Similar rituals.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. Yeah, in 88 actually I forgot what it means. But yeah, I thought that was all pretty interesting, and some people are saying that like they have trouble teaching other people about this. Honestly, I haven't really had any problem teaching this to people who have like, any intelligence. Somebody who I had tried to teach this to in the past was like this really stupid person. And
Hold up.
understand.
I just realized something thinking about this. We talked about how the Francis Scott Key Bridge came down 127 days after Biden's birthday. It was 128th day of his age, and all the other 127s. We also talked about how the bridge opened on 23/3, March 23rd in 1977. Francis Scott Key Bridge is 233, which is the 13th Fibonacci number, and it comes down 13 days before the eclipse. And again, Francis Scott Key wrote the national anthem for the 13 Stripes. But from August 8th to the day the bridge came down, that was from the day Maui caught on fire to the day the bridge came down. I'm pretty sure that's 233 days. Oh snap! Never mind. My math's off by 1 day. Shoot, I was trying to do it in my head. Or no, it's way off. I'm dyslexic. Never mind. I'm dyslexic. It's off. It's 231 days. The 21st trying. It's 33 weeks later though, which is interesting. It is 33 weeks later. Okay. Anyway, I'm doing that late night math. It's off. Go ahead.
You know what else is interesting? So this all happened on a Tuesday, right? And in the Lego movie, they say that the end of the world happens on Taco Tuesday. And I just found that interesting, in light of the connections with the whole end of the world thing. And we know that movie definitely had a lot of programming. I think that in the way that they spelled it in the movie, hold on. I just misspelled something. All right. I had misspelled it. Taco Tuesday, the way they spell it, TAKO. I noticed. I guess I'm not seeing anything, but that was the other connection that I noticed. But anyway, I was saying that I had tried to teach this to this person that wasn't very smart, and they didn't get it at all. They didn't understand how any of this worked. I mean, I understand if somebody doesn't know what all the numbers are right away, but I mean, you have to be pretty dumb to not understand like what any of this means. Like, they didn't get that like that you can add up numbers together that words equal. But I've been like teaching people about it now. And like, I taught this my new friend, and she was like amazed. She was like, oh man, I've been seeing like numbers and stuff, and I was wondering like maybe I was crazy, and I'm glad that you gave me this information. So there's people out there that know what's going on, but like that, those are like the smarter people. Like she's definitely smart, and she got it like right away. And she only learned like a couple of days ago, and she gets what all this, why it's important and whatever. And I've taught like some other people too, and they also like, wow, that's really interesting, and like you can predict stuff and whatever. But I haven't even gotten to the predictions and telling her, but all
right. Anyway, this is all your own personal life stuff. Anyway, man, I appreciate the call. I'm gonna let a few more people get in. I got to wrap this up, but thank you. Okay. Or did you want to add something else to the show? Or hold up, I got to switch the setting because it's gonna. Hold on, I got to change it. Want to add something else tonight? Or maybe he's just watching. I saw him. He was in the back room.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry about that. Well, it was kind of like 3 calls ago when you guys were talking when you read Revelations, scripture. Um, in Russia, Putin he revealed, I think a couple days ago, like Jesus is black, and it had like a lot of like pretty much African, like religious stuff, and then the whole conference is looking stunned and stuff like that. So, just to kind of piggyback what you're saying, like, yeah, I think Jesus was actually, I don't think, but I know Jesus was like my skin color complexion with wool hair, bro. So yeah, that was pretty funny that you said that. And also, the reason why I feel like they're revealing this is because it's actually the end times. I don't know how else to explain it, but I really do feel like it's the end times.
Did you just see that Candace Owens got fired from the Daily Wire last Friday?
I didn't see that, but I saw the Breakfast Club interview she had. But yeah, and she's been circulating in the news as well on social media. I've just been seeing nothing but Candace Owens. I didn't even know who really she was until like social media just with the people.
Well, here's the joke. Okay, so the big person on the Daily Wire is Ben Shapiro, who's Jewish, the nasally guy that has the popular YouTube channel, another bullshitter that gets fed by the algorithm. But she was on that same network with him. So she got fired on March 22nd, 22/3, like how the date can be written, like 223. Again, in Revelation, it says those who claim to be Jews but are not. Again, Jesus is from Judea. He's obviously of a darker complexion. In the book of Enoch, you learn that the oldest Jew in the Bible, Methuselah, is black. So that tells you probably the rest of the Jews were, since he's like the ancestor of it all, obviously they're black. So anyway, the synagogue of Satan, which are again in Revelation are those who claim to be Jews but are not, but are liars. The synagogue of Satan equals 223, just like Philadelphia equals 223, because the letter is written to the church of Philadelphia about the synagogue of Satan in Revelation. And then white supremacist equals 223. And we've documented a lot of rituals with 223 and white supremacy in the synagogue of Satan. So think about Ben Shapiro staying on, but Candace Owens, the black woman, getting fired for supposedly anti-Semitism when really she's the true Semitic one. Again, that's the mockery. And they've done this before.
I don't know. I'm just sitting back and let it all unfold, bro. I'm really waiting for the grid to go down, to be honest. I'm just kind of tired of the world. Like it's really going in peril. Like I'm just kind of ready for it at this point, bro. Like you've been saying, like just get a gun. Be prepared and just that's pretty much it, man. Like honestly, I don't know.
Indeed.
Thank you though. All right, Zach. I'm still going to be chilling here.
All right, you have a good night. For Hefe in the chat says, am I going to cover the April 8th eclipse? Maybe rewind the stream and watch from the beginning because we covered the eclipse early and I was very repetitive. I went over things several times in this stream. So we've been talking about the eclipse in regards to March Madness and Patreon. But here we got the voice from Seattle. What's up, GAD?
Hey, how you doing, Zach?
How you doing, man?
Doing good. Yeah, just really quick, I'm gonna touch on that, and then I'm gonna ask you a question about, of course, this bridge falling and whatnot. Yeah, as far as of course, the guys keep talking about, Jesus Christ, especially in the Christian church. He's olive color, even though the olive colors are only green and black. And then they use the term of what you call Middle Eastern, which that's not the real name of that region. It's called the Levant region or the Fertile Crescent. And of course, I mean, the people that are in the Eastern Europe, they already know who, the people in the book are and who and what their physical descriptions are. I know this because I've had multiple conversations from different people from, Germany and Russia. They know history. They don't know, they know a whole lot more history than the people over here in America, especially people that claim to be Christian. They don't know nothing about biblical history or history in general, and just the fact that Putin revealed that. I mean, it's something that someone like me already knew that they already know. But that's just but they're just bringing more transparent. I mean, even when you go into the Dark Ages, majority of those people were of a Negroid stock. It is what it is. Even going to the Jesuits and or not the Jesuits, but the Templar Knights. Those guys they called themselves of the tribe of Levi, like Jacques de Molay and those individuals. They were so-called Negro, but these things are, I mean, these things are very apparent. I mean, you can bring things out in the scriptures, but people will especially those people of the Christian church, because they call Christ as all colors or whatever, whatever foolishness they speak, they're going to be detractors or naysayers regardless. But the truth's right there in their face, and the people that are in power already know what the Bible says and who the Bible's specifically speaking on. And even Gematria is letting you know why they treat a certain people a certain way. So it is what it is. But I just want to get that out the way. I have a question though too about this bridge falling down. Do you see any parallels from the Golden? Because I know you covered the Tacoma Bridge falling back in the early 1900s. My question would be, do you think there might be any parallels with the Golden Gate Bridge?
Yeah, I definitely covered that early in the stream. Today,
Okay.
this collapse came 135 days after the Superior General's birthday, and Golden Gate Bridge equals 135. And it's also synced with Joe Biden's infrastructure bill, which he passed a couple years back. And the name of that infrastructure bill is 135. And he brought it up today. He said he's going to activate the infrastructure bill because they passed it, but haven't done anything with it. So think about it. The name of the bill is 135. Now, 135 days after the Jesuit leader's birthday, this bridge comes down, and it's on Nancy Pelosi's birthday, who's from Baltimore, but who's the politician out in San Francisco where the Golden Gate Bridge is. Hell yeah, this is pointing to the Golden Gate Bridge. So yeah, it's just the question is like, how far away is the next ritual? Is it right around the corner, or are we still a decade away? But they're pointing to this. It's going to happen at some point. And I mean, in all likelihood, we're not going to stop the Illuminati because everyone's still got their head up their ass. But if the Illuminati's not stopped, they're eventually going to take that thing down, like how they took down this bridge today in Baltimore. So.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm waiting for them to do something up here in Seattle. I mean, it seemed like
I just again, we got the Kraken now in Seattle, which is the monster out of the ocean. PBS back in 2010 did the documentary on how Seattle, the fault line sits on it because it's so bad. If they have a quake like they did 300 years ago, it could be the first city in the modern era to see skyscrapers fall over. It's hard for me to believe they're going to do that, though, because Amazon has just built up the whole damn city since 2010. Like, we don't know. Seattle looks like a whole different city ever since Amazon started building everything in 2010 there. But
it's almost
today RFK Jr., the woman he got for VP, I was talking about, this is a big stream. I covered a lot of information, but the woman that RFK Jr. got for VP, she is from where the Tacoma Narrows Bridge collapsed. And again, the governor of Maryland is from Tacoma Park. The Tacoma Bridge, again, the Tacoma Narrows Bridge collapse is the worst bridge collapse in U.S. history. It happened in 1940, so it's coming up on the 84th anniversary, like how everything's 84 today, like Pelosi's 84th birthday. The word bridge is 117 in reverse. It's possible that they do something on November 7th near the end of the year, right as we're approaching 2025. Remember, that's when the real cataclysm's been foretold, is 2025. So I'm wondering if maybe November 7th could even be the day that something really big goes down, the 84th anniversary of the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. And then the funny thing for me is that's about when Sweet Lady's going to have her kids. So I might be a new dad when the world's reaching total mayhem. So that'll be fun. But
right.
Anyway, we'll see.
Yeah. No, and just real quick. Yeah, no, I mean, it is funny that they are building a lot of Amazon fucking stores, but they are kind of preluding something really fucked up happening up here. Of course, like you said, like with the Seattle Dragons and Seattle Sea Dragons, that's very, very strange. Kraken, Sea Dragons, very strange. Mascot for a team in Seattle that has nothing to do with no damn giant serpent or Kraken. I find that ironic, but yeah, no, those are definitely things to take account of. But
here, hold up. I want to see if the Kraken got the win tonight, because I'm pretty sure if they won, they got their 44th win. Oh, I see the Canadians upset the Avalanche. Congrats to the winners. Yeah. So, that's what it was. The Kraken won tonight. Look at this. The Kraken won tonight 4-0 and gave the Ducks their 44th loss. Again, Seattle equals 44. Earthquake equals 44, military 44, HARP 44. Seattle's the closest city in America to HARP because the main headquarters of it's up in Alaska. And if people haven't seen my work on the crazy earthquake we had in Washington State in 2001 before 9/11, it was all synced up with the Hanford site, nuclear energy, and the World Trade Center. It's a lot to explain, man, but 44 is a big earthquake Seattle number, and the Kraken did give the Ducks down in Anaheim. Anaheim's down on a big fault line too. Their 44th loss on the day of this ritual with the bridge. And again, there's only so many things that could be the narrative for taking down the Golden Gate and other infrastructure. It's either a major earthquake, an act of terrorism, or an act of war. And yeah, we were watching that Kraken Ducks game to see if that 44 would play today, and it sure did. So
yeah. Oh yeah, and and definitely you have Julio Rodriguez, who wears the number 44 with another Seattle team, the Seattle Mariners. So it'll be interesting to see where that team might go. I would honestly, just seeing how things are, I wouldn't be surprised if they're a big player in this season, amongst the AL teams as far as like contending.
Yeah, it's possible. Seattle's the 44 city. In the Seahawks' 44th season, they had their first non-winning season at home. They went 4-4 that year by the script. So,
yeah, no, but good stuff, Zach. It's pretty late, but it's crazy that you're up this early. I mean, up this late, but
well, I stay up for the big special events. You've been grinding on it all day since I think I was streaming about this at 6 a.m. this morning. We're streaming about it at 1 a.m. So it's almost 24 hours of streaming on this subject. Got to get the word out.
Yeah, crazy, but that's hey man, motivated man. Just stay motivated, man. Keep bringing this information.
Like I said, if the weather is good, I plan to be out in Seattle for the Kurt Cobain death weekend. So we'll have to play it by ear. If the weekend's good, I'm going to be out there because when the weather's good, Pike's Place is booming.
Oh yeah, it's booming. It's booming, and the ladies are booming as well.
Well, hey, I don't know nothing about that with sweet lady over here, but for a single guy like you, man, come out, more power to you. So.
Yeah, no, for sure. But yeah, man, good stuff. Good stuff as always, Zach, man.
All right, G80. You have a good night, man.
Likewise.
Last time I was in Seattle was the day of the Seahawks opener. Remember, we were telling the Seahawks fans, we were out there before the game telling them why they were going to lose to Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford had the numbers to win that day for the Rams. But we took it from the stadium down to Pike Place Market, and I forget how this girl went about it, man. She's like, what's it going to take to get you off this speaker out in this corner making all this noise? Am I going to have to suck your dick or something? I was like, what? I was like, wow, that's a pickup line from a lady. I was like, the sweet lady's not going to know about this one. And no, that's not going to happen either. But you just never know when you're out on the corner, man. You might even meet your girlfriend or someone that's not worthy of being your girlfriend. You just never know. So anyway, here, we'll take one more call and then we'll wrap this thing up. Do Philly's Ace 34. What a name. What's up?
Hey, Zach. I'm John from Philly. I've called you before, and I've been on your Patreon and stuff like that. Today, the Flyers lost 6-5, the reverse of 56.
Well,
56.
Hold on. I mean, Philadelphia is the 65 city.
65, yeah. And Betsy Ross is
65 too. Bridge Clap's 65. RFK shot on 6'5". His son's getting all the attention. You guys have to understand what they did with RFK Jr. None of the media covered his presidential speech April 19th. CNN didn't cut to that and show it for 30 minutes. Fox didn't cut to that and show it for 30. But all the media news networks cut to RFK Jr. today. It's just so obvious why he got the attention today, because he's part of this Jesuit network with all their little rituals.
Yeah, everything's correlated with California and stuff like that. The Warriors went to California, the A's went to California. Betsy Ross Bridge, I'm scared because this bridge went down in Baltimore. We have the Betsy Ross Bridge here in Philadelphia. That could be another where a terrorist attack or something goes on. Because if that's all correlated with 56, Betsy Ross is 56, and they keep correlating with California, it's just nervous, scary to me that it either could be the Golden Gate Bridge or possibly Because really anything happens out here in Philadelphia, maybe that bridge goes down because
Well,
it has
like I was
Betsy Ross
saying,
is 56.
this morning I was talking about how I saw a Philadelphia connection because you could say it would be the 239th day of Francis Scott Key's age if he were alive, and the flag was sewn in Philly at 239 Arch Street. And again, this whole thing on the 86th day of the year, let's not forget that when the Eagles won the Super Bowl, it was Zach Ertz, number 86, scoring the winning touchdown 86 days after his birthday, but that was 86 years after the national anthem was adopted, and that whole season was about the protest of the flag, the NFL players, Trump, the rituals, Kaepernick. That was the year we called the Super Bowl as Eagles and Patriots in week 3 because Trump took on the NFL protesters on 23/9, like 239 Arch Street, and we said, there it is, Eagles, home of the flag, versus the Patriots with the flag on the helmet. Kaepernick had his first protest that year in the preseason on the 239th day of the year. There's that Bay Area Philly connection. Always Bay and Philly. Again, Oakland, got the Warriors, got the Athletics. They used to be out in Philly. So,
And they call Baltimore the sister city of Philadelphia, too. They connect Baltimore and Philly like sister cities as well. So that's what makes me a little nervous about something could happen up here in Philly that it happened in Baltimore, and Philly's like has some correlation with Baltimore. So and when you bring up Betsy Ross, 56, and Golden Gate Bridge, all that correlates together. So it's just, I just wanted to bring that up, man, because it's scary. Because I live in Philly, so just wanted to touch base on that.
Yeah. God, she died at age 84 too, Betsy Ross. She died at 84 too, man. That's the big number on this thing, 84.
And we got a lot of bridges in Philadelphia that go right to Jersey. So we got like five bridges that go or correlated in Philadelphia. So there could be any one of them bridges besides that one,
Here, look at the gematria of Betsy Ross. It's 101, like Philadelphia's 101. Today was the bridge collapsed 100 days after the Pope's birthday, or on the 101st day of his age. And then I see Betsy Ross was actually buried on Pope Francis's birthday back in 1975, which is Saturnalia. Wait a minute. How does it say? Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. How was she buried? Did they dig her up and rebury her then? Because she died in the 1800s. She was reburied on Saturnalia in 1975. That's weird.
Do you think that boat that crashed into Baltimore is like a play on Salvatore Bergoli, St. Francis?
Hold
Salvatore.
up. I think you might be right about this Betsy Ross thing. Today's thing is 56 days after her death anniversary, and Betsy Ross equals 56. And then Betsy Ross is also 34, like Maryland, like happened 34 weeks after Francis Scott Key's birthday. I do feel like Philadelphia is in the crosshairs. I feel like this is connected to Philly. I thought that this morning, and I think you're right about this Betsy Ross bridge.
Yeah, it's scary because when you kept bringing it up, like. And Philadelphia has the A's went to California. The Warriors went to California, so it keeps time. And we have a big Masonic temple in Philadelphia, right in heart of Center City. So I've been in there. So I don't know if that makes a big difference because I don't know if they call the shots from here or wherever. But I don't know. It's just scary that everything is correlated some way to Philadelphia, like Kobe Bryant and all that.
Well,
things that we talk about.
In all likelihood, you'll be just fine if they do something in Philadelphia, just like, 99.999% of the population survived 9/11, even though they were living in New York City. But yeah, I mean, it does suck that we live in a world where they can bring more chaos to our cities. And if you were the wrong person at the wrong time, something could happen. But I wouldn't live in fear. I'd just be like, maybe just start dropping the clues to your friends and family. Because shit, if something happens to the Betsy Ross Bridge, they'll be like, damn, I know exactly who warned me about that.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch base on that. And plus, the Flyers lost 6-5 to the Rangers.
Yeah.
Go figure. But that's all I wanted to say, and I support your work, man. And it's crazy how everything keeps correlating and nobody's talking about it. Like I was gonna say, Candace Owens, I want to touch base on her, but you don't know if she could be like somebody brought up in your chat. She went to Connecticut or whatever, or she's associated with Connecticut or something like that, Skull and Bones and stuff like that. So You can't even trust these people.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy.
Indeed. All right, man. I
All right,
appreciate
man.
the call. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, because people in the other part of the world are starting to wake up and watch this stream because it's morning time in Europe right now, and Australia's midday. And again, I just want to make sure people really know the like. There's a lot to say about this, but I just want to make sure everybody has this one teaching down. If you're going to wake your friends up and family, there's so much here, but we gotta hit the number one, the numero uno. Again, they said this bridge collapsed at 1:28 a.m. When Joe Biden was in Pittsburgh to talk infrastructure the other year, the date was January 28th, and the bridge collapsed. It was the Fern Hollow. And in Gematria, bridge collapse equals 128 like Fern Hollow. Again, it was the Dali that took out the bridge today. Salvador Dali has a painting from 79 years ago. You can see the bridge collapse was also 79. But the name of that painting, The Broken Bridge in the Dream, equals 128. Let me just type it out again. The Broken Bridge and the Dream, 128. Okay? And then this is the Francis Scott Key Bridge that came down today. And it came down. Let me scroll down to where we need to be. I was having trouble like putting the right order because there's just so much information to cram in here. But hold on. Hold on. The bridge came down in Maryland, which is 128. Bridge collapsed 128, but it came down on the 128th day of Joe Biden's age, the same guy that was in Pittsburgh on 1/28 when the bridge collapsed. And then it came down 128 days before the birthday anniversary of Francis Scott Key. And keep in mind, Independence Day is 128, and the owner of Baltimore, the football team who just died, his birthday is Independence Day, guy for the Baltimore Orioles who just died. He died 263 days after his birthday, the 56th prime, when his name equals 56. And then this goes down on 26/3, like 263, the 56th prime, the ritual they did with RFK Jr. and Nancy Pelosi, whose birthday it is. Both got the 56 connections. But the Ravens season ended on 128 this year. The Obama movie, The White Lion, oil tanker crashes on the shore. About the grid going down, power grid going down. White Lion, 128. Look at Power Grid, you guys. Power Grid's 128. They're saying the power went out on this boat. Again, Jesuit Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum has been simulating this cyber attack that's going to take down the grid. Again, Janet Napolitano warned about the grid going down as the next to 9/11 back in 2013 in the time of Obama as president and Biden as VP. The March Madness tournament, it's going to have the championship April 8th, the day of the eclipse, the day the light in the sky is blacked out. That's the mayor of Baltimore's birthday. And then the other thing besides the 128 is how important 84 is. Today's Nancy Pelosi's 84th birthday. The worst bridge collapse in America. It's celebrating its 84th anniversary this year. Salvador Dali, who did the painting about the broken bridge in the dream, he died at 84. We're seeing how Betsy Ross died at 84, how it could be pointing to Philly next in the Betsy Ross Bridge. United States of America is 84. The mayor of Baltimore was born in 84. The Jesuit order's 84. The Catholic Church is 84. Jesuit alone's 84. Masonry's 84. Such a special number. Superior General's 184. Again, Nancy Pelosi, it's her birthday. She's from Baltimore. She's a politician in San Francisco where the Golden Gate Bridge is. Golden Gate Bridge, 135. Today was 135 days after the Superior General's birthday, whose title equals 84. The last Superior General died at age 84. And again, Biden's infrastructure bill. Hold up. Where's this bill at? What's it called again? It's called the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. That's what Biden spoke about today, how he's going to activate that and get the port rebuilt and the bridge. But the name of the bill is 135. It's just, again, order out of chaos. So if you guys missed everything else we covered, there's a lot more to it. But hey, truth does not exist, or not truth. DK Stonewood, did you want to add more on?
Yeah, am I on the show again? Oh, I am. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're back on.
Did you I stepped out for a minute and then I came back and I heard somebody talking about Betsy Ross Bridge. Did you just make a connection after I said Betsy Ross and Francis Scott Key are both fake Jews?
Well, just, she's connected to the flag. And again, the flag was sewn in Philly at 239 Arch Street. And today would have been the 239th day of Francis Scott Key's age. And there was a huge 86 ritual with the Eagles winning that Super Bowl that was all about 239 that year. 239 is the 52nd prime. Minnesota equals 52. Super Bowl 52 was hosted by Minnesota. Minnesota had the bridge collapse on August 1st, Francis Scott Key's birthday. That's if like your family can't stand numbers. Here's the other thing to show them. In light of Francis Scott Key and this happening on Nancy Pelosi's birthday, you got to get your family to say, well, doesn't that seem weird that Nancy Pelosi was in Singapore August 1st, 2022, shaking hands with the prime minister there, and then today on her birthday, because August 1st, the day she did that, is Francis Scott Key's birthday. But then today, a Singaporean ship takes out the Francis Scott Key birthday. This doesn't look like a damn ritual. Not to mention, I've been here for years ranting about how Nancy Pelosi's this symbolic Catholic pawn on the chessboard that they keep in there for all these high rituals. And now this happens today on her 84th birthday. It's just like, come on, man. I don't know how we have any critics or skeptics.
Not any legitimate ones, only paid for ones. Another thing that I mentioned this already before, it's like months old when we were first talking about the White Lion, and I said that White Lion used to be one of the operating systems for iOS. But also, if you spell lion Lyin instead, you have a white lie, like like what these stories all are. I don't know if I mentioned that.
Oh my! You saying that? Just look at this, you guys. I meant to cover this earlier and I fucking spaced it. CNN had on the guy who was the chief investigator for the Oklahoma City April 19th bombing back in '95, which was a total cover up. But they had him on today to explain the accident that took place. And you got to see this guy's damn name. Hold on.
I think this is another one of those names that I was saying is another Gabby Petito.
Hold up.
I was looking through your short videos today, and there was a couple names in there that I was like, oh, that's another.
Wait a minute. Why do I not see my post? This was up earlier today. His name is Allen, spelled Allyn. I've never seen Allen spelled that way, but it looked like a lion, like he's up there a lion about what happened. What the hell? I think X got rid of my post on it. Wow. No, this was up here. I posted so many damn things today, but I had a big screenshot from CNN with him. Or shit, maybe it's, hold up. Go ahead, DK, while I dig it up. It might just be a short video that I uploaded. Maybe I didn't take a screenshot. Maybe I made a short YouTube video.
It was a short YouTube video. It was.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Uh-huh. Because I heard you talk about everything you just said. I heard already in one of you made like 5 short videos, and I don't know which one, but one of them, you said exactly what you just said like 30 seconds ago. So.
Yeah, that's what it was then. I want, for people who didn't see that video, it is a video up on the channel. For people who don't know, there's a videos tab, a lives tab, and a short tab. You got to search all tabs to find what you're looking for. Live streams going to the live, videos going to the videos, obviously shorts going to the shorts. But yeah, Allen, and you're always talking about the fake ones. I'm pretty sure this guy's definitely one.
You mean if the name fake, or both the name fake and he's a fake Jew?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So hold on, let me get this guy up here.
I just totally forgot.
Allen. I mean, I've never seen Allen spelled this way in my life. Allyn. And this guy was they said he was the chief investigator for the Oklahoma City bombing. And I just thought, oh, great. A guy in on the CIA ops who's, well, who else would CIA, CNN have on? But
they're all lying. All lying.
Yeah. And it fits in with the Obama thing too, right? The white lion.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly. White lie. I mean, this stuff's becoming, I guess, as the world gets dumber, the psyops got to get dumber, just like, by the law. What hermetic principle is that, where whatever you put in, you're going to get out? I forgot. But the stupider humanity becomes, the stupider the psyops become. They're just so obvious now. The names
look at
are
this
all.
guy's name. I didn't decode his name earlier. His name equals 88, like how the bridge came down at the 88th minute of the day, and Maryland's 88, and the Star Spangled Banner, which Francis Scott Key wrote, is 88. So yeah, fucking a lion 88. Well, I mean, this stuff is just such a joke. Like, that's not even that guy's real fucking name. That's his name for the media, so he can go out and do his bullshit and never get found out in public, because nobody's name is spelled Allyn. And let's not forget that Obama at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, when he had Trump there that year, joked that Trump would be the next president. That year it was 45 days from Trump's birthday, and then he played the clip of the Lion King. And they said, see, here's proof that I actually was born in Africa. And he's supposed to be the little cub Simba, which equals 44, like he's number 44. And then remember what happened to the Lion King actor? He died this year, and it was like the news, like the day after Obama's birthday this year? And then their chef also drowned out in the lake. So,
did you notice anything about the numbers of people? They said that they were in the water, or what? Like, why would there have been workers on that bridge and all that? Did you already go over all that stuff that I missed?
Well, they said that all 6 of the guys who are in the water are of Indian descent. And again, a lot of them are Hindu, which goes in with the whole, Dali thing and the Dali or Buddhist, Hindu. I'm getting all confused right now, but no doubt that's what they're paying tribute to. So
did you just almost say Dalai Lama?
I did almost say Dalai Lama. He's the Buddhist. So.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Dalai Lama and lions as well. Like,
let's not forget they just did a big old 201 ritual in the not too distant past with the Dalai Lama, so we know who's running the Dalai Lama also.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Another fraud like Gandhi. That's the new Gandhi, I believe, is basically the Dalai Lama.
Yeah, indeed.
Anyway, I totally forgot what I was going to say when you were asking about that, but I haven't thought of it yet. So if you want to end it, it's fine with me.
Yeah. If you guys watched this stream from the beginning, I was super redundant because I just really wanted to make things stick in people's heads. And what I actually want to do, if I can get a second, is try and turn this into a children's book and maybe just stick to 128 and 84. Anyway, I got to figure out ways to make little children's books that don't really go beyond too many numbers. You can just focus on the whole pattern all the way through with some nice illustrations. Because, I think every little kid would get it. I think they'd have a hard time understanding how it could even possibly be a coincidence. It's just the indoctrinated people just won't let their mind wrap around it. It's like, my mom today. My mom spent half my day begging me again to give RFK a chance because his speech was so great today. And I was just like, Mom, I mean, seriously, you don't get the joke of him having now a Jesuit woman from Santa Clara be the VP who's born like where the Tacoma Narrows Bridge collapsed? I mean, you don't get the sick joke that's going on here? She's like, that's got to be a coincidence. He wouldn't do that to us. I'm just like, she just doesn't get it, man.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's her one crutch. She can't let go of the one crutch.
She always got to believe in some political person. It's just, and then she was a little kid when there was the Kennedy. She was like, she turned 16. Let me think. Well, she was 15 years old when RFK was assassinated. She would have turned 16 later that year. So,
give them something to believe in. They're a lonely bunch.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, we can wrap this up, DK. We went way overboard, so appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right, Zach. Talk soon.
Yeah, take care. Okay. And yeah, let me say thank you to the super chatters. We streamed for over 4 hours, and Richard donated 5. Said thanks for exposing a major event for the millionth time. Indeed. Thanks for always helping get out the word, Richard. I appreciate it, and the donation. Gematria is key. Said they circled May 7th because it's the 128th day of the leap year. Not a bad thought. That was another 5, so we were up $10. Then Pretty Kitty with the continued generosity donated 5 more to put us up to 15. She said, how do you connect the dots, Zach? Do you do a specific internet search that result in major events that happened on this day in the past? Well, had I done that for this, we probably would have found a lot more. And sometimes I do that, but now I mostly just connect the dots because I've been doing it every day for over 10 years. So I know a lot of things from history, and I've talked it. It's just like they're doing the same stuff over and over, so I already know the pattern. It's just like when I saw this morning that they said when I first turned on CNN this morning, they said the bridge collapsed at 127. I was like, oh my God, 127. And then I saw Francis Scott Key Bridge was 127. Then the story changed to 128, but now they've actually been showing the time on the clock when it collapses. It is 128, but bridge collapse 128. So you just see why they get the numbers in there. And again, I mean, was I not just doing a interview the day before the bridge collapse, teaching about 127 in the year 1968, and this bridge was financed in 1968. It looks like it got demolished like the World Trade Center. It's probably planned from the second it went up. So anyway, I mean, yeah, at this point, I just pretty much do everything from the top of my head because I've done it so many damn times. I just know. I wish it wasn't that way, but it is that way because, I mean, it's been extreme repetition over here. I've been at this every day for over a decade. Liz donated 10. Big donor tonight. Great work. That put us up to 25. Thank you, Liz. Liz came in with another 2. She said, good read, the 13th Tribe, Arthur Kostler. Thank you times 2, Liz. That put us up to 27. And then Logan Thomas chipped in 5. And I still got your mic here for you, Logan, when I come out to Portland. Your mic's right over here. Just so you don't think it ran away anywhere. Your mic when I come out to Portland. So anyway, yeah, you know, I always have the fantasy that one day it's going to be like Tim Pool. We're going to have 50,000 people watching. We're going to make like $1 million in super chats. We're finally going to set up Gematria Effect News. But I do appreciate the donations. We made $32 minus YouTube's cut of 30%. So we made a little bit over 20. You know, that would cover the gas to drive over the bridge. But yeah, we're still looking for the audience or the big funder to help us make Gematria Effect News a real thing with real assets and employees. And yeah, for all the people who go, well, Zach, why don't you just go live at the casino and make all the money? You know, that's a thought, but at the same time, I don't want to have to do everything. You know, why don't 1 million people pledge $1 a month like I said? That seems like a fair deal. Then I'm not having to shoulder the whole load. You guys expect me to be like Batman, Spider-Man, Superman, whatever man, all in one. It's not reality. It needs to be a team of people helping out. Hold up. There were some people who sent some cash apps too. Let me say thank you to them. Again, if you guys ever want to support the work, all the links to support are in the description. For some reason, though, shout out to Donovan. Shout out to John. Shout out to David Smith. All 3 made $5 donations. Actually, David Smith donated $10. Thank you, David. So that's plus 20. So after the YouTube take, we raised about $42 tonight in 4 hours and almost 20 minutes. And somebody did send me a little 420 in the mail, but they need to learn the turkey bag. They're going to get me in trouble at the post office. Told you guys I had to go pick up my first package at the post office, and the box was just smelling all like weed. And the post clerk was like, oh, that's an interesting aroma. I was like, uh-oh. No turkey bag. You got to put that in a turkey bag. Guys, again, you put weed in the turkey bag, no smell gets out. That's the way you send weed in the mail. Must be in the turkey bag. The other thing that works is, yeah, you can dig out the peanut butter and then put it in the middle of a peanut butter. But what's the point of doing that? You're wasting like way more money. Get a turkey bag that costs about 75 cents. It's a big old thing. You could fit a pound in there. Don't ask me how I know these things, but I do. And then you can ship that thing in the mail and nobody's going to smell nothing. As long as you tie the turkey bag, got to tie it up too. That's also part of the process. But anyway. Yeah, vacuum sealed could work too, but that's also more difficult. Just get a turkey bag. So yeah, anyway. One day, I'll keep manifesting it. One day, there's going to be 1 million people who pledge $1 a month, and we're going to have a big team of employees, and we're going to have a big bus, and we're going to go city to city as big events happen, and, wake them up. Imagine, like, seriously, imagine we had $1 million flowing every month. We could, like, literally set up a full team of people in every city that we went to for a ritual They could just get out the word all year. Get super good at working together, teaching the whole city about Baltimore, about what went down today. Then the next thing goes down in another city. We go there in the Team Gematria bus. We wake up that city. We set up another Gematria Effect News team there. We got a good pay, a good salary, insurance, benefits. I mean, it should happen. It should have happened a long time ago. But I don't know. Everyone's like, I'm saving my money for McDonald's. I'm going to save my money for the $200 a month cable bill so I can pay CNN to lie to me every day. Hold on. I think DK Stonewood wants to say something else. Did you want to say something else, DK?
Oh, I was just going to type it in the chat, but also 1:28 a.m. is 10:28 Pacific, so you got the 1028 again.
Oh, and you're right. And that's what day the Obama movie Leave the World Behind premiered, and the day Matthew Perry died by the numbers.
Yeah.
God, that's a good observation that it was 10:28 out here on the West Coast, Golden Gate Bridge time.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
What was I doing at the gym
It's
so
saying
late?
the premiere now was October 25th. On here, it used to say October 28th. I hate how they're always changing stuff up.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Still didn't remember what I wanted to say originally, but it's all right.
Oh, you know what though? The Leave the World Behind premiered on Netflix on December 8th, 128, and there's like White Lions 128. Getting the grid going down. White Lion 128. Whoops. White Lion 128. Power Grid 128. The power went out on the boat today. December 8th. God, you know what? That means today was. Oh, I see what they did, you guys. Here, I'm glad. Here's a new one for you. December 8th, when this thing premiered on Netflix, to today is 109 days later, right? Whoops. Got to do March 26th. 109 days later, I see where this is going. Ignatius of Loyola Day is typically the 109th day of the year. But look at this. Cyber attack is 109. Obama's movie about the cyber attack taking the grid down. Just like what Janet Napolitano said back in 2013, a cyber attack's going to take down the grid. And again, military's 109. And shooting's 109. Remember 60 Minutes did the story about how snipers could take down the power grid if they took out 6 key stations. They gave the full blueprint for how to take down the U.S. power grid with snipers on 60 Minutes. It was like, oh, wow, thanks for putting that out there. I guess, they'll have the story in the future. The terrorists came across the wide open border. They were watching 60 Minutes. They studied. I mean, they could go any stupid route with this. But, again, don't live in fear, you guys. Make sure you have things on hand in case they turn off the power in your neck of the woods for a period of time. Again, water, non-perishable food, protection device. If you don't got a gun, you don't like guns, you better have something like some bear spray or something. First aid, flashlight, batteries, candles, a way to keep cool in the summer, a way to keep warm if it's still cold where you are. So,
one thing I forgot to ask too, I didn't look at, what's the name of the shipping line on that ship?
That's a good question.
You can usually see it on the side. If it's a big picture, it's like in humongous letters on the side. But I don't know.
MV Dolly. MV Dolly is a Singapore registered container ship owned by Grace Ocean Pte Ltd. Grace Ocean.
Yeah, but what's the name of the shipping line that it sails for?
Chartered by Maersk. Is that what it is? The Maersk?
Maersk. There you go. Maersk. Okay. Makes total sense.
Oh, look at that shit. Maersk is 95-41, just like Baltimore.
Maersk is the biggest shipping line in the world now. It used to be Evergreen, which is kind of got a Catholic name and emblem because
they used that to clog up that port the other year in that high ritual. The Evergreen ship.
Evergreen is like a known CIA company because they got the Catholic Church got the pine cone as the biggest statue they have over there.
When I think of Evergreen, what I think of is the Simpsons creator who always had the predictive program, because he went to Evergreen College, which is just south of Seattle, where so much of this CIA shit goes on too. But yeah, I know what you're saying with the Evergreen and the pine cone in the Vatican. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Evergreen. I think most of their ships are. you know, because they make the owner of the ship is one thing, the line is another thing, and then the port it first like sailed out of is also usually on the ship, and it like all those things could be different. I was always like, wait, I don't get it. So this ship is built in like Denmark, but then it's like it says Singapore on the ship, and then it's like a shipping line from, you know, like APL, American President Lines or something. Like it doesn't. I mean, obviously everything's owned at the top by the same folks, but it just never made any sense to me how that was. But Maersk is now taken over as the biggest shipping line, and it's from like Dutch royalty owns that, and a lot of the ships are named after the children of the like Dutch monarchs. Like they literally just have names like Sally, you know, like the Maersk. I can't think of them right now because I don't really work at Maersk that much. I don't like. They got a huge like bridge you got to walk over from the parking lot that takes like an extra 7 minutes to walk into the terminal. So I'm like, I don't waste another 7 minutes leaving and coming every day, you know. But so I was just wondering how, you know, that ship doesn't even belong in the Maersk shipping line. All the Maersk ships are all blue. That's the color of Maersk, is baby blue and white. So their ships are all painted like baby blue on the side, and most of the containers will be like Maersk containers. But you see how that works. Everything's owned by the same conglomerate up top because they're just all sharing. It makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah. It's good that you know about all this because you work in this industry. So yeah, that's good information. And once again, the gematria is true too, because 95 and 41 are big numbers in Baltimore. Again, that owner of the team who just died in his 95th year of life and died on the 83rd day of the year. And the Orioles last won the World Series in 83, which was 41 years ago. And the word collapse equals 83. And this bridge collapsed 83 days after Salvador Dali's birthday and led to the ship being called Dali. And remember, last year in March, we had all the banks collapsing in 83 rituals. So it's just like last year. Everything they did with those banks was by the numbers. And let's not forget that started out in the Bay Area with the big tech bank. And again, you know, these people work in cycles. Hopefully that depends on how crazy things get, but some of them are all still here by next spring. Probably be talking about the next collapse ritual, and there'll probably be more between now and then, but I bet you next spring, next March, they're doing the same thing, collapsing something else with a big 83. So
this is why I like checking with you, so I can get the receipts for my intuition, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Oh, still haven't thought of what I was going to say, but that's all right. When I do, I'll write it down.
All right. Sounds good, DK.
Okay.
Get some rest, man. Take care.
All right. Bye.
All right. You want to get back on here? Truth does not exist.
Yeah, so I missed there. So just right now, if you look into CNN, they just published 2 more articles. One of them is about somebody who died on the ship. This just came out today, March 27th, because now it's past 12 o'clock. That a man from Honduras died on the ship. Honduras equals 37 and 44. They said that he was a 38-year-old man. And of course, today is now we have the 38 date numerology. There was also some other information. So MV Dali, which is what it was called, is also 38. What's also interesting is that they said that it was actually held up, that the ship was held up, and it had hold on, let me read it from the article. It said that it was held in Chile last year over a propulsion issue, and they said that it happened on June 27th, 2023. What's interesting is that date has a 56 date numerology, and
it's also another day of high Jesuit ritual because it's the day leaving 187 days left in the year, and just like Society of Jesus equals 56, it equals 187. So.
Yeah, and it also had a date with 76 numerology, and you know we had all the 76 inside that Obama movie, and you know we see a lot of that pointed to it. Of course, there was also it also said in quotations that the problem with it being held up in Chile, they put in quotes that the dials for something were unreadable in quotes, and unreadable equals 38 as well, and 187. And of course, this is the one that they said that this happened on the 187th day of the year. And also, oh shit, did they delete it? Oh, here we go. So anyway, the other thing is that it had happened, on June 27th, which also had 56 state numerology and 70. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. Sorry. It also happened on a date with 19 numerology, and they said that the other guy who died, who was Miguel Luna, which his name equals 56. They said that he lived in Maryland for 19 years. So they're doing it with the 19 Chaos 19. And the first slave ship to America, the White Lion, came in 1619.
All right. Here, I want to make a point. When I was watching the news today, when they were taking questions from the reporters, I think the first question that was asked is, "What was the nationality of the people who died?" And I just thought, what a dumb question. Like, why does that even matter? How about ask what the hell really happened? I just hate this whole fake media with all their dumbass questions. Like, how about they wouldn't let a real journalist be out there questioning the legitimacy of the event if we're being lied to. Again, people need to understand what a show TV is. But when they asked the nationality, what it made me think of is, again, Francis Scott Key wrote the national anthem. And the word national is 86 as well, in light of this going down on the 86th day of the year, 86 weeks after Nancy Pelosi shook the hands of the Singapore Prime Minister's hand. And you know what? For the record, the word Prime Minister's, when spelled correctly, is 84 as well, just like how today's Nancy Pelosi's 84th birthday. But yeah, all of this stuff is coded information. And a part of me wonders if anyone even really died, because they said they shut down the bridge, and it might have been shut down for quite a minute before it collapsed. And then they got all these foreigners on the bridge that supposedly died. To me, it's like symbolic of the New World Order and who really owns our infrastructure and where a lot of our tax money is going, because so many countries own our debt. But yeah, it's all coded information. So ultimately, the point you're trying to make is,
yeah. Oh yeah, and also MV Dolly, also 25, just like Death 25. But I was just adding in those 38s into it. Also, my dad had talked to a Freemason. He's like broke, but he was a 33rd degree Freemason. He said that there's secretly more levels, and there's 42 levels of Freemasonry.
yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. I mean,
Yeah, but yeah, I heard that. I wanted to tell you. I thought
Alex
it was interesting.
Jones claims
42.
there's 360 degrees of Freemasonry. So,
IHS 36.
yeah.
Well,
Anyway,
yeah, that's it. That's all I had.
Yeah, I need to go to bed. I'm not used to staying up this late. So
yeah, that's all I had.
All right, guys. Thanks again, everyone who hits the like and the share. If there's any multimillionaires out there that want to help us compete with CNN and Fox News, get in touch with me, because Ralph Nader, my old hero, he told me only the super rich can save us, and it's starting to feel that way, because most of us truth seekers just don't have $1 a month to share. But you guys, seriously, we got to do something big. And like if this work was well financed, I'd be doing this broadcast from Baltimore right now and getting a big crowd out there. And that's really what needs to happen. We need to, just like how we've gone to New York for the 9/11 anniversary and Oklahoma City for the April 9th anniversary.
I forgot one thing. I forgot one thing. So the bridge collapsed on its 47th year of its age. The bridge is 47 years old.
Thanks. I've covered that like 20 times.
Oh, okay.
Today. All right. Yeah.
All right. Yeah,
the Gematria of Maryland, all 4 base ciphers of Maryland. 88, 34, 1. Here, let's close out with this one more time. Let's make sure we all got it, you guys. Maryland, where the bridge collapsed. It collapsed at the 88th minute of the day. It collapsed exactly 34 weeks after Francis Scott Key's birthday. Maryland 34, like how the Ravens only know how to score 34 points in Super Bowls. It collapsed at 1:28 a.m. with all the 1,128s. 34 weeks after Francis Scott Key's last birthday, 128 days to his upcoming. On the 128th day of Biden's age, when again he was in Pittsburgh, when the Fern Hollow Bridge collapsed on 128. and Fern Hollow equals 128, like bridge collapse, like Maryland. And then they had to tell you that the water was 47 degrees today when the bridge collapsed 47 years and 3 days after it opened on March 23rd, 1977. And what's crazy, you guys, is when we did our sports stream today, we talked about what Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had to do with today's bridge collapse. It might sound crazy, but he played for the Bucks and the Lakers. We were talking about this before the game. And then sure enough, did you see the score of the Lakers game when Kareem played for both teams? The Lakers won with 128 today. And it's too much to explain right now, but just you guys, the web. What's the phrase about the web we weave when we attempted to see blah blah blah? Again, the same people that run your NBA, run your Oval Office, your nightly news, your bridge collapse, and they are the Jesuit cabal. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar equals 247, like the country's 247. The Lakers won today, 247 days after Darvin Ham, the coach's birthday. And just yesterday, I was doing the interview talking about all the 247 rituals this year with the Illuminati and how it all started with the NBA on the Illuminati's 247th birthday when the 76ers upset the Celtics in a huge 247 ritual. It was a huge payout because they were 13.5-point underdogs. So, again, it's, it ain't nothing but scripts. Sarah Sutherland says, good morning from the East Coast. Well, you know what, Sarah? You guys are waking up. Well, damn, you're up early, Sarah. Hold on. It's 4:30 in the morning. You're like me.
Yeah.
I'm getting up at 4:30 and start working, but it's not going to be today. Today we're going to sleep in until at least 6. So.
Yeah, it's 4:30.
Thanks, Sarah.
Here.
And yeah, thank you. Thank you to Sarah, the Burrow Productions, Truth Does Not Exist, Wayne's World, Logan Thomas, Liz, Pretty Kitty, Gematria Key, Richard Quinn. Thank you. You guys were the donors on the stream. I appreciate it. All right. Yeah, it sounds like you might want to go watch the video from the beginning based on the fact you just dropped that 47 on
I
me.
do. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I didn't see anything on the bridge collapse yet.
Okay. So, all right. Anyway, appreciate it, man. You have a good night.
All right, you too.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to leave it there, you guys. Again, hey, if there's a part of this really long video that you thought was great, there's a way to clip parts. You can just clip it and share a short segment. Great things to do. People have a 30-second attention span, so they see a video that's 4.5 hours. They're like, forget about it. Forget about it. What's my thoughts on Hoover Dam? Well, predictive programming for that, like the Golden Gate Bridge. And hold up. Let's explore this for a moment. Let's explore this for a moment here. Where does Herbert Hoover fit in here? Of course, that huge dam down by where the Super Bowl was on the Vatican's birthday. Las Vegas has that 86 connection. Like this happened on the 86th day of the year. What's the connection with Hoover? And hold on. My brain stopped working. Herbert, let's not forget that if you guys don't know this, you got to look it up. Gerald Ford answered a little girl's question back in the 80s about how we'll get the first female president. And he said, well, listen here, little girl, here's how it's going to happen. There's going to be an old man who's going to be the president. He's going to have a younger woman who's the vice president. He's going to die in office, little girl. And then we're going to get our first female president. And he said that in the Herbert Hoover Library. And Kamala Harris was born October 20th, 1964, the exact same day that Herbert Hoover died. Kamala Harris born the day that he died. So you just think about that with old Joe. But he's the Great Depression president. There's something that I want to say about Herbert Hoover and where he fits in with this today, but it's just escaping me right now. But yeah, that dam, like the Golden Gate Bridge, has some predictive programming, that's for sure. Oh, Herbert Hoover who made the national anthem official? I think that's what it is. Herbert Hoover national anthem. I think that's what it is. The Star Spangled Banner. Did you know that on March 3rd, 1931, on 3/3, go figure, President Hoover signed the law that designated the Star Spangled Banner? Yeah, that's right, because it was 86 years before the Eagles won the Super Bowl, and the year of the flag protest was Zach Ertz, number 86, 86 days after his birthday in Minnesota. Again, bridge claps in Minnesota on Francis Scott Key's birthday as our national anthem. Yeah, that's what it is. So, yeah, that's interesting. Vegas, look out too, man. Vegas, look out. Don't live in fear, but be prepared. Power's out. You got a plan? All right. We got a D26 sighting. All right, D26. I thought I was going to go to bed, but we're going to be here for a while longer. Give it to me.
No, I think I just want to say one thing that I found out. I'm having lunch in the hotel, so pardon me if there's any background noise. So, did you look into the company Hyundai Heavy Industries? That's the company that created the ship. So they are the builders of the ship. It's the Hyundai Heavy Industries. The founder of the company was founded on 23rd of March 1972. And I hope you can connect that because I forgot. You decoded something with 2333.
The bridge construction started in 72?
No, I'm talking about the company which created the ship, which builded the ship.
All right, let me pull back up the wiki for that ship. Where did it go?
It's MV Dolly.
Sounds like you're at the party.
Yeah, I'm in a restaurant and I think it's pretty packed over here. I came here for lunch. Well, the good thing is I'm with a friend and I'm explaining him how all these things were scripted, so he's kind of like listening to me. So look at the builder. It's Hyundai Heavy Industries.
Oh yeah, Hyundai, the car company. Huh?
Yeah. Well, I do drive a Hyundai. My dad owns a Hyundai.
Okay.
Now look at the when it was created. It was created on 23rd of March 1972, and the founder of that company, his name equals 47 and 52. Like how the bridge was, construction began 52 years ago, and it collapsed 47 years since it opened in 1977.
Crazy. Yeah, this company was made in the same year that the bridge construction began. Jesuits. Yeah, that just goes to show how planned out all this is.
Decode the founder. Type in his founder's name. That equals 47.
Chung Ju Young.
Yep. 52 and 47.
Yeah, and so 72 to now is 52 years later. It's also 146, which just reminds me of the flag's upcoming birthday with the whole Francis Scott Key, the flag of the national anthem. The name of that company is 281 as well, which is a bit like January 28th, the day Baltimore was eliminated from the NFL, and the date the bridge collapsed the other year with Biden. It's also 313, which is the 65th prime, and bridge collapse is also 65. And, I'll have to go back and look at the CNN article because the other time they mentioned besides 127 and 128 was 124. And I just saw in the name of that company, there's a 124 there as well. There must be some.
Also, if I'm not interrupting you, 313 is the 65th prime.
Right,
so that equals
65, right?
Yeah.
That's the Detroit area code too. Detroit's a big industrial city. Used to be, at least.
Wasn't it the hub of the cars? All the car companies were in Detroit.
Right. Yeah. Once upon a time, it was that way. I mean, GM is still there. General Motors.
I think that's it. If I do find out anything, I'll let you know. But yeah, that's interesting. I think you also mentioned about something with 233. The number
Yeah,
233.
the name of the bridge equals 233, and it opened on 23/3, which again is the 13th Fibonacci number. And Francis Scott Key wrote the national anthem for the flag with the 13 stripes, and this thing's 13 days before the eclipse, which is the mayor's birthday.
And also how the company was founded 23rd of March. Hyundai Heavy Industry Limited. The company was founded on 23rd of March 1972.
Wait, March 23rd for this
Company.
Is that
Yeah.
right? Is that right? What? Hold on. Why am I having so much trouble finding this March 23rd date? Established March 23rd, 72. Wow. And then, so the bridge opened 5 years to the day later, but construction began in 72. And again, they financed the bridge in 1968, the infamous year. Yeah, that's amazing, man.
I hope this was a valuable addition. Probably I'll call in later.
It's
Tomorrow, I
always
think.
a valuable addition. You always got valuable addition.
So yeah, I hope you have a good night. I hope it's pretty late. It's 1:45, I think, over there.
Yeah, it is. That's the time it is. Well done. Nice math.
I just remember that time because it's I've set your time in my phone. That's 12.5 hours behind my time. It's 2:15 of the afternoon over here. That's why it's kind of crowded over here. I mean, I just had my lunch in a restaurant.
I see. 12.5 hours ahead. Okay, I got to remember that.
All right. So I'll probably join in probably tomorrow if you're doing some other stream on this or nothing. But I'll let you know.
Yeah. All right. Take care.
Yep.
I want to address I like this comment. You know what? Crusade did nothing wrong. I would like you to enter this stream before I go to bed and come on here and tell me how you can even leave a comment like that in light of what I'm showing you in this video. This whole thing is synced with the superior general, the Jesuit leader, and the Pope. I get so tired of reading these, like, everyone and their mom's like, oh yeah, Zionist bankers run the world. No, they don't. Here, you want me to show you what just happened to the most famous Zionist banker? He just got taken out like the bridge in a nice Jesuit ritual. Here, let's go back and revisit that. Zionist bankers don't run shit. Hold on. Rothschild. Let's go see what happened to him at age 87. Let's go back and double check. Let's go see. Let's see what happened to old Jacob Rothschild at 87, while the Pope's 87. Jacob Rothschild equals 87. His name of his bank, NF Rothschilds and Sons, 87. The Catholic Church, 87. Ignatius of Loyola, the founder of the Jesuits, 87. Number of the Beast, 87. Jacob Rothschild, just like Number of the Beast. Died on the 57th day of the year. Jews, 57. Catholic Church always sacrificing them for their agendas. England, 57. Rome, 57. Again, for all the people that blame everything on Jews, are we on the Jewish people's calendar? Oh, we're not. We're on the Catholic Church's calendar. Every world event is synced perfectly with the Superior General and the Pope, as I show day in and day out. You know? Israel was established in a Jesuit Catholic ritual, undeniably. Coming out here and just like, the guy who left the dumb comment, how come you're not in the stream? How come you haven't come on to defend your point yet? If you're going to leave a dumb comment like this, save your time. It's always the you-know-who's, nothing more. If you're going to come by and drop that comment and then have no balls to come in here and explain it, that just means it's a no-ball type of comment. From the Pope's birthday to Jacob Rothschild's death, 71 days later. Society of Jesus Catholic, just like how the war in Israel began 71 days from the Pope's birthday on Putin's 71st birthday. Remember, Catholics 71 forwards, 145 in reverse, like Israel was created on 14/5 when there's 145 more chapters in the Catholic Old Testament, 46 books. JFK, number 35, killed at 46. Joe Biden elected number 46, 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday, inaugurating the Pope's 35th day of his age. Come on. These rituals are all synced with the church. The founder, you can't find really anything about the founders being worried about the Jews. You can find letters about the founders being worried about the Jesuits in the Catholic Church who they were trying to escape. Oh, by the way, he died 63 days before his upcoming birthday. The Illuminati. Remember, there's a lot of 63s because Francis Scott Key died at 63 too. And the Illuminati was founded before this nation. And from 1963, Rothschild worked at the family bank. So, yeah, he was in the club, but he doesn't run the club. That's why he got 86th by the code. And isn't it neat how Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the Jesuits, is 75 forwards and 87 in reverse, just like N.M. Rothschilds and Sons? And again, the Superior General's 75 when this happens. 75. And the Pope is 87. You just want, all right, well, here's what you can take a nice little block. I don't tolerate frauds in my chat, leaving these fraudulent comments and then showing you got little itty bitty testicles and won't even come on here to debate a half asleep man. You know, I'd smoke you half asleep. Yeah, there's been a lot of predictive programming for that Golden Gate Bridge there and the Hoover Dam there. Yeah, we're on the Catholic Church's calendar. They are large and in charge. Dolly was ordered on Israel's birthday. And again, Israel creating a huge... yeah, it's definitely part of it because all of this is like foreshadowing war. Again, Netanyahu came back on Albert Pike's birthday, who wrote the letter about 3 world wars. And then he published that on the Jesuit Order's birthday, August 15th. Yeah, all of it's a story, you guys. It's just like it's the Society of Jesus, right? Here, let's close out with this. Let's go back to basics. Let's close out with this. Jesus spoke in parables, which are riddles. The Society of Jesus speaks in parallels every day. Notice how with the alphabetic order, Jesus is 74, Cross is 74, Messiah is 74, Gospel 74, Parables 74, Occult 74, Masonic 74, Killing 74, Stabbing 74. They're killing a Caesar by stabbing. Remembered in the Ides of March, the 74th day of the year, non-leap years. The World Trade Center is on the 74th meridian. 3 of the first 5 presidents on 7/4 got killed. All 3 that had a problem with the Catholic Church. Get that? Catholic 35, 3 of the first 5 dead on 7/4. Society of Jesus putting the stamp on it from the nation's birthday to the religion that, I mean, here's a good question for Jews around the world. How many Jewish presidents have there been in the U.S.? The Catholic Roman-controlled U.S., there's been how many Jewish presidents? Remind me. How many Jewish presidents have there been? 0. There have been 0 Jewish presidents. 0. How many Jesus-believing presidents, supposedly, that swearing on that Jesus-y Bible have there been? Damn near all of them. I mean, come on, man. Interesting fact there, Two-Face. All right. All right. Yeah, we will leave it there. Again, thank you to everyone who hit the like and the share. Hold on. We got one more person who wants to jump in here. Cold as ice. Cold as ice. Is this one of the members of MOP, or is it the guy who sang the song in the 80s? Cold as ice. I can't hear you. He must have froze up. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're going to leave it there, you guys. We're going to leave it there, and we'll be back tomorrow. And yeah, again, don't live in fear, but make sure you got some supplies on hand in case things get more wild than we want them to in the shorter period of time than we're thinking.
All right, guys, get some rest. See you tomorrow.